The lifeless body of a young man was almost completely submerged in water. Someone's hoarse voice said that its owner was annoyed. A clawed hand hung over the body and began to suck energy out of it. Its owner continued to say that this was another failure, since almost all the objects died. The mysterious humanoid creature with horns was surprised that even his magical powers were already coming to an end. It thought it was better to stop this experiment, but suddenly it felt someone's presence behind it, which scared it. The man who stood behind it had already swung his sword. The next moment, there was a sound of impact and splashes of scarlet blood flew to the sides and fell into the water with countless bodies of people. After the deed was done, the man silently looked at the water and thought about something. Suddenly, behind him, he heard ominous sounds, and from the darkness, bright eyes began to look at him. The man immediately turned to their owner and said that he would find another spellcaster. The mysterious voice immediately began to dissuade him, saying that this was already enough. The man was surprised to hear these words. Meanwhile, a voice ordered him to clean up here. The man did not argue and obediently submitted to the order. It was deep night. As expected at this time, absolute silence reigned at the landfill. The lifeless bodies of the test subjects lay among mountains of garbage because no one needed them anymore. Suddenly, one of the guys opened his eyes and began to come to his senses. He tried to get up, but a sharp headache prevented him from doing so and told him that the guy shouldn't hurry. So he stopped and took some time to look around. The guy tried to remember what happened to him and why he ended up here, but he had no answers to these questions. Still, he managed to get to his feet and slowly set off to look for a way out, wondering along the way where he was. After some time, a new clear day arrived. There was no trace left of the troubled night. The exhausted and dirty boy slept peacefully, trying to rest and gain strength after everything that had happened to him. He was suddenly awakened by the rustling of a plastic bag, which was filled to the brim with various vegetables. Its owner was returning home. The elderly woman with large glasses was very surprised to see such a guest on the threshold of her house. The grandmother timidly turned to the main character and asked if he had run away from home. 8 years have passed since these events. Our story continued in an inconspicuous house that was a local library. The library worker was putting the books back and was very irritated. The grown-up protagonist was unhappy that visitors did not put the book back in its place after looking at it. Suddenly, something caught the guy's attention, which made him even more angry. He started yelling loudly at the little boy for sniffling on the book. At that moment, the owner of the establishment turned to Don Chan and said that the guy shouldn't have yelled at the customers. The main character explained to his grandmother that the little boy would ruin the book with his snot. The old woman said that there was nothing wrong with it because it was easy to fix. The little visitor began to grimace, which irritated the main character even more. Suddenly, the grandmother saw how badly the book had been stained by the boy. The library owner thought that this was too much and, very angry, asked the visitor to go home. The frightened child began to leave, saying along the way that he would rather watch TV. Don Chan shouted after him not to come back. The grandmother was already upset that they had lost a regular customer. The main character reminded her that this boy hadn't paid anything anyway, but had only come to read comics. The old woman started to say that you want the boy to be small but already read. And it was cute. Don Chan did not understand what was cute about it, because the visitor ruined the book. The grandmother reminded the boy that he was the same as a child. The main character began to be indignant and say that he was not like that. The owner of the library insisted on her words, saying that the guy did not remember his childhood, but she remembered everything. After these words, Don Chan began to doubt himself. The guy quickly came to his senses when he remembered the book lying on the floor that he was competing to put back in its place. Don Chan continued to be indignant and asked his grandmother why a library was needed in our time. The old woman didn't understand what was wrong with that. The guy explained that that was last century because now you could just watch a movie. To this, the library owner replied that no film could replace the rustle of pages, their color and smell. After that, Dong Chan asked if it was really necessary to put the books on the shelves, since he was already tired of doing it all the time. The elderly woman continued to say, smiling, that she had dreamed of a library since childhood. Don Chan agreed that it was a good dream, and he was also glad that he had a job. Suddenly, the door to the library began to open, and another visitor appeared on the threshold. The main character already wanted to greet him, but was very surprised when he saw who had come to their establishment. A stern man with a beard stood at the threshold of the library. His clothes looked like a uniform, and a strange emblem on his chest indicated that he belonged to some organization. In addition, the man's face was decorated with huge scars, and his eyes were like a cat's. The visitor asked the guy where he could find books on history. The main character timidly pointed his finger at the last shelf and said that the stranger could find everything he needed there. After that, the man silently walked forward without explaining his motives, and the guy did not dare ask him anything else. Donchan watched the visitor closely and was surprised at the creepy aura emanating from him. The library owner, continuing to drink her tea, also kept a close eye on the suspicious man. Meanwhile, the mysterious visitor had already approached the desired shelf and extended his hand for one of the books. Quickly turning page after page, the man seemed to be looking for some information that was important to him. Suddenly, the man stopped and frowned as if he had found what he was looking for. The next moment, he abruptly threw the book aside and began looking for another. The book fell to the floor with a crash. Dongchan was very surprised and outraged by the visitor's behavior. The angry protagonist immediately stood up from his seat and loudly asked the man what he was doing. Suddenly, the grandmother grabbed the boy by the hand, preventing him from doing anything stupid. The owner of the library asked Dongchan to calm down. The main character was surprised that the grandmother remained calm. Dongchan can't believe that the old woman was willing to put up with what this customer was doing. The grandmother asked the guy to pay attention to the man's clothes. The owner of the library explained to the main character that it depicted the sign of the mercenary unit, Sura. Dongchan had never heard of this before. The old woman continued to say that they were not worth getting involved with, so the guy should calm down and not interfere. Meanwhile, the visitor threw another book aside, as if it was not what he needed. Dongchan listened to his grandmother because in the end they were her books and it was up to her to decide. The guy continued to watch as the man threw books all over the library. Suddenly, the visitor turned to the library owner and said that he would buy all the books that he had just looked at. The elderly woman responded that they did not sell books, but only gave them out for reading. The mysterious visitor immediately said that he would pay triple the price for everything. But the grandmother continued to insist on her own and say that they did not sell books. The man frowned, showing his obvious displeasure with such an answer. After that, he left the shelves with books and headed towards the elderly woman. At the same time, the mysterious visitor put his hand in his pocket, as if he was trying to find something there. The next moment, the man with a sharp wave of his hand threw the money, which scattered throughout the entire establishment. The elderly woman was very surprised but tried not to show it and calmly continued to look at the visitors. The man looked sternly at the old woman and said that this money should have been enough. The elderly woman began to explain that it was not about the money, but that these books were no longer printed and therefore they were very valuable. Suddenly, the library owner noticed that Dongchan had started picking up the visitor's money from the floor and indignantly asked what he was doing. The man was pleased that the main character turned out to be smarter than the old woman and said that tomorrow he would return for the books. Dongchan continued to collect money, but he did not do it because he agreed with the visitor. The next moment, the guy looked up and asked the man if he had heard poorly. After this, the main character threw money at the visitor and repeated the words of the grandmother, who said that the books were not sold. The owner of the library was glad that the guy did not give in to his principles for the sake of money, but at the same time she understood what his behavior threatened. While the money was flying around the room, the man looked sternly at the main character, not believing that he had been refused. Dongchan was sure that after such an answer, the impudent visitor would leave them alone. The next moment, the guy noticed that the man's fist was approaching his face at great speed. The main character did not have time to dodge and therefore took the full force of the blow from the mercenary Sura. From this blow, Dongchan flew back and fell to the floor with a crash, losing his balance. The man concluded that the library workers' stupid beliefs led them to make the wrong choice. He continued to say that now everything was clear to him. The main character continued to lie on the floor, clenching his fist in anger and realizing his helplessness. At this time, the problematic visitor was already heading towards the exit, getting ready to leave the library. Finally, the man threatened that the owner of the establishment and the main character would soon regret their refusal. After this, the library door opened and the mercenary went out into the street, leaving our heroes alone with the mess. The elderly woman immediately turned to the guy and asked if everything was okay with him and asked him to look at her. Dongchan started screaming loudly that he was not okay and that he was in a lot of pain. To this, the grandmother replied that since the guy was swearing, it meant that everything was okay. Despite this, the main character continued to swear and be indignant about the fact that the impudent visitor had created a complete mess here. The owner of the library said that Sura was a government organization, and therefore it was useless to fight them. Despite all this, the guy was pleased that the impudent visitor left a lot of money, but the grandmother was only worried about the guy's condition, so she suggested wiping away the blood first. Dongchan thought it was funny that such a stern man turned out to be a bookworm. The owner of the library thought that this visitor did not intend to read these books. The guy was surprised and did not understand why he was looking for history books. The old woman said that there were rumors that Sura was rewriting history, and since they got to even such a small library, it meant they were true. Don-chan was surprised by this and assumed that the organization wanted to remove some records about itself. Grandmother confirmed this and said that Sura was connected with something bad, and it was this that helped them to reach their current position. But now that they had become a government organization, they needed to cover up the traces of their dirty deeds. To this end, the head of Sura, Asura Bakan, began a campaign to change the role of his organization in history. The elderly woman continued to say that now everything was legal for the organization, so they were afraid of losing it. Suddenly, the grandmother looked at the guy and suggested something. He was not interested in it at all. Although he himself asked to tell about it, Dong-chan began to deny it. The main character asked why then the grandmother did not give the man the books, since she herself said that she should not have gotten involved with this organization. The owner of the library replied that she could not do that because these books contained facts and true history. Therefore, all visitors who came to her library could learn this story. Don-chan still didn't understand what the point of all this was, and asked if it wouldn't be better to sell these books. However, the elderly woman admitted that she had certainly thought about this option, but she still wanted future generations to know how everything really was. The main character was tired of these conversations, and therefore asked his grandmother not to continue these moralizing lectures. Then the owner of the library suggested that they finish there and go home. The guy thought that this was a great idea, which he supported. Our heroes took off their work aprons and began to get ready to go home. By their appearance, one could tell which one belonged to which. The grandmother was unhappy and reminded the boy that the clothes should be folded properly, but Dong-chan did not listen to her at all. The elderly woman continued to say that she was still very worried about what had happened and was sure that Sura's mercenary would return. The main character began to convince the grandmother that the man did not care about some small library and he just wanted to scare them. Then the elderly woman asked if the guy had gone to the hospital because he had been hit hard. Dong-chan began to say that the man had simply attacked too suddenly. The guy continued to say that if he had had time to react, everything would have been different. Suddenly, the main character himself became silent because he realized that something was wrong. Don-chan smelled a strange odor that filled the room and immediately assumed that it was the smell of gunpowder. The next moment, a bright white light appeared out of nowhere and blinded our heroes. Very soon, the small library was completely engulfed in flames and debris from the building, and books were scattered all over the street. Someone was watching all this from the side. This man was not at all bothered by the debris and burning sparks that were approaching him. It was the same visitor who, together with another man, watched as the fire destroyed the library. Sura's mercenary looked into the flames and said that the library workers were fools and were to blame for what happened to them. Meanwhile, the books that were in the library were already burning out. The Sura organization still managed to destroy another memory of its past. The mercenary began to leave and finally ordered his subordinate to arrange everything as if it were an ordinary fire. The man immediately obeyed. Suddenly, a strange noise was heard inside the burning rebellion. These sounds were getting closer and closer to the entrance to the library, which was completely engulfed in fire. The mercenaries who had caused this chaos were surprised to hear them and silently watched what would happen next. The man with the scar on his face seemed to be struck by lightning when he saw what had happened. Dong-chan, holding the library owner in his arms, quickly ran out of the burning building. Sura's mercenaries could not believe what they saw and did not understand how these people managed to survive after the explosion. The man with inhuman eyes thought about the fact that the main character jumped out of the flames, but there were no burns on him at all. Meanwhile, Dong-chan put his grandmother on the ground and, very worried, began to ask how she felt and asked her to wake up. I wish the woman could barely open her eyes, but in a weak voice she asked the guy what happened. Hearing these words, the main character sighed with relief and was very glad that his grandmother was alive. Suddenly, someone's voice addressed the guy and asked what technique he used to survive. Out of surprise, Dong-chan sharply turned his head in the direction from which the voice came. In front of him stood mercenaries from the Sura organization. The protagonist immediately realized that it was they who were behind the explosion that happened in the library. The man who came to the library asked the guy why he survived, because he only added more trouble to them. The mercenary continued to say that it would have been much better if the main character and his grandmother had burned down along with their library. Dong-chan, hearing these words, began to get very angry at the man, as evidenced by the swollen veins on his neck. Looking at the villain, the guy asked how he still dared to consider himself a man. Along with this, thin black lines began to appear on the cheeks of the main character, which looked like cracks. The man was surprised by this, but quickly came to his senses and asked in response whether the guy really thought that he could contradict Sura and not face the consequences. Looking down at the main character, the mercenary continued to say that in any case, the guy and his grandmother would die here and now. Dong-chan didn't react to these words. He didn't let go of his grandmother and was thinking about something. Still, the guy answered in an angry voice that his grandmother would not die today. Suddenly, the main character looked at one of the burning books and remembered the words of the library owner. He remembered that his grandmother would like future generations to know how everything really was. He also remembered how proud the old woman was when she said that everyone who came to her library could learn this true story. Also, Don-chan did not forget that his grandmother had dreamed of her own library since childhood, but now it was destroyed. These thoughts made the protagonist even more angry, so he told his offenders that if anyone died today, it would be Sura's mercenaries. After that, the guy looked at them with bright red eyes. Lightning seemed to flash around Dong-chan, and a magical seal shone on his forehead. Looking at the main character, the library owner could not believe what she saw. She was familiar with this appearance, and therefore she did not understand how the guy could possess this power. One of Sura's mercenaries was also surprised and asked his commander how this was possible. The man couldn't answer this question and only stared at Dong-chan. He didn't take his inhuman eyes off the main character and kept thinking about how this guy could control Asura's power. Meanwhile, Don-chan, gritting his teeth in anger, looked at his offenders and was ready to take revenge for what happened. Lightning continued to flash around the guy, and his eyes turned black from magical power. Don-chan stood up and turned to the Sura mercenaries, ordering them to listen to him carefully. The main character, with a stern look, recalled the villains and everything they had done, namely, that I am trying to erase the stains from my history and not burn down the library and wound his grandmother. The guy couldn't believe that after all this, they dared to call themselves a government organization. Don-chan loudly asked the men not to make him laugh, since such worthless people could in no way belong to the state. Suddenly, the owner of the library stood up and turned to the guy, trying to warn him about something. But the main character did not listen to her and continued to threaten the men that he would pay them back double or triple what they had done. The veins on the guy's forehead swelled with rage, and the magic seal seemed to emanate light. The next moment, for some unknown reason, she began to disappear, leaving no trace behind. Don-chan immediately realized that the seal had disappeared because the incredible power that filled him had also evaporated. The guy was stunned by this. The owner of the library looked at the guy in bewilderment, realizing that this was the end. The mercenary was amused by this performance, from which the man began to smile and say that it was complete nonsense. He couldn't believe that the main character of the house would threaten them in such a pathetic way. After this, the man turned to his subordinate and ordered him to teach the guy a lesson and then drag him to him. Dong-chan looked at her hands and thought that even if it was only for a short time, he felt how power had built into his veins. He didn't understand why it had disappeared so suddenly. The guy was interrupted from these thoughts by a powerful punch from Sura's mercenary. The man became indignant that the main character believed that he had time to be distracted. The villain was about to strike again, but suddenly Dong-chan grabbed him by the clothes, which greatly surprised the man. The mercenary's attack did not harm the main character at all, but only made him even more angry. The next moment, Dong-chan delivered a crushing blow that knocked the man off his feet. The scoundrel rolled his eyes from the terrible pain and could not come to his senses for a long time. Meanwhile, the main character had already swung his fist in order to attack his opponent once again. The next blow hit the man right on the head. He was unable to avoid it. The mercenary's hand fell limply to the ground, indicating that he could no longer continue the fight. The man who was watching both of them from the side was surprised that the guy managed to defeat his subordinate. The main character didn't understand what was happening to him, but now he didn't care about it because he had more important things to do. Pointing his finger at the remaining mercenary, Sura Dong-chan threatened that it was now his turn to receive his punishment. From these words, the man began to smile broadly and thought that all this was very interesting. After this, the mercenary said that the glory of Sura's squad did not arise out of nowhere, and therefore the guy should not have hoped to defeat him. Nevertheless, the man agreed to fight the main character and prepared for battle. The mercenary looked angrily at the guy and said that now the jokes were over. An angry Dong-chan also prepared for battle and said that he was not joking here. The man didn't believe it because as soon as the guy approached him, he immediately received a fist in the face. The unexpected blow left the main characters dumbfounded for a while, and they began to lean back, losing their balance. The man didn't waste any time and swung his fist again, saying that if that was all the guy was capable of, he was disappointed. The next moment, a powerful blow from the mercenary hit Don-chan in the stomach. It seemed like the guy was about to fall to the ground. An incredible wave of pain passed through the main character's entire body, causing him to be unable to hold back his groans. The elderly woman watching this was very worried about the guy and was very scared when he was removed. But Dongchan didn't fall. He landed on his feet and at the same moment pushed off the ground with force. Sura's mercenary was very surprised by this because the guy managed to resist his blows. A moment later, the protagonist counterattacked his opponent, but he managed to defend himself with his hand. After that, the man said that the guy's punch was pretty good, but it wasn't enough. He continued to say that he was going to knock his opponent out with that blow, but he stood firm and even attacked back. Dongchan didn't listen to the man, but only thought about how he was in damn pain and why his whole body was shaking. The guy got back into a fighting stance, thinking that he needed to concentrate and come to his senses because the fight was not over yet. The mercenary was amused by the protagonist's determination and therefore hoped that the battle would now become more interesting. Dongchan rudely asked his opponent to shut up and attack him. After that, the man swung his fist, offering to see how long the guy could hold out in a fight with him. Since Dongchan was fully focused, this time the enemy's attack did not come as a surprise to him. A moment later, the man hit the main character hard, causing him to fly back. The guy managed to put the block in time, but it was still painful, as evidenced by his tightly clenched teeth. The mercenary had no intention of giving the guy a chance to rest, and the next blow followed very soon. For some time, the man delivered quick and precise blows all over the main character's body, but he continued to stand still, defending himself with his hands. These attacks were so strong that they literally drove Dongchan into the ground, but this could not make the guy give up. He humbly endured the pain, thinking that the blows from his fists now felt like blows from a sledgehammer. The mercenary did not stop and swung his fist again. The man intended to end this fight as quickly as possible. This time the blow was much more noticeable, as the enemy managed to hit Dongchan right in the stomach. To take away the pain, the guy rolled his eyes and began to cough up blood. The frustrated man continued to attack, saying along the way that he expected too much from the guy. This time the mercenary aimed straight at the head, because now the main character could not block and defend himself. The next moment, the man hit the guy hard in the face, causing his vision to immediately go dark. This time the main character was unable to stay on his feet, and so he began to fall to the ground. It seemed that this fight was finally lost. The owners of the library were so shocked by what they saw that they could not utter a word. The mercenary only looked angrily with his inhuman eyes at the defeated opponent, hoping that he killed him. Dongchan fell to the ground with a thud and showed no signs of life. This caused the frightened grandmother to loudly shout the boy's name. After this, with tears in her eyes, she rushed to the lifeless body of the protagonist. The elderly woman leaned over Dongchan, trying to figure out if he was still alive. The grandmother did not give up hope and loudly asked the boy to open his eyes, but he did not react to this in any way. The next moment, small drops of rain began to fall on the ground. Very soon, a heavy downpour began, but the owner of the library did not even think of leaving the guy and continued to ask him to open his eyes. Suddenly, the elderly woman heard footsteps slowly approaching her. It was Sura's mercenary, who ordered the old woman to move away from the main character. The library owner didn't think of obeying. She couldn't believe that the man really wanted to kill this child for no reason. The man explained that the boy went against the Sura and therefore against the state, and treason against the state seemed like death. The old woman couldn't believe these words and continued to cry, saying that Dongchan was just a child. The grandmother did not know what to do in this situation and was very worried about the main character. Still, she bowed low before the man and asked him to forgive them. The elderly woman begged the mercenary to show mercy at least once and promised that such a thing would not happen again. She was ready to say goodbye to her life right now just to protect this child. At this time, Dongchan was thinking deep inside that he needed to get up, but his body was not obeying him. An unexpected voice asked how long the guy was going to lie there. These words immediately brought the main character to his senses. The voice suggested that the guy was very tired, and for some time Dongchan could not understand where he was and who was talking to him. The man standing next to him suggested that the main character take a little rest. Dongchan immediately got up from the floor and said that he had not succeeded in everything yet, and therefore he needed to practice a little more. The man whose face the boy could not remember said that there was no need to rush because it was always difficult in the beginning. Dongchan began to be indignant because he did not understand at all what he was supposed to do, and despite the advice to increase his thought power, he did not understand what this meant. The man thought about this question because it was a basic training method, but it clearly did not suit the guy. After this, he advised the main character to clear his head of all thoughts, but at the same time concentrate on his body Dongchan asked which part of the body he should focus on. The teacher thought it was best to start with the most familiar one. After thinking for a bit, the guy decided that he would focus on the hand with which he eats. Dongchan opened his eyes and looked at his right hand as drops of cold rain splashed onto his face. The mercenary Sura was struck by lightning when he saw that the main character was still alive after his blows. The owner of the library, bending over, continued to beg the man to spare the boy because this child was like her own grandson. These pleas were interrupted by Dongchan's voice, which was addressing his grandmother. Raising her head, the elderly woman saw the unharmed protagonist, who said that she should not have kneeled before such scoundrels. The grandmother was glad that the boy was alive, but immediately began to ask him to run away from here because he was in danger. Dongchan responded to this by saying that he would not run away anywhere. At that moment, a seal appeared on his forehead, indicating that Asura's incredible powers had returned to him. Taking a fighting stance and looking sternly at his enemy, the main character asked his grandmother to trust him. The mercenary, seeing this, assumed that the guy had again decided to brag about his pathetic crumbs of Asura's power, after which he called the main character an annoying midge. Without taking his black eyes off the man, Dongchan replied that they would both soon find out how pathetic these crumbs were. The next moment, the protagonist rushed at his enemy, intending to take revenge. Sura's mercenary immediately put up a block to protect himself, and at the same time began to think about how the guy managed to recover so quickly after his attacks. These thoughts were interrupted by a powerful blow from Dongchan that easily overcame the man's defense. The mercenary was shocked by this. After this, the main character unleashed a barrage of blows on the enemy, attacking all possible parts of the body. The mercenary's face twisted in pain. He couldn't believe that this guy had such skills that he was winning now. Dongchan was pleased to see this and said that the man's face was now more pleasant to look at. The mercenary was very angry because of these words and because he was losing, which was indicated by his tightly clenched teeth. The next moment he loudly closed that it meant nothing, and then swung his fist in order to attack the guy in response. Very soon the attack caught up with Dongchan, causing a loud sound of impact to spread throughout the area. After that, everything became quiet. The mercenary was calm because he thought that after such a blow, the problem should have been solved. The man looked up to make sure of this, but was horrified by what he saw. It turned out that the man's attack did not produce any results because Dongchan managed to easily stop it with one hand. The guy himself looked at his enemy with displeasure, as if he did not welcome his pathetic attempts to harm him. Seeing this, the man realized that he was not mistaken in his conclusions. Meanwhile, the main character pushed off the ground with his foot because it was his turn to attack. The fist was approaching closer and closer at a tremendous speed, but the man continued to think that the energy was exactly the same as that of the head of the organization, Asur Bakan. The next moment, Dongchan delivered a crushing blow that made the mercenary wince in pain and start coughing up blood. The main character looked at this without any regret, making it clear that the man should not expect mercy from him. From incredible pain, the mercenary rolled his eyes and opened his mouth wide, but he couldn't even scream. A moment later, everything became quiet and silence reigned, broken only by the man's last loud sigh. After this, the lifeless body of the mercenary fell to the ground. It could be considered that the battle was over. The grandmother, who was watching all this from the side, was amazed by Dongchan's strength, but now she could breathe a sigh of relief because the guy was no longer in any danger. The main character was in no hurry to relax and for some time closely watched the body of his enemy. The guy's hand, which was hot from the recent blow, gradually cooled down. Still, Dongchan realized that the danger had passed and now he could relax. The black thin lines on his hands began to gradually disappear. The grandmother immediately asked the guy if everything was okay with her. He confirmed this and added that the people in the Suras turned out to be not so strong. The elderly woman clutched her head, sighed heavily, and said that after what happened, they would never see a peaceful life. After this, the owner of the library began to silently think about what she and the guy should do next. Dongchan, seeing this, began to worry about his grandmother and asked if she was feeling unwell. This question immediately distracted the elderly woman from her thoughts, and she began to calm the guy down, saying that everything was fine with her. The library owner quickly remembered the problems that were still ahead and, clenching her hand into a fist, asked what Dongchan was going to do now. The main character was surprised to hear this question and therefore looked at his grandmother with incomprehension for some time. He nevertheless replied that he was going to start renovating the library, but his grandmother quickly clarified that she was asking about the wrong thing. The elderly woman reminded that the guy killed difficult people and the mercenaries of Sura. Dongchan did not see any problem in this and believed that he did the right thing. At this, The library owner sighed heavily and said that the main character did not understand anything at all about the situation he found himself in. Seeing how worried the grandmother was, the guy also began to get nervous. The owner of the library explained that since the guy was against Sura, it meant he was now an enemy of the state. Don-chan began to assure his grandmother that it was nothing and that he would be able to defeat everyone who came to them. But the older woman didn't think so. She interrupted the guy and asked him not to talk nonsense. After that, she asked what the protagonist was going to do alone, and added that any conflict with Sura was tantamount to suicide. Therefore, Grandma asked Dong-chan to listen to her carefully and not oppose her decision. The owner of the library clenched her hand into a fist because it was very difficult for her to talk about all this. She already said that right now the guy had to leave this village. Dong-chan was surprised by this decision and did not understand why his grandmother asked him about this. The old woman continued to say that the boy needed to go north and find the Portka detachment there. This squad had long been at odds with Sura, and therefore could help the guy. Dong-chan was outraged by the fact that his grandmother suggested that he leave her and run away. The owner of the library began to assure the guy that everything would be fine with her, and asked him to trust her. But the main character continued to insist on his own and say that he did not want to leave without his grandmother. The old woman said again that Dong-chan had to do it because he had no other choice. She also asked the guy not to worry about her. After that, there was silence, broken only by the sounds of pouring rain. Dong-chan couldn't answer because it was hard for him to accept that he had to leave and leave his grandmother. Suddenly, the old woman fell to her knees and asked the guy to make sure that nothing happened and that he survived. With tears in her eyes, she continued to say that she didn't even want to imagine that the guy could die. Seeing his grandmother's tears, Dong-chan didn't know what he should do. It was hard for the guy to come to terms with the current situation, but he still made a decision. The main character lowered his head and turned to his grandmother and said that he understood everything. The guy agreed to do as the library owner told him and asked her not to cry. After that, he took her hand because he needed to say a few more words. It took the main character some time to accept this situation and collect his thoughts. Finally, the boy was determined to say that when he became strong enough to protect his grandmother, he would return. He promised that after this, they would build the best library in the world. Until then, the old woman had to live and wait for his return. Finally, Don-chan asked his grandmother not to be upset because he would be back soon, and then he left. The library owner was left sitting in the rain alone with her thoughts. In her mind, she asked the main character to take care of himself and try to survive. Ignoring the puddles, the boy quickly ran away from the village, obeying his grandmother's request. The main character ran faster and faster and tried not to think about what happened so as not to change his mind and go back. The old woman believed that Dong-chan was an unusual guy who would become the one who could stop Sura in the future. The unusual ears helped their owner to better hear what was happening around him. A humanoid creature with fangs holds a slingshot in its hand and makes its way through the dense forest, slowly approaching its target. Suddenly, the guy froze in place because he found what he had been looking for so long. There was a squirrel sitting on a fallen tree. It was this that the guy was looking for because it was his prey. The guy started loading the slingshot with a small stone and was happy that the squirrel was sitting quite well for him. The young hunter took good aim and asked the animal for forgiveness for what he was about to do, but he needed to get some meat. Suddenly, the guy seemed to be struck by lightning because in addition to the squirrel, he saw something else in front of him. An unusual find was Don-chan, who was lying unconscious in a forest clearing. The guy was surprised to see him here with a person. Overcoming himself, the guy with unusual ears threw the main character onto his back and began to carry him to a safe place. At the same time, he was not surprised that the guy was so heavy and believed that he needed to train more. The young hunter realized that he might not have enough strength to carry Don-chan, and therefore thought that he should call his sister for help. But he quickly dismissed these thoughts, because he assumed that while he was walking, something might happen to the victim. The guy accepted with annoyance that he would have to carry the main character alone. The heavy burden completely took up the guy's attention, so he did not notice the obstacle on the forest path. The next moment, the young hunter stumbled and, together with the main character on his back, began to fall down. A loud falling sound echoed through the forest, but soon everything became quiet. The young hunter lay on the ground, pinned down by the heavy body of the protagonist, and could not move. Suddenly, Don-chan began to open his eyes and look around, not understanding what had happened to him. Very soon, two guys arrived at a small settlement located in the forest. Don-chan accepted the offered food and drinks with great pleasure. Thanks to this, the main character was able to come to his senses and regain his strength. The young hunter who was sitting next to him said that he was surprised because he thought the guy was wounded, but it turned out that he was just sleeping. Don-chan apologized for misleading him. After that, the guy with the unusual ears asked if the main character came from the south. He knew that from here to the nearest city in the south, there was quite a distance, so the guys were interested in what brought the main character to this forest. Hearing this question, Don-chan hesitated because he didn't know how he should explain everything so that he would be understood correctly. He began by saying that his story might sound strange. The young hunter was surprised by this. Still, Don-chan briefly said that he was being followed, and that's why he walked along forest paths where there was the least chance of meeting people. The main character understood that it sounded strange, but he also insisted that he was a good person, so he asked his interlocutor to understand him correctly. Suddenly he noticed the guy's frightened face and realized that he had already made hasty conclusions despite his request. Don-chan felt awkward but continued to assure the boy that he would not harm him. To this, the young hunter replied that he did not know everything that happened to the main character, but he could guess something. The next moment, he said that the guy was some kind of serial killer, that everyone was looking for Don-chan. You already started to deny it. The main character put his hand in his pocket and said that he suddenly felt uncomfortable here. After that, he put the money on the table, and although there was not much, it should be enough to pay for the food. The main character promised that he would leave right away, but at the end, he asked the guy where the nearest store was. Don-chan was interested in this because he needed to buy some things, but the young hunter just silently looked at the guy with his mouth open for a while. The main character did not understand what was happening to the guy and therefore began to look at him with suspicion. The next moment, the guy beamed with happiness and said that Don-chan was a very good person. To this, the guy replied that the young hunter was very strange. After this, the guy promised to take his guest to the right place and asked him to rely on him. The boys immediately set off on their way and wandered through the dense forest for a long time. The young hunter informed his companion that they would soon be there. Don-chan was surprised that the store was so far away. After this, the main character asked if they had really been walking for an hour already. The guy replied that they had already been moving along the shortest route. Suddenly, the young hunter remembered that he and the main character had not even met, after which he said that his name was Shin-hen and that he would soon turn 14 years old. The guy continued to say that despite his age, he was already a hunter, but so far, he had only shot squirrels and rabbits with a slingshot. After that, it was Don-chan's turn. The main character began to say hesitantly that he was about 18 years old. Shin-han was surprised that his new acquaintance did not know his exact age. The guy explained that he had no memories of his childhood. Then the main character said that his name was Don-chan. It seemed that he didn't like this name, but at one time his grandmother assured him that with such a name, he would definitely become cool. Our heroes continued on their way. Suddenly, Shin-hen asked if the main character knew that many people were lost in this forest. Don-chan was surprised by this and asked if there was some dangerous beast living here. The young hunter replied that he didn't know all the details exactly, but there were rumors about the kidnapping of people who were traveling alone. Hearing this, the main character thought that since there were two of them here, there shouldn't be any problems. Shin-hen looked at his new acquaintance with his human eyes and believed that he was right. Suddenly, Don-chan stopped and turned to the guy because he had an idea. The protagonist asked suspiciously how Shin-hen could walk through this forest alone since it could be dangerous. The guy smilingly replied that everything was fine because he had been walking through this forest for 3 years already. Don-chan was surprised that in these 3 years, the kidnappers still hadn't caught the guy. Shin-han replied that he was more worried about his new acquaintance than about himself. The guy explained that the main character was in this forest for the first time, unlike him, who could walk here with his eyes closed. The main character agreed with this statement, but asked the guy not to run so fast, otherwise he could trip and fall. Shin-hen became confident that he would not fall and said that he should not be underestimated. Suddenly, the guy noticed that Don-chan stood still and began looking around with serious expressions. As if sensing danger, the main character slowly looked to the left. Immediately, the guy noticed a dark silhouette standing behind the tree. After that, Don-chan looked to the right as if he knew that the enemy was not alone. And so it turned out. Another dark silhouette was hiding behind a small rock. After this, the guy turned to Shin-han and asked if the kidnappers the guy had recently talked about were a group of 2 people. The young hunter was surprised when he heard this question and began to refute Don-chan's assumption. Then the main character looked back, simultaneously thinking about how many more enemies could be in this forest. Suddenly, Shin-han took out a gas mask and said that the kidnapping group consisted of 3 people. The third member of the group was Shin-han himself, who was already wearing a gas mask. The main character was very surprised by this and immediately realized that he had fallen into a cunning trap. At that moment, one of the kidnappers, who was also wearing a gas mask, came out from behind a tree and praised Shinhen for bringing in a second person this week. The kidnapper girl also did not hide her presence and appeared from behind the rock. She said that bringing the victim was the guy's only duty, so he had to do it well. Shinhan was offended to hear these words because it was quite difficult for him to bring people here. After that, he praised the protagonist for his excellent instincts and asked how he knew that someone was hiding here. However, he was not interested in hearing the answer because the young hunter believed that everything was already over for Don-chan. The kidnappers surrounded the main character and began to assure him that no one would help him here. Shinhen held some fruit in his hand and told his comrades that it was time to get down to business, since there was no point in wasting time. Squeezing the fruit slightly in his hand, he began to emit a pungent, dark purple smoke. Dong-chan was angry that he was deceived and warned the kidnappers that he was in a bad mood because of Sura, and therefore they should not mess with him. The man in the gas mask was only amused by the main character's threats and asked not to scare them like that. He looked at the guy slyly with his inhuman eyes and assumed that he was offended. The next moment, Dong-chan attacked the overconfident opponent, punching him in the jaw. The man did not understand how the guy managed to attack him so quickly. Meanwhile, the main character quickly grabbed a gas mask. After this, the kidnapper began to lose consciousness and fall backwards, and Dong-chan, without wasting time, took the gas mask from him. Shinhen continued to hold the fruit that was emitting smoke in his hands and did not understand what he should do. His sister was also confused that things didn't go according to plan. Don-chan smiled broadly and promised the kidnappers that he would definitely return the gas mask to them later. The next moment, the girl loudly ordered Shinhen to burst the fruit that was in his hands. The young man hesitated because Maru's brother was without a gas mask. Despite this, his sister ordered him to shut up and do what he was told. Don-chan understood what would happen next and therefore did not neglect the gas mask. Shinhen was very nervous, but still did not dare to disobey his sister's order and, closing his eyes, prepared to carry it out. The young man suddenly raised this unusual fruit above his head in order to swing it well. After that, he hit it hard on the ground, causing the forest to immediately fill with clouds of acrid dark purple smoke. Shinhan hesitantly opened his eyes to see what was happening around him. Because of the thick smoke, the young man could not even see anything in front of him and therefore began to call for his sister. Wandering through the smoky forest, Shinhen couldn't get an answer from his sister and therefore began to get nervous. The guy was worried because Don-chan first knocked out his brother Maru, and now his sister was nowhere to be found. At that moment, someone's dark silhouette appeared behind Shinhan. Suddenly, from the clouds of thick smoke, a hand appeared, reaching out to the young hunter. It was Dong-chan who grabbed Shinhan by the head and greeted him angrily. This scared the child very much. Shinhan was taken aback by the surprise and turned back sharply. The guy saw the main character in front of him. He quickly came to his senses and asked Dong-chan, "Did you really think that this would help him?" The next moment, Shinhen's sister appeared behind the boy and swung her fist to attack him. Dong-chan was surprised by this. It seemed like he was in trouble now because he noticed the girl too late. A moment later, a loud explosion echoed through the forest and a huge column of dust rose above the trees. The blow was so strong that gusts of wind knocked Shinhen off his feet, who asked his sister to be more careful. The young hunter was worried that at this rate his sister would kill their captive, but suddenly he saw something that surprised him greatly. Don-chan stood in the same place and only put his hand in front of him to protect himself from the attack. The guy turned to his opponents and said that they were messing with the wrong person. Shinhen's sister quickly retreated back, realizing that her opponent was too dangerous, so she had to think carefully before attacking him. The girl expected something like this after the main character knocked out Maru's brother, but she didn't think that he would be able to block her sudden attack with just one hand. This situation really irritated the girl, and she blamed her younger brother for bringing too strong an opponent to them. At this time, the main character examined his right hand, which was covered with thin black lines, and thought that he had good control over it. But the left hand, on the contrary, was completely ordinary, so Dong-chan decided to test its strength. Next, according to the plan, the guy wanted to check his legs. From these thoughts, he was interrupted by Shinhen's sister, who was already approaching him. At the last moment, the protagonist was able to deftly dodge her attack, after which he clenched his left hand into a fist in order to strike back. The girl couldn't believe that her opponent was able to avoid the attack, because it meant that she now had to defend herself. Don-chan turned to the girl and warned her that it would be a little rough. Meanwhile, his fist was filled with incredible power and began to glow. The guy asked the girl for forgiveness for what was about to happen, while his fist cut through the clouds of smoke at great speed and approached her. Suddenly, a small object flew into Dongchan's head at high speed, causing him to lose concentration and unable to complete his attack. A small stone bounced off the main character's head and fell right at his feet. The guy was surprised. We didn't understand where it could have come from. It turned out that Shinhen launched this pebble with his slingshot. Thanks to this, his sister managed to escape the deadly attack of the main character. This prank made Dongchan very angry. He thought that the little hunter was asking to deal with him first. The main character could not refuse the child and therefore decided to attack him first. Suddenly, something flashed right before the guy's eyes at great speed. At that very moment, the filter that was attached to the gas mask and prevented its owners from inhaling the acrid smoke flew off to the side. It turned out that Shinhan's sister took advantage of the fact that the main character was distracted by her brother and intentionally damaged the enemy's gas mask. Finally, she wished Dongchan good night. The main character did not immediately understand the situation he found himself in, and therefore for some time did not understand that the girl meant to say goodnight to him. Soon the guy felt how smoke began to penetrate under his gas mask. From this, the guy's eyes began to close, and he could not resist it. The next moment, Dongchan fell to the ground in front of the girl and fell asleep. Shinhan's sister breathed a sigh of relief, as this was indeed a dangerous situation. The girl was happy about this and considered herself lucky that her opponent turned out to be an idiot. After an unsuccessful battle, the main character plunged into his subconscious. Soon he opened his eyes and began to look around himself to understand where he was. His head hurt and the guy himself was in an empty, dark space. Suddenly, someone's voice behind the main character asked if he was hungry. Dongchan turned back in surprise. The guy saw a man holding a tray of food in his hands and offering to eat because today they worked a lot in their library again. Dongchan immediately understood who this man was and was very surprised by his appearance here. It was the protagonist's grandmother, or rather his memories of her, but the guy didn't understand it yet. Dongchan immediately rushed to her and asked if she was okay and if her wounds had healed, but the elderly woman only asked why the guy hadn't sat down to eat dinner. After that, she smiled and handed the main character a spoon and asked him to hurry up because the soup was already getting cold. Dongchan was very surprised and did not fully understand what was happening to him, but still agreed to eat. The library owner lifted the lid and clouds of steam immediately burst out of the pan. The grandmother said that this time it was the guy's favorite soup. Steam began to fly into the protagonist's eyes, causing him to see much worse for a while. As soon as everything returned to normal, Dongchan saw that his grandmother and the food had disappeared somewhere. He tried to call her, but no one answered. The main character looked into the darkness in surprise and did not understand what was happening to him. Suddenly, out of nowhere, another voice was heard calling Neva. The guy looked up and saw another person in front of him. The stranger asked the main character what he was doing here and said that he had been looking for Neva for a long time. The guy, who didn't understand anything, replied that his name was not Nev but Don Chan. The man, whose face seemed to be hidden under a mask, assumed that the guy was pretending because he didn't want to train. This upset the man. He extended his hand to the protagonist and asked him to stop acting like a fool and get up. Dongchan continued to insist that his name was not Nev. Hearing this, the mysterious man asked if the guy was sure about this. The main character replied that he was 500% sure that his name was not Nev. The man looked at Dongchan with his lifeless eyes in confusion and did not know what to answer. Suddenly, he pointed his finger into the darkness and asked what was happening there. The main characters immediately turned back to look. The next moment, he saw a multitude of maddened people who were making terrible sounds and reaching out to him. This picture scared Dongchan very much. He didn't know what to do in this situation, and so he screamed loudly. Still, it helped the guy wake up from a nightmare, but he still had to come to his senses. Breathing heavily, the main character noticed that he was in some kind of iron cage, but for now he didn't want to think about it. Suddenly, someone's voice asked in surprise if the guy had finally woken up. Dongchan quickly came to his senses from the surprise. The man, whose eyes glowed ominously from the darkness, assumed that the guy was having a nightmare. It turned out that it was a girl with long ears and inhuman eyes. She began to say that all this was because of the smoke that came from that fruit. The girl explained that if a person inhaled this smoke, he would begin to be tormented by nightmares. Dongchan immediately noticed the stranger's appearance and assumed that she was one of the kidnappers. This angered the guy. He tried to get to his feet, but something was in the way and was holding his hands. Soon the protagonist realized that his hands were tied with a chain and chained to the bars of the cage. Suddenly he heard the sound of wheels. Looking to the side, it turned out that the guy and the stranger were in some kind of cart. Dongchan was surprised by this and did not understand where the kidnappers were taking them. The girl assumed that although the main character was not very smart, he now realized the whole situation. She continued to say that she was also kidnapped and that she experienced the effects of the smoke herself, so she knew what it was like for the guy. Suddenly, the stranger began to assure Dong-chan that he should not worry because he would not be hurt. The guy did not understand what this meant. The girl explained that although it was hard to believe, she was not really kidnapped because she ended up there on purpose. The main character was skeptical about these words. Dong-chan didn't listen to the girl and only thought that if he could break down the door of the cage, it would be quite easy to escape. The stranger kept saying that she couldn't tell the guy all the details, but the main character wasn't interested in that, so he asked her to stop this conversation. After that, Dong-chan began to say that he thought about running away from here, and therefore suggested the girl to do it together. The stranger was surprised by this and suggested that perhaps it was an escape from reality due to the main character's psychological trauma. Dong-chan did not understand what this meant and thought that the girl was lying about letting herself be caught. The stranger denied this and said that it was part of the operation. Hearing this, the main character decided not to interfere with the girl playing her strategy and quickly get out of this cage. The stranger responded that slow and deep breaths would help the guy calm down. Dong-chan started to get angry and insist that everything was fine with him, but the girl insisted that he inhale and then exhale. The kidnappers heard these conversations and were very irritated by the excessive noise. Brother Maru asked the captives to shut up. The guy was sitting behind the wheel and was indignant that these freaks were chatting, even though they had been kidnapped. Shinhen noted that the main characters quickly woke up after inhaling the poisonous smoke, although he did not take the antidote like Maru's brother did. The guy was angry about the excessive noise and suggested using another fruit to put the prisoners to sleep. This scared Shinhan because now they were without gas masks. In addition, the little hunter added that the fruits were very expensive. At this time, the boy's sister sat silently on the roof of the cage, meticulously thinking about something. The reason for this was the recent fight with Dong-chan. The girl wondered if she would have been able to win if it weren't for Shinhen's help, because it seemed like she didn't have a single chance to survive. No matter how much the kidnapper thought about it, she still couldn't imagine how she could get out of that situation. Meanwhile, the girl who was sitting in the cage told her comrade in misfortune that they had already arrived. The main character became indignant that because of her chatter, all his plans had collapsed. Sister Shinshin decided to leave the oppressive thoughts behind. It didn't matter anymore because she would never meet Dong-chan again. The cart with the captives was getting closer and closer to the huge stone fortress, the gates of which resembled a huge cage. The main character asked the stranger what kind of place it was and thought that the fortress looked like a prison. The girl replied that everything happened exactly as she thought, namely, the kidnappers were going to sell them. Dong-chan was surprised by this and did not bring up why someone in prison wanted to buy them. The girl explained that this prison was only a starting point, and most likely there were only a few real criminals in this building. The stranger continued to say that in fact, this place was an illegal slave market. Maru parked the car at the entrance to the fortress and informed the demonic being that they had arrived. The prison warden immediately asked what had happened to the goods. At this time, the stranger continued to explain to the main character that they would be sold into slavery. Suddenly, she heard the sound of clanking chains and asked what the guy was doing. Smiling broadly, Dong-chan replied that of course he was following the 36th stratagem, which was one of the idioms from an ancient Chinese military treatise. The girl was very surprised to see what the main character managed to do. Very quickly, the chain that bound Dong-chan was broken, making the guy's talk of running away sound much more realistic. The main character believed that running away was the best stratagem, because until you were defeated, you still had a chance to continue the fight. Freed from the shackles of chains, the main character turned to his comrade in misfortune and said that he would help her escape and therefore she should move. The unexpected girl refused this offer and said that she would stay here and the guy could do whatever he wanted. This surprised Dong-chan very much. He did not understand how it was possible to give up freedom in favor of slavery. The girl noticed the guy's puzzled look and explained that she was looking for someone, and therefore she would have to get into this building. The main character did not understand how the girl could surrender to her kidnapper, because she herself said that this building was a prison. The stranger clarified that it was not a prison but a slave market. Dong-chan believed that there was no difference, because once a girl entered there, she would not be able to get out. The girl was indignant and said that unlike the guy, she would be able to get out, so he could leave right now alone. This confidence angered Dong-chan, and he thought that the girl was stupid. Suddenly, the guy heard the voice of one of the kidnappers who told the prison warden that he himself could look at and evaluate the goods. Maru, together with the demonic creature, approached the cage and assured the buyer that both slaves were quite good. Don Chan understood that this was not the best moment to run away, and so he decided to wait a little. The guy took his place and looked at the puzzled girl who did not understand why he decided to stay. The stranger immediately asked why the main character didn't run away, since he was going to do it. The guy explained that instead of running away now without any plan, he had a better idea. Don Chan frowned and added that if he reduced the number of guards, it would be easier for him to escape. Meanwhile, the kidnapper and the buyer had already approached Maru's cage and took out a bunch of keys. For some time, the guy could not find the right key that would unlock the cage. The demonic creature that stood nearby asked him to hurry. The girl silently watched as her kidnapper tried to find the right key and open the lock. At the same time, she thought that this place was strange, and although it operated under the guise of a prison, no one managed to escape from government agents. The girl assumed that the jailer hoped that he would never be caught in the slave trade. Meanwhile, Maru was finally able to open the cage and entering it, greeted his victims. The jailer, seeing the girl, was surprised that one of the prisoners was an elf. The guy confirmed this and specified that the elves were expensive. The jailer said that first it was necessary to look at it. At this time, Dongchan only silently watched how his enemies behaved and was in no hurry to take any action. Maru agreed with the jailer's statement that the prisoners needed to be examined first. The guy looked at the main character and seemed to remember how his previous contact with him in that forest ended for him. After that, he turned away and suggested that they begin to examine the elf. Maru leaned towards the captive and asked her not to move if she didn't want him to hit her. At this time, the jailer, without entering the cell, noticed something. This aroused his interest. The demonic creature noticed the protagonist's hands, which he was hiding behind his back. They were free, and the chain that was supposed to bind them was broken. The next moment, the jailer realized that the main character was preparing to escape. Dongchan seemed to understand that his plans had been exposed, and so he immediately began to carry out his plan. The guy immediately jumped up and pounced on Mara, attacking him with his foot on the head. The kidnapper immediately felt incredible pain, which made him roll his eyes and not understand what had happened to him. The elf seemed not at all surprised by what happened right before her eyes, and continued to watch what was happening. After that, Dongchan landed on the floor of the cage as if nothing had happened. He was confident that he would succeed. The guy looked at the exit and thought that there was no way he could stay to rot in this place, because he had not yet kept the promise he made to his grandmother. After this, the main character ran out of the cell at great speed, passing the jailer, who seemed to have no intention of stopping him. Shinhan's sister was surprised by the prisoner's latest antics, but for some reason she didn't even think of chasing after him. The young hunter also watched listlessly as their goods ran further and further away. The elf looked at her kidnapper, who was lying next to her unconscious, and thought that the main characters could have escaped, but she would still remain here. Watching the guy go, she mentally asked him to run as fast as he could so that they wouldn't catch up with him. Suddenly, the jailer, who remained in the same place, extended his hand and said that the fugitive would not be able to escape from him. Meanwhile, Dongchan spared no effort in trying to escape as far as possible from his captors. While running away, the main character did not understand how he could have gotten himself into such a mess. Suddenly, the ground began to crack in his path as if something was trying to break out. The next moment, a large stone pillar rose from the ground right in front of Dongchan, blocking his path. Seeing this, the elf was struck by lightning because she was worried about the guy and wanted his escape to be successful. The main character did not manage to avoid the obstacle and tripped and fell to the ground with a crash. Dongchan doesn't understand what happened and why a stone spike emerged from the ground right in front of him. Coming closer and closer to the prisoner, the jailer said that he was tired of such stupidity and therefore asked the guy not to twitch and lie still. Looking at the demonic creature, the main character became indignant because he almost managed to escape. After that, he asked the jailer if it was his doing. Instead of answering the question, the jailer asked the guy to stop trying to escape and calmly surrender because he didn't want to spoil the goods. Rising to his feet, Dongchan began to resent the fact that he was considered just a commodity. Looking angrily at his opponent, the guy asked if he really thought he was a bag of rice and added that it was not so. The jailer extended his hand again and threatened that the main character would soon change his mind about this. At that very moment, the ground under the guy's feet began to crack in several places at once. Dongchan noticed this and tensed up because he already knew what would happen next. The main character quickly rushed forward, trying not to get caught and dodge the sharp stone spikes that followed him. The jailer was surprised and admitted that the guy was quite clever and knew a couple of tricks. While running away, Dongchan was confident that he would be able to dodge all obstacles. It will be difficult, but if he looks carefully at the ground, he will be able to avoid the stone spikes. The jailer realized that his method would not stop the escapee, so he asked the guy if he knew why he was the only guard in this prison. Suddenly, the ground around him began to shake. Shinhan assumed that it was an earthquake and was surprised by its sudden occurrence. The jailer continued to say that he alone was quite sufficient to guard the building and the prisoners in it. Continuing to run, Dongchan looked back to see what else his pursuer would do. The next moment, several huge stone hands surrounded the protagonist in order to grab him. The guy was very surprised by what he saw and stopped to ask if it was too much. At that moment, the jailer clasped his hands, causing a loud bang to sound. After this, the huge stone hands also closed, creating a powerful explosion and not giving the main character the opportunity to escape. Shinhan's sister, taking cover from the blast wave, thought that the jailer had gone crazy and assumed that he wanted to kill them all. The elf who remained sitting in the cage was amazed by the jailer's skills and silently continued to watch what was happening. It was clear that she was annoyed that the main character's attempt to escape was unsuccessful. Soon everything became quiet. The stone hands held the fugitive tightly, but it was not yet known whether he was hurt. The jailer thought that this was all a bit too much, and if the guy got hurt, his price would drop. After that, he turned to Shinhan and said that he would only pay half the price for the main character. The young hunter was outraged by this and asked what the reason was. The jailer explained that if the kidnappers had chained the fugitive properly from the very beginning, this would not have happened. Suddenly, the guard heard some kind of crackling sound behind him and, turning his head slightly, began to listen to what was happening there. The elf, who could see everything perfectly from the side, was amazed and could not believe her eyes. A moment later, Dongchan's voice was heard, who frowned in anger and clenched his teeth tightly. His eyes were black, indicating that the guy had used Asura's power. The main character, overcoming his abilities, raised his stone hand to free himself, while at the same time being indignant that the jailer again perceived him as some kind of commodity. The demonic creature was very surprised that the fugitive could resist his power, after which he asked who the guy really was. Looking angrily at his opponent, Dongchan did not hide the truth and replied that he was a former library employee. Then the jailer asked if the guy was sure that he didn't want to tell him all the details. The elf was surprised when she saw how much power the main character had. What attracted her most was the symbol on the guy's forehead. At that moment, Dongchan answered his opponent that he had already told him everything he wanted. The jailer didn't see a problem with the guy being uncooperative and thought that he would definitely tell him everything later. Unexpectedly, the elf easily tore apart the chains that bound her, but so far no one has noticed. At this time, Dongchan warned his opponent that it was bad to joke around with him. The elf rushed forward with all her might in order to run out of the cage as if she urgently needed to do something. The main character continued to speak so that the jailer would not dare to interfere with him and stand in his way. Meanwhile, the elf ran out of the cage at great speed, slightly breaking the cart, and headed towards the guy. Looking angrily at his opponent, Dongchan threatened that if the jailer disobeyed and tried to stop him again, he would stop holding back his powers. At this moment, the elf, for some unknown reason, attacked the main character, kicking him hard in the face. Dongchan's face twisted in pain. He didn't understand what had just happened to him and didn't even see who had attacked him. The jailer was surprised that not only had another prisoner escaped, but he had also attacked his fellow sufferer. After this, the elf landed on the ground as if nothing had happened, while the main character fell and lost consciousness. The demonic creature assumed that the judge by the movements of the captive was an unusual girl. Let's look angrily at the jailer. The elf said that it was none of his business. The next moment, without hiding her motives, she directly stated that she would take this guy with her. The jailer looked at the girl with incomprehension, surprised that she dared to set her own conditions for him. Dongchan lay on the ground and for the life of him couldn't understand what had happened to him. The guy was surprised that he was so shamelessly attacked right during the conversation. Suddenly, he saw an elf in front of him who was talking to the jailer and realized that it was she who hit him. The girl asked if there were elves in the demonic creature's prison with the same patterns on their bodies as hers. The jailer was surprised by this question and assumed that the girl did not understand the situation she was in, so he suggested that she calmly return to the cage. The elf said that if the jailer answered the question, she would surrender to him along with the main character and swore this on her name. The girl continued to say that if they continued to fight, the value of the goods would fall, and for the jailer this was very important. For some time the man was silent and did not answer the question, so the elf assumed that it was too difficult for him. However, the jailer confidently stated that there were no elves in the prison. The girl was surprised by this and asked if he was sure of this. The demonic creature will explain that he remembered all the elf slaves well, since there were few of them, but there was no one with patterns on their bodies. After this, he demanded that the girl keep her promise and return to the cage with the main character. But the elf had no intention of doing this because she no longer had a reason to return to captivity. This answer angered the jailer, and he reminded the girl that she swore on her name that she would fulfill her promise. I get to my feet, and the elf said that she could give her name since the jailer needed it so much, and he could do with it as he wanted. The next moment, pointing her finger at the man, the girl again stated that firstly, she would take the main character with her. From the outside, it looked ridiculous that a small, fragile girl was setting her conditions to a demonic creature without being afraid of him at all. Shinhan watched this from the side and did not understand what was happening here, because before this, sales transactions for damn no one were carried out completely differently. The girl was already preparing to name her next conditions, but suddenly Dongchan addressed her. The guy was angry and indignant that the elf hit him in the face and didn't even apologize after that. The girl abruptly turned her gaze to the side, looking at the main character with her inhuman eyes. In just a second, she was next to him, and her fist was approaching Dongchan's face at great speed. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly a few centimeters away from the guy, who was very surprised by the unexpectedness. After that, the girl said that she would get them out of here, so it was better for the main character to remain silent and be patient while she sorted everything out. Dongchan was surprised by this and asked why the elf suddenly decided to help him. The girl swore on her name that she would fulfill this promise. To this, the guy said that he was not that stupid. Dongchan continued to say that he shouldn't have trusted the elf since she had recently broken her oath. After this, the girl began to leave and say that she would show the main character that she could be trusted. Suddenly, her hands began to glow due to the energy that filled them. Also, sharp scales began to appear from under the skin, which were supposed to cover the hand. The jailer asked the girl if she had finished chatting with her fellow prisoner. She confirmed this and thanked him for the opportunity. After this, the man decided to ask, just in case, whether the elf had changed her mind about staying. The girl just remained silent at this. Just at this moment, her transformation was completed, due to which horns grew on her forehead. Having received no answer, the jailer realized that the girl's decision had not changed, and so he extended his hand forward to attack her. At that very moment, the ground around the elf began to crack, indicating what would happen next. Many sharp stone spikes from all sides began to fly towards the girl in order to pierce her, but she still remained standing in place. Suddenly, she concentrated all her strength and used the dragon skin skill. The next moment, sharp thorns pierced the elf's body, but it seemed they did not harm her at all. Seeing this, Dongchan was very surprised and thought that the girl did it on purpose because she didn't even try to dodge. The sharp stones only tore the girl's clothes but did not harm her body in any way thanks to the skill used. As if nothing had happened, the elf began to walk forward, breaking the stone spikes in front of her. Seeing this, the jailer realized that his opponent was an unusual elf, but this fact could not make him stay. Meanwhile, the girl was getting closer and closer to the slave trader, as if she was not afraid of him at all. The jailer looked at the elf with surprise, but he could not allow her to do whatever she wanted and set her own conditions here. The next moment, a huge stone boulder flew straight at the girl at high speed, causing clouds of dust to rise around. The demonic creature calmly watched this from the side. As soon as the dust cleared, it became clear that the girl was not hurt at all, but from the powerful blow, the ground beneath her slightly sank, which formed a hole. Very soon, the elf took a few steps and continued walking towards the jailer. The slave trader was surprised and could not believe what he saw. It turned out that the girl had managed to block the jailer's attack, and now she was carrying this huge block with just one hand. A few moments later, she stopped next to the surprised jailer. The elf asked if this was all the man was capable of. The slave trader was amazed by the girl's incredible strength and asked which group of mercenaries she belonged to. The elf, without letting go of the huge stone in her hand, briefly replied that she did not belong to any group. This answer surprised the man, after which he asked if genealogy had anything to do with it. The next moment, the girl loudly replied that this information did not concern the man, after which she threw that same cobblestone at him. The elf thought that the slave trader was talking too much, but he didn't hear those words because he flew high into the sky along with the huge stone. Very soon, the stone flew into the prison wall and destroyed it, causing a loud sound of impact to resound throughout the area. Dongchan was very surprised when he saw this and realized that the girl's words were not a bluff. The main character sighed heavily and decided that it would have been better for him not to quarrel with this elf. After this, the girl approached the guy and said that everything was over and suggested that he get up and follow her. Dongchan replied that the elf was somehow dangerous, and therefore he would rather go alone. The girl immediately said that she could guarantee the safety of the main character. After that, She extended her hand to the guy and promised that she would just check something and then immediately let him go. In addition, the girl again swore on her name that she would fulfill this promise. Still, Dongchan agreed to go with her because it was better than staying here. Besides, the guy already doubted that he could escape from the elf. The girl was surprised that the main character already knew her well. After that, our heroes set off, leaving behind their kidnappers. The girl asked the guy to take a shower as soon as they arrived at the place. Dongchan replied that this also concerned the elf herself. An elderly man was holding the reins in his hands and yawning lazily, which indicated that the long journey had already tired him out. This old man drove a cart pulled by an unusual animal. Our heroes undoubtedly used this transport. In order to pass the time, Dongchan told the girl the story that began his journey, and added that now he was going to find Pork's mercenaries, as his grandmother had told him. All this time, the elf listened attentively to the main character's story and clarified several points. The girl asked if the guy really knew nothing at all about the mercenaries that Dongchan was looking for. He confirmed this. The elf was surprised and became indignant, not believing that there were such ignoramuses as the main character. Hearing this, the guy decided to ask why the girl even started talking to him about this topic, after which he assumed that she had seen something similar before. Hearing this, the elf looked at the main character with a displeased look. It seemed that she did not like this assumption. However, she confirmed that she saw something similar on her brother's body. Dongchan immediately realized that this conversation was too personal for the girl, which made him feel awkward, and he immediately apologized. Meanwhile, our heroes continued on their way. White fluffy clouds slowly floated across the clear sky. Soon the carriage stopped, which indicated that the girl and the main character had arrived at the place they needed. The elderly man turned to his passengers and informed them about this. The elf then asked how much they had to pay for the ride. After thinking for a bit, the old man replied that 10 gold coins would be enough. After that, the girl began to wake up the guy who had fallen asleep during the journey and said that it was safe in this village and she brought him here as promised. But Dongchan was only thinking about the smoked pork belly he had just dreamed about. The girl said that she was leaving, and the guy could start looking for the mercenaries he needed. Before she left, the main character asked how much he had to pay for the ride. The elf replied that she would pay the elderly man herself, but suddenly she felt as if she was struck by lightning. Check your pockets. The girl realized that they were absolutely empty. She immediately assumed that while she was unconscious, those kidnappers robbed her. Then the girl turned to the main character and asked if he had money. Dongchan was surprised by this question because the kidnappers took everything from him, including his outerwear. From the girl's reaction, the main character immediately realized that she also had no money, and that's why they had problems. The elf looked warily in the direction where the cart stood with the elderly man. The girl timidly approached the old man and asked if they could pay for the fare a little later. The elderly man looked at the girl silently and with bewilderment. He didn't imagine that such a question could be asked. The old man immediately became enraged and asked if the elf had taken him for a fool, after which he ordered her to shut up and pay. After some time, the main character stood at the sink and washed the dirty dishes until they sparkled. Dongchan was very unhappy with this and did not understand what he was doing at all, but he had no other choice. An old man who was sitting on the sofa nearby was watching this. He ordered the guy to wash the plates clean and not break them. The main character had to obey. The elderly man also turned to the elf and said that he had been following her and ordered her to wipe the window clean without leaving any fingerprints. The girl was very unhappy that she was ordered so rudely. The old man noticed this and asked her not to be distracted. The elderly man continued to say that if the debtors help him with the cleaning, he will be very grateful to them, but otherwise he will report them to the police. After that, the old man said that he would go to the toilet and the debtors had to continue working. Dongchan quietly wished that the nasty old man would die on the toilet. The main character began to listen carefully and heard that the door to the toilet opened and an old man entered the small room. Turning around, the guy saw that the door on the other side had slammed shut and now he could relax. Wipe your hands in your apron. Dongchan began to think about just running away from the old man without finishing the boring work. At this time, the old man laughed at the stupid children who were now cleaning the house and was happy that for once he would have a clean house. After that, he planned to hand over the debtors to the police in order to get the maximum benefit from them. The old man thought he was lucky to meet his debtors because it was high time to clean up the house. Suddenly, the elderly man noticed the newspaper that he had previously taken with him to the toilet. The old man was attracted by an article that said that a criminal was wanted. According to the description, the suspect committed a brutal attack on 2 mercenaries from Sura. Immediately after this, a fire started in the neighboring library building. thanks to which the criminal managed to escape. The article also stated that this man was extremely dangerous, and if he was found, the nearest government agency should be immediately notified. After reading the article, the elderly man was very surprised and could not believe his luck. The photo of the criminal was also printed in the newspaper, which is why the old man immediately realized that there was a guy who was now in his house and washing dishes. At this time, Don Chan was sitting on the sofa and thinking that the old man was stuck in the toilet for a long time. But as soon as the sound of flushing water was heard, he would need to return to work. The guy was also interested in how his grandmother had been chewing and whether she would be able to cope alone until everything settled down. Because of this, the main character began to worry and nervously stamp his foot. Suddenly, the toilet door opened sharply and an elderly man immediately turned to the main character. Don Chan got scared and asked why the old man didn't wash away after himself. She didn't answer this question because he was interested in the guy's name. The main character was surprised by this and was stunned for a moment, not understanding why the old man needed to know his name. Without explaining anything, the elderly man continued to persistently ask what the guy's name was. Don Chan started to answer this question, but suddenly stopped and asked why the old man needed this information. The guy assumed that he wanted to complain about him for not cleaning up well. The old man heard part of the name and remembered that the article mentioned the name Dong Chang. Now he was sure that his debtor was the wanted criminal. The main character began to justify himself by saying that he had only sat down to rest for a minute and would immediately return to work. The guy also hoped that the elderly man would think twice before reporting him to the police. Suddenly, the old man put his hand on Don Chan's shoulder. The guy was surprised and did not understand what it meant. The next moment, the elderly man smiled good-naturedly and said that he would not report it anywhere because, as promised, the debtors would pay their debt for the fair by cleaning up. The old man also said that he was glad to meet such diligent children. The old man's sudden change in mood made Dong Chan suspicious. Suddenly, the elderly man remembered that he supposedly had to go to the market for groceries. So he decided to go shopping immediately and asked the main character to look after the house. The bewildered guy agreed. In return, the old man promised that when he returned, they would have dinner together. Dong Chan was very happy to hear this. The main character even decided to finish the cleaning. The old man thanked him for it. Very soon, a satisfied elderly man opened the doors and walked out of his house. In his mind, he laughed at the gullible guy and called him a fool because he believed in his good nature. The old man looked again at the newspaper, which stated that a reward of 1.5 million gold was set for the capture of the criminal, and he thought that he would find a good use for this money. The old man continued to walk away, rejoicing at his luck. This was noticed by an elf who worked on the street. The girl looked into the house from around the corner and was surprised by what she saw there. Dong Chan slept on the sofa carefree as if he had already finished all the housework. The girl asked if the main character had already finished washing the dishes. This immediately woke up Dong Chan. The guy was a little scared because he thought that the old man had returned and explained to the girl that he was just taking a short break. The elf sat down on the sofa and asked what happened, because she noticed that the guy was in a good mood. Don Chan, tell me that the old man became very kind after he went to the toilet. Therefore, the main character assumed that perhaps the elderly man had changed his mind about their long time and now they could relax. Suddenly, the guy said that something still bothered him. The elf immediately began to listen attentively to her friend. The main character began to say that it was the old man who went to the market in a hurry. But the guy was embarrassed by the fact that the elderly man did not wash his hands after going to the toilet. In the very center of the city stood a large stone building called Whitehall, which was a government institution. The young girl, holding the telephone receiver in her hands, transmitted all the information she had received and made sure that everything had been recorded correctly on the other end. After that, she hung up, ending the conversation with senior management. Then the girl, smiling good-naturedly, informed the visitor that everything was ready and thanked him for his report. The elderly man has already asked when he will be paid for reporting the location of the wanted criminal. The girl explained that the reward would be given out immediately after the criminal was identified. The old man was unhappy that this whole process was dragging on because he needed the money now, and he suggested paying him first and then checking how much was needed. The girl did not lose her composure and said that such an option was impossible. She also reported that a mercenary from Sura had already left for the scene. The secretary continued to say that the old man had to wait a little, since the payment of the reward in some cases occurred after the news of the death of the criminal. The old man was very surprised and became nervous upon hearing this. He no longer demanded to receive the reward right away. At this time, our heroes, in the absence of the owner of the house, were still lying on the sofa and resting. Don-chan asked if it was worth it for him to do the cleaning. The girl thought that even though the main character said this, he was not going to get up. The guy confirmed this and added that he didn't understand at all why all this was necessary. Then the elf suggested extending the break for another 5 minutes. Don-chan agreed with this, but began to regret that he would have to get up very soon. Suddenly, the girl remembered something and began to talk about it to the main character. He began to listen to her attentively. The elf said that there was some instability in the strength that the guy showed in the fight with the jailer. In addition, the girl noticed that the guy had no training, so he used it irrationally. Dong-chan accepted these comments with surprise and asked what he was supposed to do. The girl was in no hurry to answer and thought that she might have just imagined it, and the guy was unlucky at that moment. The main character was irritated by the fact that he himself knew nothing about this power and what happened in his childhood. The elf suggested that perhaps the memories would return to the guy, and in that case, she asked to find her. Don-chan didn't understand how he was supposed to do this because he didn't know where the girl was from or what she did. The only thing he knew was that the elf was looking for someone in the prisons. The girl agreed with this, and then thought about this question. A moment later, she stood up abruptly and said that in that case, she should have given her name. The main characters were surprised by this and asked if this would be enough to find her if something happened. The elf confidently said that this would be enough and was already prepared to say her name, but suddenly fell silent. The girl began to listen to the silence and after some time told her friend that she felt someone else's energy nearby. The next moment there was a loud explosion that partially destroyed the house of the harmful old man. The clouds of dust that rose as a result of the explosion began to gradually disperse, due to which the silhouette of the culprit of the incident began to appear. The young man turned to his partner, who had provoked the explosion, and asked what would have happened if he had killed the suspect before the investigation. Smiling broadly, the girl replied that then she would have to put all the blame on the informer. Hearing this, the guy sighed heavily or said that this was exactly why he didn't want to go on the mission with her. The girl said that he irritated her too. The girl's unexpected mood changed dramatically because she saw something strange and drew her partner's attention to it. In front of the uninvited guests stood an elf who used her power to protect herself and the main character from the explosion. The girl looked angrily at her opponents, called them idiots, and asked who they were. The mercenary asked the elf to hold her tongue and asked if it wasn't obvious who they were. The girl started saying that they were national heroes who came to eradicate evil. The guy interrupted her and calmly said that they came to check the denunciation. The guy continued to say that the suspects had to go with them to confirm their identity. The elf noticed the clothes of the uninvited guests and assumed that they were from Sura, after which she asked if that was too much for one unpaid trip. Unexpectedly, the main character said that the mercenaries were not here because of this. Getting up from the sofa, the guy explained that it was his business and the girl had nothing to do with it, so she shouldn't have interfered in it. The mercenary girl thought it was too boring and asked her partner to beat up the main character and take him with him. The guy asked how they would explain this to their superiors in that case. The mercenary suggested that they could simply say that the protagonist attacked them first. Meanwhile, Dong-chan awakened his power. The guy asked his opponents not to worry because he wasn't going to go with them voluntarily anyway. The mercenary was delighted by these words and thought that everything was going as well as possible. After this, the girl turned to her partner and asked if he heard what the suspect said and asked him not to stop her anymore. The guy half-heartedly agreed with this. Then the mercenary looked angrily at her opponent, anticipating playing with him for her own pleasure. The next moment, the girl quickly rushed at the main character, swinging her fist in order to attack him. This didn't frighten Don-chan at all. The guy carefully watched his opponent's movements and waited for the right moment. Very quickly, such a moment came. The main character deftly dodged the girl's attack, which discouraged her. Without wasting any time, the guy extended his hand forward to grab his opponent. The mercenary only remained to watch this. The next moment, grabbing the girl by the head, Dong-chan hit her with all his might on the floor, causing many stone fragments to scatter across the room. After hitting her head hard on the floor, Sura's mercenary experienced incredible pain, causing her to roll her eyes. Don-chan, in order to finally take victory in this confrontation, decided to attack the girl once again. Suddenly, the mercenary came to her senses and quickly realized what was about to happen. The next moment, in order not to suffer even more, the girl attacked the guy, kicking him in the head. This made the mercenary smile widely and ask if the guy was in pain. The protagonist was taken aback by such an unexpected attack, but was still ready to hit his opponent. A moment later, the guy did just that, but because the girl managed to run away in time, the blow landed on the floor, which was now completely destroyed. Sura's mercenary continued to smile as if nothing had happened, as if she didn't take the main character seriously. The girl started teasing the guy, saying that he was too tense and too angry. Dongchan didn't understand why his opponent was so careless about fighting him. The girl continued to say that there were rumors that the main character was the first to attack one of Sura's mercenaries, so it was unclear why he was angry now. The guy heard this and got angry because it was obvious that the organization had decided to put all the blame on him. He didn't expect anything else from Sura. The mercenary did not understand why her opponent was saying such things, so she asked what he meant. Looking angrily at the mercenaries, Danchan replied that the more he learned about them, the more he became convinced that Sura had to be destroyed. The mercenary was not afraid and did not take these words seriously, selling out to believe that the main culprit was her opponents. The next moment, the girl pushed off the ground and quickly rushed towards the main character, raising clouds of dust with her. Very soon, she found herself right in front of the guy and, swinging her fist, said that he could try to destroy the organization. Gritting his teeth in anger, Dongchan looked at his opponent and prepared to repel his attack. The elf calmly watched everything that was happening in the house from the side, sitting on the sofa. The second mercenary of Sura, who was also standing to the side, was surprised by this and therefore turned to the girl. The guy asked why she didn't help her friend. The girl asked with confusion whether she should have done that. The mercenary replied that resisting or fleeing was the usual solution, but it was the first time he had seen someone just sit and do nothing. The elf was surprised by this and did not understand what she had to do with it. The guy explained that in this situation she was an accomplice. Hearing this, the girl began to justify herself by saying that she had nothing in common with the main character, because she thought that the mercenaries attacked them only because they did not pay for the ride. The guy looked at the girl suspiciously and asked again if it was true, to which he received an affirmative answer. Still, he believed the elf and sat down next to her on the sofa in order to continue watching the battle that was taking place in the house. At the same time, the mercenary thought that his partner might have problems, so he should increase his vigilance. But the most important thing for them now was to detain the suspect in the attack on Sura's mercenaries. Looking at Danchan, who was using Asura's power, the guy remembered the words of one of the victims. The same man who burned the library assured the guy that it was not a fake, and that he really saw this power with his own eyes. The man also said that he saw a symbol of forbidden witchcraft on the boy's forehead. At this point in the story, the mercenary interrupted his brother. He reminded him that he had already told him not to blab about what happened, because on top of everything else, their people died there. The man began to assure his brother that everything could still be fixed. This time, the mercenary decided to silently listen to what his brother would tell him. The man explained that if the guy couldn't handle the force, then it would be possible to make it as if nothing had happened. But if those at the top found out about it, then they would have to pay too high a price. Remembering this conversation, the mercenary thought that he came here thinking that his brother had deceived him, but everything turned out to be true. The guy sat on the couch and was surprised that the day had finally come when his incompetent brother was able to be of use to him. Continuing to watch the main character, the mercenary thought that he didn't know how the guy managed to survive, but today he had to die. Meanwhile, the battle continued. It seemed to the protagonist that he had already become more or less accustomed to controlling his strength. However, looking at his opponent, he did not understand why he was losing this fight. The mercenary was still full of energy and, smiling broadly, asked why the protagonist did not attack her. Danchan decided to show all his abilities to the maximum, because if he loses, it will be the end for him. Unexpectedly, the guy closed his eyes right during the fight because he needed to concentrate more on his desire. Seeing this, the girl was very surprised and asked if her opponent had fallen asleep. Continuing to concentrate, the guy felt like he was putting all his energy in. Feeling this, the main character suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, another explosion sounded, due to which another wall of the house was destroyed. The mercenary ran out into the street to keep distance between herself and her opponent. Laughing loudly, the girl began to say that the guy was full of surprises, and she was even scared when he attacked her. Suddenly, she noticed her hand. There was a large bruise on it that remained after the explosion. Danchan slowly walked out into the street after his opponent in order to continue the fight. The elf, although she didn't show it, was very surprised to see the main character. The mercenary saw the guy and asked who he was. After which she said that although it was impossible, the main character still looked like Asura, who was the head of Sura. Using his maximum strength did indeed change Dongchan's appearance slightly. His skin and hair became darker. His eyes and the veins that ran all over his body became red, and black blood flowed from his nose due to the strain. The protagonist was skeptical of his opponent's assumption. After that, he calmly said that he had been told before that he looked like a Sura. Suddenly, Don-chan, swinging his fist at great speed, began to approach the mercenary, who did not immediately realize that she was already under attack. Still, the girl noticed the approaching protagonist and focused all her attention on it because she understood that a missed blow could cost her life. The next moment, the mercenary managed to put her hand out in time and defend herself from the guy's powerful blow. Still, the girl said that a guy like her opponent could not be a real Asura because there was only one Asura on this continent. Don-chan was surprised by these words, as well as the fact that the mercenary was so worried about his appearance that she spoke about it right during the fight. The main character quickly came to his senses and, smiling broadly, said that the girl was too talkative, although his appearance had nothing to do with her. After this, the guy with extraordinary enthusiasm attacked his opponent, hitting him in the stomach with his knee. It seemed that this did not harm the girl much, because then she calmly said that the main character was indeed right, and it had nothing to do with her. Don-chan was surprised by how quickly the mercenary threw off her obsessive thoughts, and also by what happened to her that happened before his eyes. The girl, smiling a crazy smile, said that it didn't concern her because the guy would die here anyway. After that, her whole body seemed to be covered in flames thanks to the power that she was hiding. Someone visited the library to study the shelf with ancient books. This man had obviously been here for a long time and was carefully turning page after page. One of the books depicted mysterious symbols and deciphered their meaning. The protagonist's grandmother finally found what she was looking for, namely the symbol of forbidden witchcraft that she saw on Dong-chan's forehead on that fateful day. She remembered that the mercenary from Sura told his opponent that he looked like a Sura. This meant that the man decided that Dong-chan had used forbidden magic, which was the power of a Sura. It turned out that the head of Sura had the same power, so he was probably somehow connected to the main character. The elderly woman began to remember how she first met Dong-chan 8 years ago, but she was distracted from these thoughts by a guy who suddenly appeared and approached her. He started saying that grandma should have rested, but instead she read books again. The old woman was glad to see the guy and asked how things were in the city. The guy replied that people from Sura were still prowling around the city. Therefore, he believed that it would be better for his grandmother to spend some more time here. The elderly woman was grateful to the guy and said that she would be in his debt. She also asked if there had been any news about Dong-chan. Scratching his head, the guy replied that he hadn't heard anything about him yet. After that, he asked his grandmother not to worry because the guy was probably already far away and was able to hide. The elderly woman really hoped for this. Looking at the book again, she decided that there was no point in worrying unnecessarily, since Dong-chan was probably in a safe place. At this time, the battle between the main character and the mercenary from Sura continued. With new strength, the girl could fight the guy on equal terms. After she attacked Dong-chan, a big explosion suddenly occurred. The protagonist wondered what could have provoked him as the blast wave threw him back. Soon the guy prepared to defend himself again, but it turned out that his opponent was already behind him. Dong-chan swung his arm sharply, which allowed him to hit the girl in the face with his elbow. Suddenly, he noticed that the mercenary's hand began to glow brightly, and this light only grew stronger over time. The next moment, another powerful explosion sounded, the flame from which engulfed the main character. These explosions did not cause much harm to the guy, but the blast wave constantly tried to knock him off his feet. Still, the main character managed to keep his balance, so he decided that he had to counterattack, and to do this, he pushed off the ground hard. Gritting his teeth in anger and swinging his fist, Don-chan began to make his way through the smoke and flames in order to strike his target. Suddenly, the guy saw something in front of him that made him nervous. Stretching her hand forward, the mercenary smiled slyly and called the main character a loser. The next moment, another explosion sounded, but this time it was much more powerful, causing a terribly loud sound to spread throughout the entire area. At the same time, the mercenary herself did not feel any consequences from the explosion and continued to stand in place as if nothing had happened. The girl was very happy and satisfied because she hadn't had so much fun for a long time, so she thanked the main character for this, call him an idiot. The mercenary continued to say that thanks to the guy she felt rested, but it was time for her to end all of this. Then the girl asked the main character if he had anything to say for the last time. Don-chan, with his clothes burnt from the explosion, bowed his head and did not say a word. It turned out that the guy had used up all of his supply of Asura's magical power and now could not continue the battle. Seeing this, Sura's mercenary, who was still sitting on the couch and silently watching the battle from the side, decided that it was all over. The guy thought that now there would be no traces left in the world of what happened on that fateful day. However, there was one thing that still haunted the mercenary. The guy looked at the elf who was sitting next to him and didn't understand why she was acting as if nothing had happened. The mercenary was surprised that the girl's accomplice could die now, but she was not afraid. He quickly dismissed these thoughts because there was not a single race in the world that was not afraid of death. He also noticed that the girl puffed out her cheeks, but he did not notice at all that mysterious purple smoke began to fly around him. The guy thought that the girl wanted to avoid problems with her cuteness. Thinking about this, the mercenary gradually closed his eyes. A moment later, the guy fell to the floor and fell fast asleep due to the poisonous smoke he had inhaled. Elphika was surprised that the mercenary lasted so long, after which she extended her hand to her leg. It turned out that the girl had taken with her one of those fruits that emitted poisonous smoke, and in order not to inhale it herself, the elf held her breath. At this time, the exhausted protagonist was breathing heavily and could not come to his senses. The mercenary was surprised that this was all that her opponent was capable of and laughed at the fact that not long ago, the guy had been very verbose. Extending her hand forward and smiling slyly, the girl said that it was time for them to say goodbye. Finally, she called the main character a fake Cupid and wished that he would go to hell. During these speeches, the mercenary did not notice that someone's foot quickly approached her head. The next moment, the elf struck the mercenary with incredible force, preventing her from harming Don-chan. From such a powerful attack, the mercenary flew back at great speed and hit the stone wall of the house. Seeing this, the elf began to regret that because of her blow, someone's house was destroyed. Bright tongues of flame began to appear through the clouds of dust that had risen as a result of the mercenary's collision with the wall. The girl was very angry that she was attacked so suddenly, and she was unable to resist this blow. Mad with anger, she threatened to blow up the entire city. Her hands began to truly burn with a strong flame like never before. The next moment, the mercenary was stunned by surprise and could not understand what had happened. It turned out that there was no one else on the battlefield. Those few seconds were enough for our heroes to escape, and now the girl was here all alone. The angry mercenary immediately turned loudly to her partner Dan and asked where their opponents had fled. But the guy couldn't know this because he had been sleeping soundly for a long time thanks to the poisonous smoke. The girl was shocked that the opponents managed to defeat even her partner. A few seconds later, the mercenary came to her senses and once again, flaring up with rage, loudly threatened that she would finish off her enemies when they met again. At this time, deftly jumping from tree to tree, our heroes were already far beyond the city limits, but still continued to run away. Holding the main character on her back, the elf asked if he was alive, to which she heard only an incomprehensible mooing. The girl was glad to hear even this and promised that she would get them out of here, and the guy only had to try not to die. Suddenly, Don-chan asked if the elf had really fought with the mercenaries, since that meant that she had now become Sura's enemy. The girl replied that she knew about it very well. Hearing this, the main character asked why she then entered the battle and saved him. The elf answered honestly that she could not let the guy die, because his memories could still be returned, and she needed them. Then Dong-chan asked what she would do if she couldn't do it. After thinking for a bit, the girl replied that then she would greatly regret saving him. The elf deftly climbed the rocky mountain, firmly grabbing the stone ledges. Along the way, she told the main character, who was tied to her back, that they were almost there and asked if he was still alive. Don-chan said that he was fine, but he didn't understand where the girl was dragging him. The elf asked the guy not to worry about it. She promised that when they got to the right place, they would be fed and given a place to stay, even though they had no money. The guy was interested. Finally, the girl grabbed the last stone ledge that separated our heroes from the cherished goal. Climbing to the very top of the mountain, the elf informed her comrade that they had already arrived. Don-chan turned his head to the side and was surprised that a girl had brought him there. At the top of the mountain, there was a real fortress with huge walls and gates. The main character asked if this was a gate to the afterlife. After some time, the locals warmly welcomed the travelers. They bandaged the main character's wounds, gave him new clothes, and fed him. The guy did not believe that all this was free, but the man who was standing next to him insisted that this was so, because their community always shared everything with their brothers in faith. Suddenly, he happily took out a piece of paper which was a contract and said that with this, their faith would become even stronger. Don-chan was skeptical about this because his grandmother told him never to sign unclear contracts. The man continued to insist and asked the guy not to worry because it was only a symbol of faith, but the main character was not convinced. Suddenly, the door to the room began to open. Don-chan was glad to see his friend and asked where she had brought him, assuming that the girl wanted to lead him to a monastery. The elf asked the guy not to show off and sign the contract, because she also said that she had already arranged everything, The main character did not understand what the girl was talking about. A bright flag with the monastery's coat of arms towered high above the fortress and fluttered in the strong gusts of wind. The main character watched the locals from around the corner with suspicion as they cheerfully discussed a book they had recently read. The guy turned to the girl and demanded that she explain what kind of place it was and what they were doing there. The elf said that there was a temple here now. She first came here completely by accident. The girl continued to say that mercenaries from Sura were looking for the guy, but it was difficult to get to this place, and since it was cut off from the world, no one here knew Dongchan. After that, the elf said that as soon as the guy fully recovered, he would be able to go to the mercenary Portka. Now everything became clear to Dongchan. Suddenly the girl said that she needed to find someone so the guy could rest for now. Hearing this, the main character asked who she was trying to find. The guy was prompted to think about this by the memory that not long ago, the elf asked the jailer if there were elves in the prison with the same symbols on their bodies as she did. The girl said that she was looking for the killer of her older brother. He was traveling with a friend but ended up dying, and his friend disappeared somewhere and no one knew where he was. The girl was not sure that it was this friend who killed her brother, but if he was still alive, she had to meet him and find out everything. The main character, remembering the symbols on his body, assumed that this friend might know something about him. Suddenly, a man in glasses came out from around the corner and addressed our heroes in surprise. He said that it was now time for teaching, so everyone needed to gather at the temple. Dongchan was reluctant to accept this idea. The man said that the contract stated that participation in the meeting was mandatory for everyone. Then the guy asked what would happen if he didn't go. The elf thought that while they were here, it was better for them to do as the locals said, because there was nothing good in standing out. Dongchan really didn't want to go to these exercises, but he understood that the girl was right, and therefore obeyed the local rules. After some time, all the ministers and students of the temple gathered in the prayer hall, which was located in one of the rooms of the monastery. The lead preacher told the audience that greed had caused many unnecessary sacrifices, and that breaking the chain of misfortunes was a mission they had to fulfill. On a small hill in front of the people sat a seemingly young girl with mysterious symbols on her face. Everyone present listened to her attentively. She said that this is why they all endlessly trained their bodies and minds. Dongchan, listening to all this, was surprised that this young girl was in charge here. The preacher continued to speak and asked her listeners to avoid bloodshed and to use their minds to bring light. Suddenly, she stopped preaching because she saw someone among her listeners. The girl immediately announced that there was a newcomer among them today. Dongchan immediately understood that they were talking about him. The head preacher told the boy that his energy was erratic, so she asked him to come out to her. Those present immediately began to talk among themselves, discussing the fact that the preacher wanted to cleanse the newcomer. Everyone encouraged the main character and asked him to stand up because a blessing awaited him. This noise woke up the elf, who could not stand the boring sermons and decided to take a nap. Now she thought that it was already time for lunch. Thanks to this, she attracted the attention of the chief preacher, who was surprised when she saw her. The preacher thought that the girl who came with the newcomer had, on the contrary, ridiculously strong energy. She thought that it was an unusual combination. Meanwhile, the main character had already gone out to the preacher. Dongchan said that he approached the main one because he was asked to, but he believed that he did not need any cleansing because he was quite healthy. To this, the girl replied that only she would judge whether the main character needed purification or not. After this, the preacher extended her palm to Dongchan, which was covered in mysterious symbols. The guy immediately felt his mind clear as if a small wind had passed right through his head. This unusual sensation surprised the main character. It all ended pretty quickly. Dongchan asked if it was all a cleansing. The preacher replied that he would now organize the guy's energy, so he should stay put. The girl closed her eyes and began to move her hand and say that with such chaotic energy, the main character would not be able to control his mind. The preacher was also interested in how the guy got to such a deplorable state. The next moment, the preacher felt something that seemed to strike her with lightning from surprise. Opening her eyes, the girl said that she had seen something like this for the first time, namely that two energies existed in one person at once. Hearing this, the main character asked if it wasn't good, to which he immediately received a negative answer. The preacher explained that the original energy of the guy and the one brought in from outside could not exist together because one energy would necessarily destroy the other. At this moment, the elf intervened in the conversation and asked the preacher which of the two energies was currently winning in Dongchan. After thinking for a bit, the girl regretfully stated that the original energy of this young man was now being destroyed. This energy existed in the main character in the form of a monster with 6 arms and 3 heads. This was the energy of a Sura. Hearing this, Dongchan tensed up but still asked what would happen to him if this power absorbed his original energy. The preacher replied that although he had seen this for the first time, he could still give a clear answer to this question. The next moment, the girl said that those who for some reason completely lost their own energy without a single exception died. After these words, a deathly silence reigned in the hall because it was difficult to accept them even for those people who were not familiar with the main character. The elderly man fell to his knees in grief, not knowing what to do next. The old man who wanted to make some money by turning the main character over to the authorities was now in complete horror. He leaned over the rubble and loudly asked where his house had been, which had recently been intact, and stood in this place. Grief and despair quickly gave way to anger. Gritting his teeth, the old man turned sharply to the side. He started shouting loudly that all this was because of Sura's mercenaries and asked how they were going to compensate him for the damage. The man wished he was very angry that the government mercenaries wanted to catch the criminals, but instead destroyed the old man's house. The old man asked where he was supposed to live now. The girl also began to look and asked who that noisy freak was. Dan assumed that it was the informer who reported the criminal. Meanwhile, the old man did not even think of stopping arguing and loudly asked where his taxes were spent if the mercenaries were such incompetents. Soon these screams got on the boy's nerves, and so he took out his sword and with one quick swing took the life of the elderly man. Seeing this, the girl was taken aback by the unexpectedness and already wanted to ask her partner how they could explain what had happened to the management. The guy started saying that the suspect in the crime had escaped, killing all the villagers. Looking at the girl with a crazy look, the mercenary said that this was exactly why he raised the danger level of the main character to the R level. After that, the guy said that this is the kind of report they would provide to the management. The mercenary agreed with her comrade. The girls were still shocked that this scoundrel killed an innocent man in cold blood just because he was angry at him. The mercenary looked at the old man's bloody corpse and wondered if they could have gone that far. At this time, Dongchan could not accept the words that the preacher told him. The main character asked if he would die soon. The girl confirmed this by saying that this is exactly what would happen if nothing was done. Dongchan was surprised that something could be done. The main thing is that the preacher said that it was possible, but for this, it was necessary to go to another place and called the guy to follow him. After this, the girl turned to her listeners and said that the training was over for today and asked them all to go to their rooms. The elf remained sitting in place because she was completely immersed in her thoughts and did not pay attention to anything. The girl suggested that perhaps the reason for her older brother's death was that his soul was eaten by Asura's energy. Having realized this, she began to worry about who had given her brother this energy. Suddenly, the main preacher said that the girl also had to go with them. This immediately brought the elf to her senses, and she saw that there was no one else in the room except Dongchan and the preacher. Soon they all left the prayer room together and headed to another part of the temple complex. The preacher was upset that the main character did not remember anything from his past life, because she would have been interested to know about the circumstances of this situation. Dongchan asked what measures she was going to take to find out. The preacher explained that she was talking about creating a situation in which the protagonist would be able to resist Asura's energy. Hearing this, the main character happily asked if this was really possible, but the preacher said that for now, it was unavailable to them. The reason for this was that the guy's energy was ridiculously weak compared to Asura's energy. This puzzled Dongchan. The protagonist then suggested that he could train and make his energy stronger, but the preacher replied that it was not a difference that could be overcome with training. Now the guy didn't know what to do, so he asked the preacher about it. She replied that the method was surprisingly simple. The guy said that this method consisted of connecting the energy of two people. Dongchan and the elf looked at each other. The girl understood where this was all leading and immediately declared that she refused. Then Dongchan asked if she really didn't want to save him from death. The elf explained that getting involved with the guy sounded somehow unpleasant. After that, the comrades began to quarrel, and the preacher watched this with bewilderment, thinking about whether they weren't friends. The girl was distracted from these thoughts by the voice of the main character, who wanted to ask the main preacher one more question. Dongchan asked why the guy helped them since they didn't do anything for him. The preacher explained that it was written in the contract, namely that he did everything possible to take care of his brothers. After that, she started saying that in return people had to do something for him, which made Dongchan wary. The next moment, the preacher continued to walk forward, saying that for now it was not urgent because they had more important things to do. Soon they came to one of the large wooden doors, which the guy immediately began to open with a creak. The preacher assured them that it was a simple spell, so it wouldn't take them much time. Entering the room, the main character was surprised by what he saw there. Don-chan couldn't believe that in the middle of the room, there was a tree growing from which a corpse's face was sticking out. The preacher explained that the tree was alive, so it was very rude to say such words. The guy immediately asked for forgiveness. The girl continued to say that it was the singing tree Forness which woke up and sang only once a year, and the rest of the time slept like now. After this, the preacher decided that before casting the spell, she should give a brief explanation. She said that since Don-chan could not resist Asura's power alone, he and the elf would share their energy with each other to fight her together. Simply put, the two of them could win, and although it was a little different from the original purpose of this spell, at the moment this method seemed the most effective. After listening to all this, the girl said that she understood everything, and although she did not want to do this, she agreed to help the main character in exchange for the fact that he would be indebted to her for the rest of his life. Hearing this, the preacher closed her eyes and crossed her arms. Immediately, out of nowhere, clots of energy appeared and began to surround her. The girl suddenly opened her eyes and looked at our heroes and suggested starting to use the spell. This look seemed to penetrate inside the elf, which made her feel some strange sensations. The same thing happened with the main character. Now their energy was connected to each other. Suddenly, Don-chan had a vision in which a frightened girl hugged the lifeless body of an elf with the same symbols on his hands as hers. This elf was her older brother, who had a symbol of forbidden witchcraft on his forehead, which meant that he possessed the power of Asura. The girl herself, with her eyes wide open, looked into the void while a tear ran down her cheek. From this vision, Don-chan began to cry without even noticing it. Looking at the elf, the main character realized that he had just seen her memories of her brother's death. The guy assumed that it was a side effect of the energy fusion, after which he wondered if the girl could see his memories. Suddenly, the elf turned to the main character, calling him a crybaby and asking why he looked at her like that. The guy immediately realized that she had not managed to see his memories. Soon the preacher exhaled heavily and said that it was all over, after which she warned that the further our heroes were from each other, the weaker the effect of the spell became. The elf was surprised that everything ended so quickly. The preacher explained that she had done everything she could and suggested that they take their time for now and observe the situation. After this, the girl suggested that they return, since it was soon time to prepare. Don-chan was surprised to hear this and asked what they should prepare for. The preacher asked if the guy really hadn't read the contract. The protagonist replied that there were too many complicated words in it. Then the girl said that unfortunately their community were not volunteers and could not provide assistance for free. Don-chan immediately said that he and the elf had no money. The preacher replied that the money was not needed, or rather, that she would ultimately pay compensation to our heroes. Looking at the main character, the girl continued to say that all that was required of them was to protect the Forness tree. It will have to be protected from the creatures that will come when the sun sets. Don-chan looked at this tree in surprise. The man in glasses greeted the new recruits with a good-natured smile and said that his name was Cho. He was the commander of the 8th Squad. Don-chan also greeted the man without looking up from eating an apple. Cho asked the protagonist to wake up the sleeping girl. Having called the elf long-eared, the guy asked her to wake up while the man watched this with bewilderment. After that, he asked if our heroes knew why they were here. Don-chan replied that they were told something like that. The guy kept recalling that they needed to kill some bark beetles or beavers so that they wouldn't gnaw the tree. In fact, the preacher said that they were required to protect the Forness tree from demons that would come when the sun set. Don-chan did not understand who exactly the elf girl meant. The elf explained that it was another race of living beings. Compared to humans, they were physically stronger but very cruel. That same prison guard was also a demon. The preacher added that there were many different demons and the ones they had to deal with were the boar tribe. According to the girl, they were not very smart, but extremely fierce and, in essence, were not much different from animals. Instinctively, these demons sensed the divine energy of the Forness tree. So at night when they were most active, they would come to devour this tree. The preacher continued to say that their community accordingly did not allow the demons to do this, and now this duty fell on our heroes. The girl also said that the real reason for the existence of their temple was to protect the Forness tree. Don-chan remembered all this while he ate an apple and waited for the time to fulfill his obligations. The main character thought that most likely this task was not an easy one since she fed, clothed, and was even ready to pay for this work. The guy hoped that they would not be kept here for long. Suddenly, Commander Cho ordered his subordinates to get ready. The man reported that their enemies were approaching. The main character began to stare ahead, waiting for them to appear. The demons were not yet visible, but the sounds that accompanied them were already clearly audible. With each passing second, these sounds became louder, and Don-chan and the elf prepared to see their enemies. The next moment, several demons with large fangs appeared from behind the rock. Their bodies were covered with sharp growths. Commander Cho asked his subordinates not to worry, because in the places that were designated for the 8th detachment, the boars did not appear often. Suddenly, the man's hand began to sparkle. The next moment, a glowing sword appeared in his hand, which consisted of energy. The man smiled good-naturedly and said that on the first day, our heroes could simply observe. The girl was amazed by the sword's spectacular appearance and thanked the man for his concern, but thought that he should have looked ahead. As it turned out, the demon was climbing the rock at great speed and was already very close to the place where the 8th squad was located. Without thinking twice, the squad leader rushed into battle and attacked the ferocious demon. The weapon, which consisted of energy, did an excellent job of destroying the drills, easily cutting their bodies in half. Commander Cho landed spectacularly on the ground, satisfied with his work. Immediately after him, the remains of the demon that the man had just finished off fell to the ground. The commander looked ahead and asked who his next opponent was. The man immediately saw 2 demons approaching him in order to attack him. However, the superior number of opponents could not affect the fact that Commander Cho was an excellent fighter who was good with a sword. Don-chan watched the man from the side and was surprised that he was much cooler than he initially seemed. The elf agreed with this statement. The commander, hearing this, said that after all, he had previously been a mercenary and was now one of the leaders of this temple. Suddenly, the girl came down to the man to help and asked if they really needed to kill these demons. The commander said that if the boars came to a village, they would completely devastate it, because they were cruel creatures who enjoyed carnage. That's why even the government recommended destroying them on the spot. Now the elf had no doubts. Suddenly another enemy appeared behind the man who wanted to attack him, but the commander, as if not noticing, continued to say that if you do not kill these demons, they will kill you. The next moment, the glowing sword rushed straight through space like lightning. As a result, the demon was cut in half, and now the man was definitely not in danger of being attacked from behind. After this, the commander asked the girl why she was not wearing protective equipment. The elf replied that her skin was much harder than any armor, which the girl immediately demonstrated with a living example, so she did not need equipment. Don-chan asked if it was a battle or a talent show. The guy also remembered the commander's words that demons did not appear in this place often, which meant that there were many more of them somewhere. Without stopping the battle, the elf asked the main character to stay put, since he had not yet fully recovered. Hearing this, the guy began to shine with happiness, although he said that he was sorry that he could not fight the demons and help his comrades. Still, Don-chan decided not to distract them with his conversations and continued to silently watch the battle. Suddenly, a small demon appeared behind the main character, which he did not notice at first. The next moment, a loud explosion was heard at the place where the guy was standing, which immediately attracted the attention of the girl and Commander Cho. The elf immediately turned back, afraid that she and the man had missed some demon. The commander assumed that the enemy came from the territory of another detachment, and if he got so far, then there was a high probability that it was a powerful demon. After this, the man said that he would sort things out himself, and the girl had to go back. The elf immediately started running. At the place where the observation deck of the 8th team was located, there was now a cloud of dust, because of which nothing could be seen. The girl instantly climbed onto a high rock and began to wait for the demon to come out to her. She felt fear, but it couldn't be compared to what was below. The elf peered closely into the thick clouds of dust, not knowing what to expect. She was afraid that it really was a higher demon, and therefore decided to immediately use her magical powers, which caused her hands to become covered with hard scales and horns to grow on her forehead. Suddenly, the girl seemed to be pierced by lightning because she heard someone's approaching steps. These sounds came from an impenetrable cloud. The next moment, the little demon flew out of the dust cloud at great speed and, paying no attention to the girl, rushed away. The elf watched the fleeing demon with her surprised gaze, not understanding what had happened and why he was running away so quickly. The girl agreed that this demon was different in appearance and was quite fast, but it was not from him that the horror she felt emanated. Looking again at the cloud of dust, the elf realized that the source of her fear was still somewhere there. Gradually, the wind began to disperse the dust, and thanks to this, the girl was able to see what was hidden behind it. Don-chan used the power of a Sura and looked at something in surprise while the demon with yellow eyes was right next to the guy. The main character's attention was so strongly attracted by his hand, which now did not look like a human one at all. Don-chan looked at his hand and didn't understand why everything about it had become so strange. The man with long blonde hair said that all living beings had energy, and they lived and moved thanks to this natural force. But some did not know how to manage their energy. One of the boys turned to him and said that this was his case. The boy who looked like the main character was angry. The man continued to say that there were also those who controlled their energy at a level above average. The same boy said that there were such people among them. The girl confirmed this. The man then said that the problem arose when two energies appeared in a person's body at once, since this could lead to memory loss and various other side effects. But more often than not, the shock from this killed instantly, even if one managed to survive while retaining memories. The human body was overloaded and gradually destroyed. Eventually, he died. The man also said that there was a simple way to deal with overload. Namely, it was necessary to share energy with another, and the stronger his energy was, the more effective the method was. Suddenly, the girl told the teacher that there was no one among them with two energies, so she did not understand why this lesson was necessary. The teacher replied that now the children might think that it was useless, but it could be useful to them in the future, so they should remember it well. Don-chan looked at his transformed hand and wondered what had happened to him. He was also surprised that the man from his memories knew in advance what would happen to the main character in the future, and therefore told about everything in his lesson. The guy started looking at his hand again and asking how this could happen to him. The elf was also interested in knowing the answer to this question, but it was unknown to her. Unexpectedly, the main character thanked the teacher for sharing his energy with him. The girl was surprised to hear this. She assumed that the guy didn't notice her and was talking to himself, but Dong-chan immediately replied that he just remembered something. The main character began to tell that he remembered his teacher, who knew about the shift of energy. The next moment, the guy suggested that perhaps something similar had happened to the girl's brother. This information shocked her. She immediately grabbed the guy by the hands and, very worried, asked him to tell her everything he knew about his teacher. Don-chan started saying that he didn't know all the details, but it was a man with long white hair. The boy and the other kids called him teacher. The main character knew how desperately the girl wanted to know about her brother, but that was all he could remember, and so he apologized for it. Hearing this, the elf began to let go of Don-chan's hands, as if she was upset that there was too little information. After thinking a little and calming down, she said in a sad voice that 2 years had already passed. The main character did not understand what this meant, and therefore began to listen attentively to the girl. The elf said that 2 years had passed since she left her hometown to investigate her brother's death, but she still hadn't found a single clue. Therefore, even the amount of information that the main character provided her was incredibly valuable to her now. The girl thanked Don-chan for this. Then she asked the guy to tell her everything he remembered, after which she put her hand on his shoulder. The main character was surprised at how heavy her hand was. After that, he asked if it was time for them to go down to help Commander Cho. The elf had completely forgotten about it. Very soon, they returned to the man together and apologized for forgetting about him. The man replied that he was glad that they were safe. He also said that the boars behaved strangely because they usually did not run away if they saw an enemy in front of them. Turning to face the main character, the man was very scared out of surprise because he saw a demonic head that was next to the guy. The commander immediately apologized, saying that he thought it was a drill that had snuck up from behind. The elf confirmed that it was not difficult to confuse them. After this, the girl was also surprised that the demons simply ran away and assumed that they, like her, sensed danger. Hearing this, Don-chan was surprised because he thought that the demons were afraid of the girl. The elf replied that the guy seemed to be working in the library but was completely out of his mind. After that, she said that the demons were not afraid of her but of a Sura, who was also a demon. The main character was shocked by this conclusion. The guy asked in surprise if it was really he who drove away all these boars. The girl thought that this was the only possible option. Captain Cho thought that it did make sense, but still, this whole situation was rather strange. The man thought that the demons had escaped too easily, although this was not at all like their behavior. Suddenly, the main character realized something and decided to tell his comrades about it. He said that the elf seemed to be right in her assumptions, and the demons really felt each other, so they ran away from here for a reason. Captain Cho didn't understand what Dong-chan was getting at, and therefore continued to listen to him attentively without interrupting. The next moment, the main character confidently stated that 2 opponents were heading there. The girl was surprised that Don-chan was able to feel it, but she thought that since there were only 2 demons, it would be easy. The guy agreed with this, but added that these opponents seemed a little different. Without looking away, our heroes looked into the distance so as not to miss the moment of their appearance. The moonlight could hardly illuminate the mountain where the opponents were supposedly located. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and in the distance a column of dust appeared that rose above the trees. Don-chan was surprised by this unexpectedness and thought that their enemies were already close. The next moment, something fell from the sky at great speed and almost hit the main character, but fortunately he managed to jump aside in time. Frightened by the surprise, Capital Cho asked if his subordinates were safe and asked them to leave there because it was dangerous. Looking at what fell from the sky, the guy said that there was no need for it. It turned out that it was one of the demons that had recently attacked the 8th team, but now he was dead. Continuing to look at the corpse, Dong-chan said that this was not the energy he had felt before. Then the girl assumed that in this case this demon did not come by himself, but someone threw him with great force. Hearing this, Captain Cho believed that this could be the work of a high-level demon, and this meant that our heroes were in serious trouble. After this, the man told his subordinates that they were only newbies, so it would be better if they returned to the temple while he sorted things out here himself. The captain also asked them to go back and tell the preacher about the appearance of a high-level demon. Suddenly, Dong-chan put his hand on the man's shoulder. The next moment, the guy said with a serious look that he would not go anywhere because he did not remember the way back to the temple. Then the man asked the elf to take the main character, but the girl said that she also did not remember where to go. Right after that, Don-chan said that this time there were already 3 of them. The commander was alarmed by these words, and so he turned around to see what happened. As the guy said, this time 3 demons fell from the sky at once. They were flying at a tremendous speed, and as soon as they hit the ground, there was a loud explosion. This caused strong gusts of wind to arise, from which Commander Cho tried to protect himself with his hands. Suddenly, Don-chan began to say that neither he nor the elf knew how to return to the temple. The man was puzzled by why the guy suddenly started talking about this. The next moment, the main character declared that it was the commander who needed to return to the temple. After that, the guy got into a fighting stance and prepared for battle. Don-chan said that this time there were already 3 of them. Commander Cho was alarmed by these words, and so he turned to see what happened. As the guy said, this time 3 demons fell from the sky at once. They flew at great speed, and therefore as soon as they fell to the ground, there was a loud explosion. This caused strong gusts of wind to arise, from which Commander Cho tried to protect himself with his hands. Suddenly, Don-chan began to say that neither he nor the elf knew how to return to the temple. The man was puzzled by why the guy suddenly started talking about this. The next moment, the main character declared that it was the commander who needed to return to the temple. After that, the guy got into a fighting stance and prepared for battle. Don-chan assured the man that he would somehow sort it out himself. Captain Cho was against it because it was too dangerous, and he himself didn't know what the hell it was. Nevertheless, the main character continued to insist on his own. The guy believed that if these demons appeared only because of his power that attracted them, then it was in any case only his responsibility. Don-chan looked at his unusual hand and said that he would deal with the problem himself. The agitated man continued to disagree with this position, claiming that as captain he could not leave our heroes here alone. Suddenly the elf began to speak, not taking her eyes off the sky, trying to see the next attack. She agreed with Captain Cho. The girl explained that if the demons started to pursue the man, they would eventually come to the temple, so they all had to stay here. Captain Cho regretfully agreed with this, believing that it was too dangerous for their settlement. The man continued to say that usually in the event of an emergency, the rules required that the temple be notified as soon as possible, but this was a hopeless situation. After this, the captain suggested to his comrades to try to cope as quickly as possible. At the same time, the man was already taking out his unusual weapon. Don-chan agreed with this and was pleased with it. He was already impatient to test his new powers. Suddenly, the elf saw something in the sky and warned that the enemies were attacking them again. Don-chan saw that 3 huge stones were flying straight towards them. The guy didn't understand why their enemies kept throwing them instead of attacking them openly. The girl thought that now they shouldn't be so worried about it, because to begin with, she advised them to protect themselves. Suddenly, something alarmed the guy. Dong-chan had a feeling that told him that these were the stones he needed to be especially careful with. Suddenly, the main character realized what the stones flying towards them were. This greatly alarmed him. The guy immediately warned his comrades to be careful. This surprised the elf and Captain Cho. They didn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, a very alarmed Don-chan explains that inside one of the stones was their real enemy. The main character immediately fell silent when he looked towards his comrades. Something really shocked him. The thing was that behind Captain Cho there was already a monster who had already swung her fist to attack the man. The next moment, the enemy hit the man with great force, causing him to immediately drop his weapon and begin to lose consciousness. Don-chan was so alarmed by what had happened that he didn't notice that an enemy was also approaching him from behind. An elf rushed past the guy at great speed, intending to protect Don-chan. The girl was able to successfully stop the monster's attack, and at the same time, they asked the main character not to let the enemies mislead him. It seemed that the monster was very surprised by the elf's skills and strength, which made him momentarily dumbfounded. The girl fearlessly looked her enemy straight in the eye, and turning to the main character, continued to say that when she sorts things out here, she will help him. Also, the elf asked Don-chan not to waste time and trust her. The guy immediately rushed in the opposite direction in order to deal with the second opponent. At this time, Captain Cho was lying on the ground after a strong attack from the monster. He was alive but unconscious. The dangerous monster wanted to finally deal with his victim, so he was already reaching out his hand to the man. Suddenly, someone spoke loudly to the monster, attracting its attention. The monster looked up and saw that Don-chan was literally flying towards him, swinging his unusual fist. The guy was getting closer and closer to his opponent, and was confident that he could deal with him with the help of his new strength. The next moment, the main character attacked the dangerous monster, causing a loud sound of impact to echo throughout the area. Suddenly, Don-chan felt that something was wrong, and it was related to his enemy. It turned out that the monsters easily managed to defend themselves from the main character's attack without even removing the wide smile from their faces. After that, it was the monster's turn to attack his opponent, and to do this, he quickly wrapped his tentacle around Don-chan's leg. This unusual organ had enough strength for the monster to throw the main character away from itself. The guy was flying forward at great speed and saw that he was approaching straight into the rock, but he couldn't do anything about it. The next moment, the main character still flew into the rock, but was not at all harmed by the collision with it and only became more embittered towards his opponent. Don-chan clearly saw that the fist of the monster that was not going to give him a break was already approaching him in order to continue the battle. Unfortunately, the main character was unable to defend himself in any way, and the monster's powerful blow hit the target. Elf. She saw that her friend was in trouble right now, but she couldn't come to the guy's aid. Turning and looking forward, the girl hoped that the main character would be able to deal with that monster himself. She couldn't help either Don-chan or Captain Cho because she was still busy with the second monster that kept its eyes on her. Elfie had already managed to teach this monster a good lesson and even cut off his arm, so she thought that ending this battle would not be difficult for her. In order to deliver the final crushing blow, the girl pressed her foot hard into the ground so that he could push off from it. The next moment, the elf jumped high into the air in order to get as close to her opponent as quickly as possible. The girl was getting closer and closer, saying goodbye to the monster along the way, because she was sure that everything would end right now. Suddenly, an elf. She saw that someone was already approaching her. This surprise greatly puzzled her. It turned out that it was the second monster that fought with Don-chan, but now for some reason he attacked the girl. The elf immediately understood that since the second monster was also here, something had happened to the main character. The girl, pinned to the ground by the monster, already regretted that she had not dealt with this enemy earlier. Suddenly an elf. She saw that the monster's hand fell limply to the ground. This surprised her very much. The elf, who did not understand anything, looked at the monster's face, and it turned out that he was already dead. Suddenly she heard Don-chan's voice saying that he had come to her aid. The guy started making excuses that he threw the monster at the girl because he was not yet used to his power and did not understand how it worked. Despite this, the elf was sure that the main character did this on purpose. Don-chan was outraged by this. The girl explained that it was very suspicious that the monster flew at her with such precision. The guy categorically disagreed with this. After that, Don-chan asked if the elf was able to defeat her opponent. The girl pointed her finger to the side, saying that he was there. Surprisingly, there was no one else where the elf's finger was pointing. The main character was not impressed at all. At the same time, the girl was shocked and did not understand how this could happen. Suddenly, the girl jumped up and started saying that they should have caught up with the monster because he couldn't have gone far. Don-chan didn't understand why he needed to participate in this. Elf explained that it was precisely because of the guy that she lost her opponent. At this time, Captain Cho came to his senses and did not understand what was happening here. For some time, our heroes searched for the escaped monster while the man lay on the ground, unable to move due to severe pain in his back after the collision with the monster. Soon morning came and our heroes returned safely to the temple, having managed to protect the 4 nest trees. The locals didn't even suspect what had happened during the night, and therefore spent their mornings carefree as always. The abbess of the temple dried our heroes and decided to sum up the results. The girl clarified that the main character's strength attracted two high-ranking monsters at once, but he missed one of them right in front of him. The elf immediately pointed her finger at the guy and said that he was to blame for everything. Don-chan began to make excuses and say that he didn't do it on purpose. The abbess of the temple did not respond to this and only silently took a few sips of tea. Suddenly, the girl put the cup down on the table with a bang. The main character got scared and immediately became quiet, thinking that she was angry. However, the main character continued to make excuses and added that he did not know that demons could sense each other. Unexpectedly, the abbess declared that this was still more than she expected from our heroes. And the girl also explained that Asura's power only stabilized the mind, so she did not understand how it was possible to defeat a monster of such a high rank. After this, the abbess asked if our heroes would like to work as leaders, since the power of Asura had to be used for the benefit of people. Elf replied that they had only come to this temple for a while to restore their strength. Don-chan was surprised that the girl was going to tell everything. The elf turned to the guy and said that his injuries were recovering faster than she expected, so they could leave soon. In addition, the main character could attract new monsters, so it was necessary to leave as soon as possible so as not to harm this temple and its inhabitants. Don-chan agreed with this. Suddenly, the abbess approached the main character and asked if he could destroy all the high-level monsters with his power. The girl believed that this was more than possible and promised to prepare a worthy reward for this. The abbess was willing to pay any amount for the safety of the temple and its inhabitants. This discouraged Don-chan. However, the main character admitted that someone was stalking him, which meant that he was a criminal. The elf immediately asked why the guy told about this. Don-chan did not understand what the problem was. The girl made a menacing face and said that if the guy wanted to be caught, she would not stop him. The main character did not want this, but he thought that this could be said to the abbess. Then the girl recalled how the guy had recently been beaten during a skirmish with mercenaries. Don-chan made excuses that he simply wasn't ready then. The abbess heard all this and suddenly said that she could not make a criminal a leader, much less leave him in the temple. However, the girl assured that she would not report that the guy had appeared here, since she had no benefit from it. Instead, the abbess thought that she could ask our heroes to fulfill one request for her. Don-chan looked at the girl with a puzzled expression, waiting to find out what her request would be. He didn't expect anything good. Meanwhile, the morning went on as usual. The sky was still filled with orange because the sun had not yet managed to rise high. Captain Cho was lying in bed resting after receiving his injuries. Better than the early morning sun hit his eyes, so he began to wake up. Suddenly, one of the inhabitants of the temple who was sitting by his bed approached him. He asked if the captain was feeling well. Captain Cho immediately began to get up from the bed, asking what time it was. The visitor asked the man not to worry about it. After this, the man handed his friend the glasses and explained that no one needed to go to the sermon today. Captain Cho was very surprised by this and asked what was the reason for this. The man replied that the captain would be surprised when he heard this at night. After that, he said that on the instructions of the abbess, he gave information about the new arrivals to the temple. They turned out to be R-level criminals. Captain Cho immediately began to look at the list of criminals and was surprised at the fact that Class R was assigned only to the most dangerous criminals. It turned out that our heroes were really on this list. Captain Cho can't believe it because they seemed like just children to him. After this, the man asked where those two were now. His friend answered that this was precisely the reason why they did not need to go anywhere today. The man said that our heroes were heading to the monster's lair. He assumed that this was part of the deal according to which the abbess promised not to tell anyone about them. The man also said that this would help to drive the monsters away from the temple longer, since they would follow our heroes. Captain Cho was shocked by this because it was a real suicidal act. The man asked his friend to calm down and said that the elf herself agreed to this. The elf really planned to do this because their path to their destination ran through the monster's lair. Don-chan was surprised because he heard about it for the first time. The girl explained that it was because she said it for the first time. Next up is the elf explained that in order for them to get to the next village and avoid the attention of the monsters, they needed to go through their lair. Don-chan agreed with this. After that, the elf turned to the abbess and asked if there were any other conditions to their deal. The girl replied that that was all and also said that she was surprised that our heroes so willingly accepted this offer. The elf responded that although it was not a very interesting activity, it was a real gift for them. Don-chan still did not fully understand everything. After this, the abbess said that in order for our heroes to get rid of as many monsters as possible from the temple, they had to safely pass through the forest. The girl also said that sending them like that was wrong on her part. The elf asked the abbess not to be shy and to provide them with everything they needed. Soon the abbess stood alone outside the temple and stared ahead at the dense forest. Suddenly Captain Cho, who had only recently learned about everything, ran up to her. The abbess immediately asked if everything was okay with the captain's injuries. The man thanked him for his concern and then asked where our heroes were. The girl looked towards the forest and thoughtfully replied that they were already somewhere there. Captain Cho was surprised that the abbess actually forced them to go to the monster's lair and thought that it was too much even for such criminals. The girl replied that there must have been some kind of explanation, because during the ritual, she looked into each of them and saw that their hearts were too pure for criminals. Hearing this, Captain Cho felt that in that case our heroes definitely shouldn't have been allowed to go there. The abbess became confident that everything would be fine with these two, because it was not for nothing that she forced them to participate in the life of the temple from the first day despite their injuries. The girl continued saying that our heroes had such great strength that they could easily deal with the monsters that they would meet along the way. Meanwhile, Don Chan and the elf had already gone quite deep into the forest. The abbess of the temple gave them all the necessary things. The main character looked at the compass and asked whether they should go strictly north. He also asked how long this journey would take. The elf calmly replied that it would take them about 2 days. Don Chan was shocked when he heard this. The guy immediately started asking if the journey shouldn't have taken 1 or 2 hours. The girl replied that they had a long journey ahead. The main character began to be indignant because just when he thought that everything was going well, he suddenly learned such unexpected details. Unexpected elf asked why Dong Chan wore bandages since he had already recovered. Dong Chan was surprised by this question but replied that he was covering his bruise with it. The guy then went on to say that when he worked in a bookstore, he was worried that everyone was looking at him, so he closed it and it became a habit. The main character continued to say that appearance was also very important, but suddenly he was interrupted because he heard a strange noise behind him. Don Chan was surprised to find that while he was speaking, a monster had crept up on them, but the elf was able to deal with it without much difficulty. The girl immediately turned to the guy and asked if he didn't feel the energy of the monsters, if he wasn't under the influence of Asura's power. The elf also advised the main character to get ready, and suggested that this was the time when the monster was most active. Don Chan began to call upon his power, while saying that it would not be very comfortable for him to be in this state for 2 days. Then the main character began to complain that this was indeed a serious problem. Meanwhile, he had already taken his combat form. Suddenly, Don Chan suddenly fell silent because he felt something. The elf noticed the main character's anxiety and asked him what happened. Unexpectedly, Dong Chan apologized to the girl. After this, the main character assumed that it was because of him. The elf was very surprised and did not understand what the guy was talking about, but she guessed. The next moment, Dong Chan stated that he felt like monsters were advancing on them from all sides. Some guy was tightly tying a stack of books together, as if he was going to take them somewhere. It turned out that it was the same guy who took Dong Chan's grandmother in. Finally, he finished all the preparations and breathed a sigh of relief. After this, he turned to the elderly woman, who as always was reading books, and warned her that he was leaving. The grandmother was surprised by this. She said that it was still dangerous on the street, so she didn't understand where the guy was going to go. The young man replied that he wanted to sell some books. He added that just in case, he did not take any historical literature with him, and even if he was caught by Sura's mercenaries, everything would be fine. Then the grandmother asked if the boy understood that if the mercenaries found out about this library, they would take away all the books in which Sura's true past was recorded. The elderly woman also said that every time the guy left, she was very worried. The guy calmed her down by saying that he had found a way by which he could safely get to the city. These words really calmed the grandmother. Then the guy asked the elderly woman to rest and read less. After this, the guy began to leave the library, repeating again that he went to sell books. The grandmother was not thrilled with the idea and was still a little worried, so she asked the guy to be careful. A little boy was eating a sweet candy and wondering when the bookstore would open because he wanted to read a new manga. Some guy asked the boy if he remembered recent events well and threatened that if he didn't tell him, he would get into trouble. But the child insisted that he didn't know anything. The guy thought that the boy was just impudent because he received candy, but didn't say anything in return, so he threatened him again that he got into a serious situation. Suddenly, a girl approached the guy from behind and turned to Mr. Page. The guy immediately turned around and recognized the girl, after which he asked what happened. The girl said that she had information about R-level criminals. The guy clarified that it was about the unsuccessful mission of Hugo and his team. Paige also heard that these mercenaries were quite strong for a third level, but they were unable to deal with the criminal. That's why the girl approached the guy, because she wanted to entrust Mr. Page with the execution of this task. Class R tasks could only be performed by mercenaries of the second level and above. Overall, the guy wasn't against accepting this task, but first he wanted to ask something. Suddenly, Page grabbed the girl sharply and looked her straight in the eyes, after which he asked if the criminal here really was a Sura. The girl replied that it was all a lie. This criminal really did look like a Sura, but it was concluded that this was not the case. Hearing this answer, Page felt that this task was boring for him and refused it, advising the girl to ask someone else about it. The guy continued to say that he came here to meet a Sura, but he only found a burnt-out bookstore here. Page also said that if he entered into battle with a level R criminal, the entire village would be destroyed. In addition, the girl did not know where exactly this criminal was. After that, the guy advised the girl to entrust this task to a second-level mercenary, and in the meantime, he would return home as soon as he dealt with the little boy who ran away. Then Page went about his business, indignantly stating that the boy, having received payment, simply ran away without saying anything in return. The guy considered that such behavior was simply unacceptable. Suddenly, the mercenary stopped because he felt something and said that it was not good. Meanwhile, someone was slowly walking forward, stepping on dry leaves. It was the same library worker who wanted to sell books. He was walking through some tunnel and thinking that he still had about 3 hours to go. The guy also thought that it smelled bad here because he was walking through a sewer tunnel, but he thought that he definitely wouldn't meet Sura's mercenaries here. At this time, on the surface, Paige decided to stay put as if she was waiting for someone. The guy thought about the fact that this was not within his jurisdiction, but he was still going to cause trouble. Paige also thought that he was like that when he was a child and thought it was normal for children of that age. Still, the guy decided that he would forgive the little boy who got the candy and ran away. Suddenly, Paige heard a scream. It was the same guy who saw something in the sewer and got really scared. It turned out that the guy was scared by a piece of rope that he mistook for a snake. The library worker immediately became indignant that someone had left a rope here. The guy didn't notice that someone had lifted the grate on the ceiling. It was Paige who looked into the sewers and asked if there was anyone there. Seeing the library worker looking worried, Paige thought it all looked very suspicious. The guy also noticed the books and immediately asked if this was the same forbidden historical literature. The library worker began to worry a lot because he had met Sura's mercenary after all. The guy immediately started taking off his backpack and said that it was a misunderstanding. He was going to lay out all the books to prove that there were no banned ones among them. The guy started throwing out books and asking the mercenary to examine them. Paige replied that even from here he could see that everything was in order. He also said that the library worker acted too confidently, as if he really did not have anything illegal. After this, the mercenary climbed out of the sewer and closed the grate behind him. The library worker silently watched this, not believing that everything worked out. The guy was so scared that he didn't even know if he could continue on his way. Still, he breathed a sigh of relief, while simultaneously being indignant that all this happened because of a piece of rope that he encountered on his way. After that, the guy began to collect his books, thinking that he shouldn't have relaxed even in the sewers. Suddenly, Paige turned to him again and asked where he came from, I assume from the bookstore. This greatly alarmed the library worker. The mercenary continued to say that the bookstore in this city burned down, and it was unlikely that there was any other library here. Paige also asked why the guy was sneaking around the sewers like a mouse, and suggested that it was the same criminal who worked in the burned bookstore. The library worker didn't respond to this because he was dumbfounded with fear. Sura's mercenary considered that this reaction confirmed his assumption in the most accurate way possible. Paige raised his fist and continued to say that he was not interested in the banned books, but it all looked very suspicious. The next moment, the mercenary destroyed the ceiling of the tunnel with one blow and entered the sewer to the frightened guy. Paige didn't want to kill the guy, so he just asked him to answer where he came from. The library worker was very scared and did not know what to do in this situation. At this time, in the forest in which the moss-covered building was hidden, everything was quiet and calm. Grandma was wiping the bookshelves and was surprised at how much dust there was. The elderly woman wondered when the place had last been cleaned. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a book that told about a missing child and a magician. Grandma immediately stopped cleaning because she recognized this book. The elderly woman reached for this book, remembering that she had exactly the same one in the store. Suddenly, the exit door to the library opened slowly and creakingly. The elderly woman was very surprised by this and assumed that her friend had already returned, although very little time had passed. The old woman looked at the exit door, expecting that a library worker would come in at any moment, but there was no one there. This made her wary. For some time, no one appeared on the threshold of the library, which looked very frightening. The next moment, the grandmother saw someone's hand holding the dead head of the library worker, and an unknown voice announced that he had returned. The dense forest was filled with silence and tranquility. The local unusual inhabitants did not foretell any disturbance of this peace. Sound for these places that came from somewhere above. The next moment, the lifeless body of a huge toothy monster fell right next to the lizard, which greatly frightened her. The main character exhaled heavily, simultaneously indignant at the situation he found himself in. This was not without reason, because Don-chan was surrounded on all sides by many bloodthirsty monsters who all came here from all over the area because they felt his power. The elf advised the guy to save his strength and hide his intentions. Don-chan replied that if he could, he would have done it a long time ago. The girl thought that there were too many opponents, so things couldn't go any further, and they needed to change strategy. The guy didn't understand what she was saying. Elfinka explained that it was an operation of direct advancement towards the goal, ignoring opponents. Dong-chan was surprised that his companion knew what an operation was. One of the monsters did not wait for our heroes to finish talking, and therefore decided to attack them with his lightning strike. The main character became alarmed by this, and warned the elf to be careful. However, the girl was perfectly prepared for this, and was therefore able to jump high up in time. Because of this, the monster was unable to grab her. Suddenly, the elf fearlessly jumped straight onto the hand of the monster that had just tried to grab her. After that, she pushed off again with force and jumped high up, simultaneously informing the guy that the place they needed was here. Dong-chan was amazed by his companion's agility, so he watched what was happening for a while with his mouth wide open. Still, he asked how the elf managed to do this and suggested that she was a circus worker. Meanwhile, the battle continued. Another toothy monster decided to try his skills on our heroes and therefore clenched his hand into a fist and swung it hard. After that, he sharply attacked the main character, but missed and hit the ground, which flew apart from such a powerful blow. Don-chan didn't have time to relax from the previous attack, because ahead of him there was a clash with even more opponents. The little monster with huge hands decided not to give the guy a chance to leave and therefore directed his attack at him, smiling widely as he went. Don-chan did not like such close attention to his person from the monsters at all, which made him very angry. This made the guy grit his teeth and concentrate. The next moment, the main character attacked the monsters with all his might, shouting loudly at them to get out of his way. After this, the guy became indignant that at this rate he would never get out of this forest. Then he looked at his computer with U to understand whether he had deviated from the route. Looking ahead, the protagonist's anger quickly changed to surprise and bewilderment at what he saw in front of him. Right in front of him stood a small monster holding a sword in his hands. Dong-chan was surprised that some of these monsters used weapons. The main character turned to this monster and said that in his opinion he was smarter than his brothers. It seemed that the monster understood everything, and he was pleased to hear these words. Don-chan continued smiling and said that the monster had a good thing that he wanted to take away from himself. The next moment, the guy suddenly rushed at this small armed monster in order to take his weapon away from him. At this time, the elf sat carefree on the tree and could not understand where the main character had gone. She assumed that the guy hadn't heard what her strategy was, and so all she could do was wait for him here. Suddenly, the elf heard some loud sounds from the depths of the forest, which caused her even more questions. The reason for these strange sounds was Dong-chan, who was running away from a crowd of bloodthirsty monsters with a smile on his face. Elf. I was surprised to see this, and without getting down from the tree, I asked what the main character was doing, but the guy did not give a specific answer. Suddenly, Dong-chan felt the monster's hand approaching him from behind in order to grab him. Without wasting time, the main character used the recently obtained sword and cut off the hand of this monster. Don-chan managed to defend himself, but it was not very good, the man who began to crack said to us. Seeing this, the guy realized that he would not be able to defend himself with this weapon. Then he decided to use it differently and warned the elf to be careful. The girl was surprised by this because she did not understand what the guy was going to do. The next moment, the main character swung his sword with all his might. It was still unclear who he was going to attack. Soon turned out that the guy, for some reason, had thrust the weapon deep into the tree. After this, Dong-chan pushed off the ground with great force and moved forward at great speed. The monsters continued to pursue the guy, but he was fully concentrated and was about to strike in a completely opposite direction. The main character's powerful fist was getting closer and closer to the sword that was stuck in the village. The next moment, there was a strong blow that shook the massive tree, and the loud sound from it spread throughout the area. After this, the sound of metal passing through wood was heard. The elf, who still did not understand what was happening, began to quickly fall down from the tree. It turned out that he, the main character, intentionally cut down the tree so that it would fall and crush the monsters pursuing him. The guy called it the strike operation. Then Don-chan looked back to make sure that all the monsters were defeated. At that time, an elf descended to the ground and said that this was much cooler than her strategy. The guy asked if the girl had talked about the strategy by which she had run away alone, leaving him behind. The girl explained that it consisted of running away quickly before other monsters arrived. Next up is the elf. She assumed that the main character simply did not realize what her strategy was, which meant that he himself was to blame. After this, our heroes decided to move along the treetops, jumping from branch to branch. Soon the guy felt that they were already being pursued. Looking back, Don-chan saw the monsters and was surprised that they had already caught up with them. The elf advised him to increase his speed so as not to end up surrounded, as had happened just recently. The girl also said that these monsters were nocturnal animals, and therefore they would have to endure until the morning. But for now, the main character should not use the power of a Sura so as not to attract more serious opponents. After this, the elf thought about the fact that after she shared her feelings with the main character, the interaction between them clearly changed. At this moment, the main character himself responded with displeasure that he himself understood that he should not have used his power. However, Dong-chan did not understand how he could ultimately completely hide his unusual ability. The elf promised to tell about it when they arrived at the village. For some time, our heroes had to escape from the monsters pursuing them by jumping from tree to tree. It was only with the coming of morning that they began to feel safe, and so they descended to the ground. Don-chan breathed a sigh of relief, because the past 2 days of walking through this dangerous forest had been truly difficult. Finally, our heroes came to that very village of Lark, for which they had made this whole difficult journey. Elf. She said that this village was called a paradise for newcomers, and that it was here that the main character could most likely find the Portka group. Clenching his hand into a fist, the main character prepared himself for the fact that a lot of things were waiting for him ahead. He understood that only now was everything beginning for him. After this, the guy mentally turned to his grandmother and asked her to be patient and wait a little longer. The main character promised that he would definitely become stronger and return home so that they could live in safety. Unexpected elf stopped the main character and said that it was dangerous for them to enter the village in such a state. The guy did not understand what the girl meant. Elf explained that they were both known in the places where Sura ruled, and there was a high probability that their photographs and descriptions were on the list of criminals. Don-chan said that he had never taken a photo of the girls in his life and thought it was very good because their caricature was probably less recognizable than the photo. However, the girl thought that it would be nice to make a small camouflage suit and thereby change their appearance. Don-chan was surprised because he did not know what to expect from this. Soon our heroes entered the village and headed towards the government office. The man with horns who was sitting at the table called the next visitor to him. The civil servant was very surprised by who exactly approached him, which made the man momentarily dumbfounded. Don-chan in his new image did not waste time and explained that he was looking for a group of mercenaries called Portka. Heard this and thought for a while, after which he asked why the main character was looking for these mercenaries. Don-chan was confused by this question because he didn't know what to answer and couldn't tell the truth. Still, the guy explained that he was looking for these mercenaries because he wanted to join their team. Other visitors hearing this were very surprised by the desire of the main character and also paid attention to the elf, considering that she was a monster. The civil servant continued to find out information and asked why the main character wanted to become part of the Portka team. Don-chan was surprised that even such details had to be told. Still, the guy began to hesitantly answer that he hadn't really thought about it. But in his opinion, the name of this group of mercenaries sounded pretty cool. The main character continued to say that such a name probably meant that these mercenaries were very strong. The man looked intently at the guys, and it seemed that these words did not convince him. Unexpectedly, the civil servant replied that this group of mercenaries could be found in the north of the village of Bimu, which was near Lark. The guy hearing this beamed with happiness. Suddenly, the man looked sternly at the main character and said that if he had frivolous intentions, then he should have abandoned this idea because this was not a place for children. Don-chan was indignant at what he heard, and the official continued to say that at this stage, the intervention of officials was no longer necessary. After this, completely ignoring the main character and his dissatisfaction, the man called the next visitor to him. However, Dongchan was still outraged and even threatened the man, but the elf stopped him and said that if he created a mess, she would teach him a lesson. The main character did not argue with the girl and therefore immediately fell silent. Soon our heroes went outside and went to the local park to stop further action. Dongchan sat on the bench and continued to be indignant at the fact that the civil servant called him a frivolous child. To this, the elf reminded the guy of his ridiculous answer when he was asked why he wanted to join the mercenary group. Then the main character asked what he was supposed to answer, because he couldn't tell the truth. The elf noticed that he was literally just about to tell everything to this official. Dongchan began to justify himself by saying that he simply got angry and couldn't control himself. After that, the elf, looking at the map, said that the road to the village of Bimu would take about 1 day, after which she asked when the guy was going to go there. Getting up from the bench, Dongchan answered that he would go right now, because here he only needed to find out where the Portga group was. He also invited the girl to go with him. The civil servant's face seemed strange to her when he heard that they were going to find the Portga mercenaries. The girl confirmed this and added that the atmosphere around was a little strange. However, she believed that they would be able to find a reason for this if they tried. Suddenly, behind the girl, a stranger's voice was heard who, having heard the conversation of our heroes, began to gloat with a sly smile. Threatening the elf with 2 sharp swords, the stranger assumed that these were the ones who wanted to find the ruined mercenary squad. The main character already wanted to help his comrade, but the stranger threatened that if he twitched, he would behead the girl. The elf immediately assumed that this stranger was one of Sura's mercenaries. The guy confirmed this, after which he considered that our heroes were unusual guys. Then the girl asked why the stranger came here and warned that if he did such things right in the middle of the village, he would be caught. The guy was surprised that the elf was so worried about him. After that, Sura's mercenary said that he was not worried about it because this village was a paradise for newbies. Here, no one cared about anyone at all, and such commotion was a normal, everyday situation here. Dongchan was surprised at how strange this village was and its inhabitants. Along the way, Sura's mercenary decided to tell the reason why he was here. The stranger explained that his boss had been looking for this girl all the time, but he never expected to see her here in Lark. The elf was very surprised that Sura's mercenaries were looking for her and thought that there was some kind of misunderstanding. The guy became indignant that the girl was going to deny it, because everything was obvious. He said that the mercenaries were looking for a person with elven ears and tattoos on both arms. The girl was shocked when she heard this description because she was also looking for this man. The next moment, there was a loud noise accompanied by shrill cries of pain. It turned out that the elf had managed to deftly jump out of the mercenary's grasp, after which she knocked him to the ground and put his own sword to his throat. Now she was interested in where the mercenary captain was. The guy who instantly found himself on the ground at the speed of the girl and kept wondering who she really was. The elf sternly demanded that the mercenary answer her question quickly if he did not want to be abandoned with his arms and legs cut off. Dongchan was also surprised and asked the girl to calm down. After that, he calmly asked the mercenary to introduce them to his captain. The frightened stranger agreed to do this, but he did not like the fact that a sword was presented to his throat. The elf agreed to let the guy go because she didn't want any unnecessary noise. After that, she threw away the sword, saying that the mercenary shouldn't have done something he wasn't good at. Now the guy breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the main character looked at the stranger and thought that he looked strange. Then he asked if it was true that Porg's mercenaries had been smashed to smithereens. Rising to his feet, the stranger replied that it was a well-known story among the newcomers. Dongchan was very unhappy to hear this because he already doubted that these mercenaries would help him become stronger. Meanwhile, the elf asked the stranger to give her the information she needed. After some time, the mercenary company, Savage, brought our heroes to the building. The man who was sitting on the very top tower of this building was immediately distracted from his work when he felt that someone was approaching here. He rose from his seat with displeasure and picked up a telescope to look at the one who had come here. Soon he saw his comrade, who was followed by 2 people he did not know. The man began to look closely at our heroes in order to understand who they were. His attention was especially drawn to the elf, who had a distinctive appearance. Seeing her, the man immediately jumped up and began loudly calling his captain, saying that the one they were looking for had not been found. The man moved closer and closer to the door, continuing to loudly call for his captain, but no one responded. At this time, the man who was sitting behind these doors calmly smoked a cigarette and did not show any interest. A formidable-looking man, he didn't let go of the massive weapon from his hands and calmly exhaled cigarette smoke. He heard clearly that his subordinate wanted to report something to him. When the cigarette smoke cleared, it became clear that the man had another eye on his forehead. The captain himself thought that something strange was happening. Soon our heroes, together with the stranger accompanying them, approached the entrance to the base of the savage mercenaries. Don Chan asked why they stopped at all the entrances and did not go inside, and the elf was interested in where the mercenary's head was. Suddenly, not getting acquainted, he began to be surprised that our heroes came here so calmly. The main character did not understand what the guy meant. The next moment, the mercenary, smiling broadly, wished to end this conversation and pressed a button on the wire that led to some mechanism. At that very moment, a secret hatch opened under the feet of our heroes, causing Don Chan and the elf to suddenly begin to fall down. The mercenary gloated and said that they were stupid while listening to their loud screams that came from the dungeon. The guy continued to rejoice because thanks to this he got a big booty and hoped that the leader of the group would find out about it. Suddenly the stranger's mood changed dramatically because he saw that one of our heroes began to get out of the dungeon. At this time, Don Chan was already lying on the floor and regretfully thinking that his business was not going very well, and at this rate he would never find the group Portga. The protagonist was distracted from these thoughts by the unexpected appearance of some man who stood in front of him and ordered him to get to his feet. It was a girl with unusual red eyes. She heard that a man with elven ears and tattoos on his hands had arrived to them, but she didn't know where he was now. Don Chan said that they fell into a hole together with this man, but now he was not here. After that, the guy for some reason assumed that he ended up in the toilet. The stranger with red eyes did not like these words, so she assumed that the guy had a lot of time for jokes and threatened that he would not get out of here anytime soon. Suddenly, the girl was stunned with surprise because she heard an unusual loud sound that was heard throughout the entire dungeon. She immediately raised her head up and looked at the ceiling where that very tunnel was. The sound was coming from there, and she did not understand what the reason for this was. The surprises didn't stop there. One of the mercenaries burst into the room and, turning to Karis in an excited voice, told her that something terrible had happened. The girl immediately asked what those strange sounds were that were echoing around. The man said that a man with tattoos on his hands had captured Ben and was causing chaos. The man also asked Karis to go there and help deal with the uninvited guest. Hearing all this, Don Chan finally understood what was happening here. At this time, several mercenaries upstairs had already met the elf and, threatening her with weapons, said that she would regret it if she came closer to them. Answer this, but only grabbed the iron pipe with her powerful hand. At this time, Ben loudly asked his comrades to run away before it was too late. The next moment, the elf, still silently, tore out a piece of iron pipe and threw it at her opponents. The girls managed to hit one mercenary first, after which the iron pipe bounced off and hit the second. Ben continued to scream in horror that this girl was a monster. After this, the elf turned to her captive and ordered him to show her the right way. Ben immediately respectfully told her to turn around at the second corner. Having reached the end of the corridor and made a turn, the elf asked how much longer they had to go to the room of the head of the mercenaries. The guy answered that she was already right in front of them. At this time, someone was leisurely walking along the long corridors of the mercenary base, completely unafraid of meeting anyone. It was Dong Chan who was mentally addressing the girl with red eyes who had captivated him, assuming that she did not respect him at all since she did not close the door after she left. Looking into one of the rooms, the main character thought that there was no one there because of the fuss that had arisen, and looking at the interior decoration, the guy realized that these mercenaries were not so cool. Suddenly, something in this room caught the guy's attention, which immediately made him dumbfounded. Dong Chan saw the unmade bed and remembered how his grandmother scolded him for something like that. Suddenly, the main character felt that one of the mercenaries appeared behind him. Also, without looking, the guy already understood how big he was, so he assumed that he ate well. At this time, the elf suddenly heard a loud sound that immediately attracted her attention. The girl immediately asked Ben what that sound was, but the guy replied that he hadn't heard anything. Then the elf assumed that the main character managed to find the head of the mercenaries and mentally asked him not to rush into battle with him. After this, the girl ordered her captive to direct her to the right place, but the guy only made some strange sounds. Ben turned to someone who was standing in front and said with a smile that his savior was walking towards him too slowly, so the guy thought that he would not come. It was the same girl with red eyes who, upon learning of the trouble, immediately rushed to help her comrade. Ben was very glad to see. Karis immediately asked the guy what all this meant and said that she was waiting for him in the basement, but he didn't come. Ben replied with a smile that he had a small problem. At this time, the elf looked around and looked for some object that could be thrown at the enemy. Unexpectedly, Karis turned to the elf, which attracted her attention. The next moment, the mercenary kicked the girl in the head with all her might, asking her not to get distracted. As a result, the elf immediately let go of Ben and began to lose her balance. Despite a very good blow, Karis was in no hurry to relax and celebrate her victory, because the battle was not over yet. It turned out that even after such a powerful attack, the elf managed to stay on her feet, firmly pushing against the floor. The elf some time to come to her senses, but she was glad that she was able to endure it. Soon the girl looked angrily at Karis and threatened her that from that moment on she would be her guide through these corridors. At this time, the head of the mercenaries, seeing the uninvited guest, calmly took out his sword and silently looked at the main character. Dongchan tried to get to his feet after being thrown with all his might into a wall, causing it to partially collapse. The main character asked the man to listen to him and began to say that he was not a captor but only a prisoner. The man with 3 eyes was surprised and asked why, in that case, the guy was freely walking through the corridors of his base. The head of the mercenary began to swing his sword and remembered about the recent loud sounds that spread throughout all the rooms. The man thought that the most logical explanation for these sounds was that the main character had attacked his group. After these words, Dongchan realized that he wouldn't be able to talk to the man and therefore prepared for battle. The next moment, the head of the mercenaries attacked the main character with all his might, causing clouds of dust to rise around and stones to fly in all directions. The man already thought that this fight was over, but suddenly he heard Dongchan's voice, which confirmed the mercenary leader's guess about the invasion. An angry Dongchan continued to say that this village was crazy because everyone knew about the injustice that was happening here, but no one cared. The guy managed to hold back his opponent's sword and at the same time say that he was a fool because he expected common sense from the head of the mercenaries, but now he was ready to obey the rules of this village. Now Dongchan was serious, and so he threatened to teach the man a lesson and break up his group of mercenaries. These words angered the head of the mercenaries, and so he began to press on the blade of his sword in order to cripple the guy. The next moment, the man offered all his strength for this, which made it difficult for Dongchan to hold back this onslaught. The main character was struck by this force because due to this pressure, the concrete floor under him began to collapse. The man looked angrily at his opponent and threatened that he would regret what he had just said. The main character's words greatly angered the head of the mercenaries, and so he began to press on the blade of his sword in order to cripple the guy. The next moment, the man offered all his strength for this, which made it difficult for Dongchan to hold back this onslaught. The main character was struck by this force because due to this pressure, the concrete floor under him began to collapse. The man looked angrily at his opponent and threatened that he would regret what he had just said. After this, the floor underneath the main character finally broke, causing a lot of dust to rise around. Dongchan himself fell down somewhere. The guy was okay. He landed neatly on the floor of the basement room. The main character looked around and realized that he was in the basement. After that, he asked his opponent if their battle would continue here. The man, who had also already gone down and had already prepared his weapon, briefly confirmed this. After this, the head of the mercenaries calmly said that if they continued to fight upstairs, he would completely destroy the entire building. The man continued to say that they were now in a dungeon that was created specifically for training, and therefore it was well suited for their fight. These words once again made Dongchan realize that he wouldn't be able to just talk to the mercenary leader and avoid fighting him, so he had to say something before starting. The protagonist reminded the man that he had already told him that he was not a villain, and therefore everything that happened next was only his responsibility. At this time, the elf had already swung her fist in order to take revenge on her opponent for his recent sudden attack. The girl attacked Karis with her unusual hand, but he managed to dodge the blow. This was immediately followed by another attack, but this time the mercenary was able to avoid retribution. However, success did not follow Karis for long, because soon she saw how the elf's knee was approaching her face at great speed, which could not help but frighten her. The next moment, a loud blow was heard. The elf finally managed to hit her opponent. From such a powerful blow, Karis immediately began to lose her balance and fall back, while the elf was preparing to deliver the next blow. The girl's red eyes instantly turned white from the terrible pain that spread throughout her entire body. Very soon, another powerful kick landed right on Karis's head, knocking her off her feet completely. Ben, who had been watching what was happening all this time, was amazed that the elf managed to defeat the mercenary. The elf stood over her defeated opponent and believed that their game was over. After this, the girl assumed that Karis was one of the leaders of the mercenaries, but he believed that this did not change anything. Seeing that Karis began to rise from the floor, The girl invited her that she was no longer going to hold back. The elf continued to say that if her opponent tried to attack her again, she would have to kill him. It seemed that these words did not frighten Karis at all. She only sighed heavily, trying to come to her senses and concentrate. The next moment, the girl looked angrily at the elf and asked if she would really kill her like her friends. It was clear that Karis's eyes had changed for some reason. At this time, the head of the mercenaries had already attacked the main character. His sharp sword flew straight at the guy at great speed. With considerable effort, the protagonist still managed to stop this attack using his unusual hand. The man turned out not to take this fight seriously at all, and turned to the guy and asked if it was really only his right hand that was strong. Dongchan didn't like the way his opponent was treating him with disdain, so he turned to the man, trying to get his attention to his words. The protagonist asked if the head of the mercenaries really relied on his sword. After that, the guy smashed the man's weapon to pieces with one blow. This did not surprise the head of the mercenaries at all, who considered the guy too reckless, since he hoped that he could defeat him if he destroyed his weapon. The next moment, the man swung his fist to continue the battle in hand-to-hand combat style. This caught the protagonist off guard. Dongchan immediately tried to put his right hand forward to defend himself, but he realized that the man's blow was too fast, and therefore he did not have time to stop it. Suddenly, the man's attack trajectory changed dramatically. The guy did not expect that his opponent would attack not his face, but his solar plexus. Along with this, the head of the mercenaries calmly said that this fight was not at all interesting because the main character fell for such boring tricks. After this, the man hit Dongchan on the head because he thought that he had no combat experience at all. The head of the mercenaries continued to say that the guy came here relying only on his right hand, but it was useless because the guy did not know how to use it. The man believed that if an ordinary person carried a large sword, it did not mean that he was a master. Dongchan didn't like these words, but he admitted that the head of the mercenaries was right. He was just an ordinary guy who helped his grandmother in the bookstore. The guy spent his life in ordinary days, and therefore had no combat experience at all. However, the main character believed that before this, he had somehow used Asura's power, and therefore now he would be able to deal with his opponent. Dongchan was determined to land at least one blow first and felt that he would definitely succeed. The head of the mercenaries assumed that he should not expect anything more from the guy, and therefore suggested ending this battle quickly. The next moment, the man pushed off the ground with force and rushed towards the main character. Dongchan was amazed by this speed, but he was not going to give up. Meanwhile, the man, being absolutely confident in his victory, had already attacked the guy. The main character noticed that now his opponent was moving much faster than before, and therefore the only thing he could do was stop his attack. However, the head of the mercenaries was not at all surprised by this and quickly attacked Dongchan in the stomach, which the guy did not have time to protect. A terrible pain from a powerful blow immediately pierced the entire body of the main character, causing him to clench his teeth tightly, trying to suppress it. However, this was not the end. The man swung his fist again to continue attacking his opponent. Dongchan watched in horror as the mercenary leader's fist approached his face at high speed, but he couldn't do anything about it. The next moment, the main character was thrown far back, from which he crashed into the wall with a crash. The man looked at his opponent and admitted with annoyance that he had placed too much expectation on the guy. Dongchan sat among a pile of stones, leaning against the wall, and could not move because of the severe pain that he felt literally throughout his entire body. The protagonist silently regretted that he had never managed to attack his opponent, even though he had used Asura's power. The guy continued to think about how he would get into a serious situation, and began to wonder if his apology would change anything. Still, the main character thought that this would help, because he and the head mercenary simply did not understand each other, so it was necessary to do everything possible. At that moment, Dongchan heard someone's unfamiliar voice that seemed to be speaking to him from within. The guy looked to the side and saw in front of him the silhouette of a child whose face was not visible. The child said that he was sad. After this, the child asked the main character how he managed to defeat the mercenary Sura if he had no combat experience. Dongchan didn't answer this, and was only surprised at how he could see this child, since he hadn't reached the required level yet. The child insisted that the guy answer his question. Then the main character began to remember that he was able, albeit with difficulty, to defeat the mercenary who burned down his grandmother's bookstore only thanks to the power of Asura. Suddenly, the child approached the guy and began to deny it, saying that if the guy really didn't have combat experience, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the enemy even with the help of Asura's power. The child went on to say that he trained every day until his death and fought against strong opponents countless times, and because his body remembered all of this, he was able to win. The main character understood that the child who stood in front of him tried hard, but in the end, it didn't change anything. Then the child called the guy a fool. The child from the vision continued to say that the protagonist could once again bring to life what was in his lost memories. Hearing this, Don-chan felt the feelings of that time begin to return to him. This gave the protagonist the strength to continue the battle, for which he thanked the child who suddenly appeared from the vision. Don-chan began to slowly rise to his feet, telling his opponent that after he beat him, he remembered something and regretted that he had not remembered it earlier. The head of the mercenaries, approaching the guy, was surprised that he could still move and compared him to the vitality of a cockroach. This slightly amused Dong-chan, and so he asked if he could take this as praise. The man stopped next to the guy and tightly clenched his hand into a fist, ordering him not to talk nonsense, intending to end this battle right now. The head of the mercenaries began to slowly swing his fist, saying goodbye to his opponent. Suddenly the man was stunned with surprise because some green rag flew right in front of his eyes. He quickly brushed the cloth aside and said that the boy's resistance was useless and looked ridiculous. However, even after the man looked forward, he did not see the main character in front of him. The next moment, Dong-chan found himself behind his discouraged opponent and was already preparing for a surprise attack. However, the head of the mercenaries quickly came to his senses and began to turn around sharply, intending to hit the guy faster, and at the same time I think that this battle was still boring. Turning back, the man was again taken aback because he did not see the main character in front of him, although he had just been here. This meant that the head of the mercenaries believed that his enemy had used a diversionary maneuver, but it was still unclear where the guy was. The next moment, Dong-chan was once again behind the man and attacked him in the face with all his might. The demon could do nothing about it. After that, the main character said that he completely forgot that he also had some skills, but now he remembered everything. Of course, Dong-chan was talking about her combat experience from the past. Such self-confidence could not help but cause a sincere smile on the guy's face. Silence reigned in the training hall, which was occasionally interrupted by drops of black blood that fell loudly to the floor. Wiping away his own blood, the head of the mercenaries was surprised because he thought that his opponent had already spent all his strength. Don-chan explained that it was a little different, but this battle had really tired him out. The unexpected mercenary leader began to smile widely, despite the fact that he had just failed to defend himself from a serious blow. After this, the man began to laugh loudly and say that this battle was becoming more and more interesting. This unusual reaction surprised Dong-chan. At this time, Ben, with wide eyes, silently watched what was happening and thought only that he wanted to get out of here. The guy watched everything through a small window in the door from a safe place and continued to think that even though it was his home, he still wanted to leave. The appearance of an enraged Karis who attacked her opponent really scared Ben, who thought that it was that same Berserker mode. At this time, the elf stood firm and withstood all the blows of her opponent, saying that she wanted to explain everything again. The girl turned to Karis and calmly said that it was not she who killed her friend. Meanwhile, blows were still raining down on her from all sides. Karis did not believe the words of her opponent. It was clear that her hand had the same unusual tattoos as that killer. The girl continued to attack and along the way said that these were characteristic tattoos that one of the survivors at the scene noticed. The color and pattern matched those that were on the elf's hands. Karis was angry because she had been looking for this killer for a whole year, but when she finally found him, the elf declared that it was not she who killed her friend. The elf asked her opponent not to be stupid and to listen to her, but it was too late. The next moment, the sound of a powerful blow was heard, after which everything became quiet. Suddenly, Karis was stunned with surprise because she heard the voice of her opponent, with whom apparently everything was fine. When the dust cleared, it became clear that the girls had managed to hold back the blow and immobilize the mercenary's hand. Along the way, the elf then began to say that these symbols were characteristic of all representatives of her race. Thus, the man who killed Karis' friend was a relative of the elf. The girl continued to say that she was also looking for him and heard that the head of the mercenaries knew something about it. Karis was very surprised, so she couldn't immediately believe her opponent's words. Then the elf looked at the girl with a stern gaze and said that it was her choice not to believe her, but in any case, the mercenary should not have stood in her way. Karis didn't respond to this, or that she had just freed herself from the elf's grip. After this, the girl asked in surprise if these tattoos were a family symbol. It was hard for her to believe it because she had never seen such patterns before. Elf. She said that her family lived on an island that was cut off from the outside world, and several years ago, she left this island to find her guilty relative. The girl continued to say that she came here only to talk to the head of the mercenaries. At this, Karis only silently looked at the elf. Decide whether to believe her or not. Still, the girl decided that the elf was hers, and therefore she had to die here. The elf insisted that it was not her doing at all, but her relative. The girl also swore this, and raised her hands up to show that she did not want to continue the fight. After this, the elf Ika asked Karis to quickly tell where the head of the mercenaries was. The girl found it difficult to comprehend everything that was happening, so she grabbed her head and exhaled heavily. Suddenly, she introduced herself and said her name. After that, Karis said that she was the captain of the savage mercenaries, and she told this in order to exchange information with the elf. At this time, the battle between the main character and the head of the mercenaries continued. The guy remembered how his training had gone in the past. Don-chan had a good sense of his opponent's approach and knew what he had to do in the next moment. As expected, the main character was attacked with a powerful blow, but he managed to jump aside in time. He needed this skill now when the head of the mercenaries attacked the guy with all his might, but missed and hit the wall. The next moment, Dong-chan quickly grabbed one of the wall fragments to use as a weapon. The protagonist quickly took aim and threw it at his opponent with all his might. The stone hit the man right in the head and shattered into small pieces, causing him to lose concentration. Having quickly come to his senses, the head of the mercenaries realized that his view had deteriorated significantly, and he could hardly see his opponent. Don-chan did not hesitate to take advantage of this and immediately attacked the man, hitting him in the face with his right hand. Despite the acute pain, the head of the mercenaries smiled widely because this was exactly the battle he wanted. Even after such a strong blow, the man was able to stay on his feet and was ready to continue the fight. The next moment, the head of the mercenaries attacked Don-chan, shouting loudly along the way that his blood was boiling and his body was asking to fight. The main character managed to defend himself from this attack, but he was puzzled by the very strange smile of his opponent. The guy thought that this was some kind of tactic to catch him off guard. After this, Dong-chan realized that he needed to end this battle quickly, and so he planted his feet firmly on the ground in order to prepare for the final attack. A moment later, the main character pushed off the ground with force, leaving an imprint of his foot in it, and rushed at the head of the mercenaries. Don-chan, waving his unusual hand, came closer and closer to the man and said that it was time for them to end all of this. The three-eyed mercenary leader completely agreed with the protagonist and therefore also rushed at him in response. Impact sound was heard throughout the mercenary base, and the building itself shook as if from an earthquake. Don-chan, waving his unusual hand, came closer and closer to the man and said that it was time for them to end all of this. The three-eyed mercenary leader completely agreed with the protagonist and therefore also rushed at him in response. Impact sound was heard throughout the mercenary base, and the building itself shook as if from an earthquake. The main character, frowning, stood meekly in place, enduring severe pain. It turned out that the head of the mercenaries managed to hit his opponent, but this did not produce much result. At the same time, the main character attacked the man directly in the solar plexus, while saying that he simply could not lose this fight. The demon stood on his feet with the last of his strength, rolling his eyes in pain and quietly saying that this battle was very good. Don-chan agreed with these words, although he thought that all of this was tiring. After this, the man fell to the ground, no longer able to stand on his feet. Then the guy began to calm down and hide his strength, while thinking about the fact that thanks to this fight, his memory, although partially, returned. However, the main character still had to find out why he was trained so seriously from a very young age. Don-chan didn't understand why in his memories he was always fighting with someone. Because of this, the boy's body was constantly covered in wounds and abrasions, but even despite this, the training did not stop. Don-chan was interrupted from these thoughts by the elf who finally found him and asked what he was doing here. The girl explained that she came there because she heard a loud sound that echoed throughout the area. Hearing a familiar voice, the main character immediately began to get indignant and ask where the girl was before he was almost killed here. Soon everything calmed down at the mercenary base. The misunderstanding between our heroes was overcome. The group members, on orders from their leader, were cleaning up the aftermath of a battle that had arisen due to a misunderstanding. One of the mercenaries was unhappy that he had to constantly do this. The second agreed with his comrade and suggested that it would be faster to call a contractor. Having retired to a quiet room away from the noisy construction work, our heroes had a long conversation ahead of them. Karis nervously tapped her finger on the table and decided that before talking, she needed to tell her guests something. The girl introduced herself and said that she was the head of the savage mercenaries, and behind her stood the deputy commander named Ziz. She then suggested that she had misled our heroes and caused them inconvenience, so she wanted to apologize and was ready to dry out in her bones. Don-chan thought that Zaizu should also apologize because he tried to kill him. The elf interrupted the guy and said that she did not want to waste time, so she suggested talking first and then accepting the apology. The main character was upset about this, but did not argue with his partner. After this, the elf began to tell that she belonged to the race of dragon elves. Its representatives were elves who inherited the power of the divine beast dragon. The girl then went on to say that contact with the outside world was considered an act due to which the dragon elves lost their sacred power, which is why they lived on an isolated island. However, the girl's brother wanted to see and learn more, so he left the island despite the isolation rules. He left the island not alone, but with his best friend, whose name was Niak, for the elf to remember this, but she continued to say that it happened 8 years ago, and then she didn't even think that she would be able to see her brother even once more. However, 2 years ago they met again, but under very unfavorable circumstances. The boy's lifeless body was simply thrown onto the shore of the island, and so the elf didn't even know what her brother died of. Since then, the girl was eager to find out everything and find out what happened to her brother. Therefore, first the elf had to find Niak, which is what she had been doing for the last 2 years. Then the girl intended to find out who killed her brother and take revenge. It was for this reason that she left the island and was now here. Karis carefully listened to the elf's story and then suggested that this Niak could have killed her friend too. The elf couldn't say this for sure because there was a possibility that after she left the island 2 years ago, another group of dragon elves appeared that also violated the isolation rule. The girl then said that this was the end of her story, and so she asked Karis to share all the information she had about the man with tattoos on his hands. The girl began to say that she personally did not see what happened, but it happened about 2 years ago. The girl spoke of an incident where a small group of mercenaries was destroyed by just one person. Person from the entire group remained alive, but he received serious injuries. Karis continued to say that based on the testimony of the man who remained alive, the government began a search for the criminal, but there was too little evidence to find anyone. There were only 2 pieces of evidence. The first was that the criminal was dressed in the clothes of a traditional shaman. The second piece of evidence was that the survivor was able to see blue tattoos on both of the criminal's arms. The girl then said that the survivor drew the pattern of this tattoo, so all the mercenaries who obeyed her knew him well, and that is why the elf was mistaken for a criminal. Also Karis. She said that the group of mercenaries that were completely destroyed were called Diorum, and her childhood friend was their deputy captain. That was all Karis knew. During this story, Zai stood silently behind and looked at our heroes with regret. Don-chan noticed this and asked what happened, because the man had been standing there for a long time with an expression on his face, as if he had swallowed some bitter medicine. Then the man replied that if the guy was still suffering from being mistaken for a criminal, then he should first apologize himself. The protagonist categorically refused to do this. Then the guy turned to the elf and reminded her that she had once told him that her brother had the same pattern on his forehead as he did. The girl confirmed it. Then the main character suggested that Sura's mercenaries might have had something to do with this matter. Elfie was very surprised to hear this. Karis was also alarmed by this statement and asked if her friend had also been killed by these mercenaries. Dong-chan replied that he definitely did not know that. Then the elf asked what grounds the main character had for putting forward such a theory. Don-chan didn't answer right away because he was thinking about something. The guy recalled his past and said that he had a feeling that Sura's mercenaries were definitely involved in this. The main character recalled how he listened attentively to his teacher. He asked the children not to be nervous and assured them that this was just one of many tests that they had to endure. After this, the man with long white hair began to explain the rules of this test. The man said that the children had to confront the recognized beast that stood behind him for 5 minutes. The teacher continued to say that the summoned beast would attack the children by aiming at their protective equipment, so there shouldn't be any major injuries. Difficult to hold out even for 2 minutes, but he had to do it for 5 minutes. The man continued to explain that the cue for passing this test would correspond to the ranking of the results of the previous exam, so Baze should have already prepared. Hearing this, the girl immediately began to rise from her seat. Being absolutely confident in herself, she assumed that it would take her less than 5 minutes to complete this test. Some time passed. Everything around seemed to freeze and was filled with absolute silence. Dong-chan and his classmates looked ahead in amazement, not believing what was happening. The teacher began to say that not even 5 minutes had passed since the start of the test, but now it was no longer important. It turned out that Basie, as she had expected, managed to cope with the summoned beast without difficulty, and therefore she was allowed to proceed to the next test. The main character, watching all this, thought that he should not have endured, but should have won. But at the same time he was frightened by this summoned creature that did not seem weak. One of the students turned to the man and said that the summoned creatures were now broken, and so he assumed that their exam was already over. The teacher asked the boy not to worry about this because his magic was still inexhaustible, so he could summon new creatures as many times as he wanted. The next moment, the man pointed his hand to the side and, concentrating, summoned a new creature, thanks to which the exam could continue. The boy was not at all happy about this, because now it was his turn to pass this test. The main character told his comrades about all this. The elf was surprised that Sura was gathering children and assumed that they were being taught in a special educational institution. Dongchan confirmed this guess and added that the purpose of this training was to pass all the exams and become one of Sura's mercenaries. Karis was also very surprised because she was the first to hear about this, so she couldn't help but ask if this information was reliable. To remember all this, but he still confirmed the truth of it all. The guy also said that those students who were unable to pass all the exams were thrown into the trash like trash. Then the main character said that there was a secret experiment for which children were secretly gathered and trained. After that, he suggested that if Sura tried hard enough, she could very easily hide all of this. Karis felt that the main character's ideas were too fictional and could not happen in reality. After that, the girl looked at Dongchan with a piercing gaze and said that he had no evidence and that confronting Sura was considered a serious crime. Karis was surprised that the guy only had vague memories, but he was already about to embark on the path of war based only on his own words. Dongchan replied that he didn't expect the girl to believe him right away, but he insisted that these weren't just vague memories. However, Karis continued to insist that the guy had no evidence. At this time, the elf sat silently and thought meticulously about something of her own. The girl thought that her brother was stronger than Nyack, but it wouldn't have mattered if the guy had teamed up with Sura's mercenaries and attacked him. Still, the elf thought that it was too early for her to draw any conclusions, so she asked herself to stop and remain calm. The girl was distracted from these thoughts by Dongchan's voice, who asked if it was time for them to leave here. Soon our heroes, together with their new acquaintances, went outside to say goodbye. Karis asked if her new acquaintances needed any more help with supplies and things. The guy assured that this was enough, and besides, they had enough money. After this, the girl asked what kind of strange outfit our heroes were wearing. Then she immediately asked not to pay attention to her thoughts spoken out loud. Dongchan, whose face was hidden by the fabric, explained that he had recently become interested in fashion, which is why he wore such clothes. The elf confirmed this. However, Zeiss immediately realized that these guys were hiding their true appearance, and therefore thought that it was necessary to check the list of criminals. Hearing this, Karis sighed heavily and said that she could only sympathize with the fact that Elfie Yiki's brother died and promised that she would look for a guy named Nyack. After this, our heroes said goodbye to their new acquaintances and left because they had their own business to attend to. Zeiss, let's continue to say that helping these guys will look like helping criminals, which could result in all the savage mercenaries suffering. To this, Karis calmly replied that they would soon understand whether it was beneficial for them to help their new acquaintances or not. Meanwhile, our heroes moved further and further away from the mercenary base, not even suspecting what adventures awaited them ahead. Some time passed, Dongchan and the elf reached the right place and thought about their next steps. Soon the bus engine started and began to make a loud noise. The driver informed his passengers that they were setting off. It was an unusual double-decker bus that quickly transported people to its neighboring settlement. Our heroes were also traveling on this same bus. Dongchan saw how puzzled the elf was, so he asked her not to attach such great importance to his words. The girl replied that she would like Nyack to be innocent, but everything pointed to him. She continued to say that over the past 2 years, the likelihood that her other relatives had left the island was very small. So she believed that it was Nyack who destroyed the mercenary group Daolim. The main character thought that they would learn about everything gradually and hoped that the Portga mercenaries would be useful and help them. Therefore, the guy suggested to his companion to start by simply trying and going to these mercenaries to talk to them. At this time, some girl with a slight smile on her face congratulated Paige. She congratulated her friend, holding the ID cards in her hands, on finally becoming a second-class mercenary. The mercenary was very surprised and did not understand how this could be, because her written exam that she recently took was completely unsuccessful. The girl thought that Paige was simply lucky with her boss, thanks to whom her scores became higher than they were before. The mercenary, not believing what was happening, asked if it was normal that her boss helped her like that. The girl calmed her subordinate down and gave her the ID. While Paige looked at her new ID with admiration, the girl said that she was well aware that the subordinate had abilities much higher than the average second level. Suddenly, Paige froze in place and frowned as if she had realized something serious. Then the mercenary turned to Mrs. Bays. She immediately asked what had happened and assumed that the girl was simply nervous. However, Paige smiled slyly and just wanted to check with her boss whether she could engage in R-level criminal activities with this new ID. The mercenary, not believing what was happening, asked if it was normal that her boss helped her like that. The girl calmed her subordinate down and gave her the ID. While Paige looked at her new ID with admiration, the girl said that she was well aware that the subordinate had abilities much higher than the average second level. Suddenly, Paige froze in place and frowned as if she had realized something serious. Then the mercenary turned to Mrs. Bays. She immediately asked what had happened and assumed that the girl was simply nervous. However, Paige smiled slyly and just wanted to check with her boss whether she could engage in R-level criminal activities with this new ID. Bays was surprised by her subordinate's enthusiasm and assumed that she wanted to catch a level R criminal. An angry Paige immediately said that this was the guy she had missed earlier and promised that next time she would definitely destroy him. Then the girl, with displeasure, she said that her then-partner Dan himself escalated the incident. Bays was surprised and asked if this was an unauthorized promotion and asked her subordinate to tell her what happened there. The girl asked again if there really weren't any events that would lead to an increase in level. Paige realized that she had said too much, so she began to say that the task was very difficult. The girl regretted that she couldn't catch the criminal then. Hearing this, Bays understood what was going on. Then the boss asked her subordinate not to worry about this, because this happened periodically. However, Paige was nervous and thought about the fact that now, because of her partner, she had to lie. The girl then remembered how Dan killed a villager and blamed the criminal for it, and also blamed him for the destruction of the village. The mercenary also remembered well the merciless look of her partner, who said that because of all this, he was raising the criminal's level to level R. Because of this, Paige was very unhappy, but she couldn't blame Dan for anything. The girl was interrupted from these thoughts by Bay's voice, which allowed the mercenary to try to do what she had planned. Paige immediately looked at her boss in surprise. The girl repeated that if the mercenary wanted to catch the one she had missed earlier, then she should have tried to do it. Paige was very happy to hear this and promised that she would not let her boss down, thanking her for her trust. Suddenly, Bays interrupted the girl because she wanted to say something else. Said with a smile that this was the mercenary's first assignment as a second-level specialist, so she would carry it out together with the deputy chief. Paige was completely unenthusiastic about these words, but she couldn't say anything against it. Meanwhile, our heroes had already reached the village of Bimu, which was located not far from Lark. According to the official, Pork's mercenaries were supposed to live here. The driver quickly dropped off the passengers here and set off on his further journey along his route, raising large clouds of dust into the air along the way. Because of this dust, the main character began to cough heavily, and even the cloth on his face did not help him. Dong-chan started complaining that his throat was hurting because of this. After that, the guy began to speak with dissatisfaction about the bus driver, who did not think about people at all. Soon our heroes began to walk around the village trying to find what they came here for. Looking around, Don-chan did not understand whether they were in the right place, because it seemed that no one lived in this village. The elf agreed with this and said that this place was very different from Lark, suggesting that there might not even have been any government institutions here. A man appeared behind our heroes wearing a box with cutouts for eyes and a mouth on his head. The stranger said that he saw the guy and the elf for the first time, so he was interested in who they actually were and what they were doing here. The girl was surprised by the stranger's appearance and asked why he wore this box on his head. However, the stranger was not going to give an answer and said that first our heroes had to answer his questions. Elfie did not agree with this and said that if a stranger wanted to find out the answers from them, he should first introduce himself. To this, the stranger briefly replied that he was only a villager. Then the elf continued to stand her ground and also briefly said that she was just a traveler. After that, he didn't get acquainted and said that he wasn't going to argue here. The elf answered the same thing. The main character, who was watching all this from the side, thought that they were behaving like teenagers. Still, the guy got tired of it and therefore turned to the stranger and asked if he knew anything about the Portka mercenaries. Don-chan continued to say that he heard that these mercenaries were in this village, but he couldn't find anyone here at all. The stranger silently listened to the guy. He did not answer this question, but instead stated that the faces of our heroes seemed suspiciously familiar to him. The stranger already remembered that he saw them on the list of criminals Don Chan and the elf. They were very tense when they heard this, but they tried to pretend otherwise. Suddenly, the stranger with the box on his head began to laugh and calm our heroes down, saying that he just wanted to see their reaction. The main character and his companion were very unhappy with such a joke and did not believe that a stranger dared to behave like that with them. In order to calm the travelers, the stranger suggested that they talk about it calmly, after which he suggested that they were being pursued by Sura's mercenaries. After this, the stranger looked closely at our heroes and mysteriously asked if they were already prepared. Don Chan, removing the bandage from his face, answered with a serious look that they were already prepared for everything. After this, the guy looked intently at the stranger and asked where they should go. Hearing all this, the stranger seemed to glow with happiness and solemnly declared that he was ready to greet our heroes. He was also delighted that Don Chan and the elf were not at all afraid to fight with Sura's mercenaries, and he cheerfully jumped from one foot to the other. The stranger continued to say that the reason why our heroes wanted to fight Sura was also important. The main character considered this stranger to be another fool. After this, the elf removed the bandage from her face and asked where Portka was. The stranger replied that he had already forgotten about it, so he needed some time to think. Dongchan thought his interlocutor was somehow strange. Suddenly the man turned to our heroes and asked them to pay attention to his finger. It seemed that he wanted to point out the direction in which Portka was located. The elf looked closely at the stranger's finger, waiting to finally get an answer to her question. Dongchan also didn't look at the stranger with his eyes. He wasn't fully concentrated, because this was a very important stage of his journey. In turn, the stranger slowly extended his hand to point our heroes in the right direction. The next moment, the man with the box on his head pointed his finger at himself as if to say that he was Portka. Suddenly the man turned to our heroes and asked them to pay attention to his finger. It seemed that he wanted to point out the direction in which Portka was located. The elf looked closely at the stranger's finger, waiting to finally get an answer to her question. Dongchan also didn't look at the stranger with his eyes. He wasn't fully concentrated because this was a very important stage of his journey. In turn, the stranger slowly extended his hand forward to point our heroes in the right direction. The next moment, the man with the box on his head pointed his finger at himself as if to say that he was Portka. After that, the stranger laughed and asked if our heroes were surprised. The elf seemed disappointed, but Dongchan was truly shocked and considered the man abnormal. Then the angry protagonist put on a serious face and put his hand on the man's shoulder and said that he had come a very long way to find Pork, so he shouldn't have joked with him. Then Dongchan again asked the stranger to answer where Pork's detachment was actually located. The man with the box on his head, but he only remained silent while staring intently into the eyes of the main character. After that, he brushed Dongchan's hand off his shoulder and asked if he didn't trust him. Then he turned around and went somewhere along the way, suggesting that our heroes just take a walk together for now. On the way, the stranger carefully listened to Dongchan's story and thought that Sura's mercenaries shouldn't have burned down the bookstore just because they didn't get what they wanted. The protagonist was surprised that the man with the box on his head believed his story. The stranger replied that all this was very similar to the methods of Sura's mercenaries. Dongchan then assumed that the stranger also had a grudge against this organization. The man confirmed this and added that this was precisely why he was Portka. The guy was surprised that the stranger really was one of the mercenaries and asked if he would really take them to Portka. Continuing to run forward, the man asked what reasons the main character had for not believing him. Dongchan replied that one of the reasons was the stupid box on the stranger's head. Hearing this, the man realized that the main character did not understand everything completely and explained that this box was ideal for his disguise. Then the guy asked why the man was hiding his true appearance. The stranger explained that he would have problems if he was put on the wanted list, and then it would be extremely difficult for him to continue his activities. After this, the elf asked what happened to the local residents because this village looked abandoned. The man replied that there was almost no one here. The elf was very surprised by this answer, and not understanding the reason for this phenomenon, she longed to receive an explanation from the stranger. Then the man with the box on his head said that no one wanted to return here because it was abandoned land. He continued to say that from the entire population, only 10 people remained who lived in the center of the village. Dongchan did not understand what the term abandoned land meant. The main character was also interested in whether the words of the savage mercenaries about Portka being defeated and almost destroyed were true, replied regretfully that no matter how terrible it was the truth. The stranger believed that this was the inevitable outcome if he were to conflict with the mercenaries of Sura, who had already become part of the state. The man continued to say that he could not resist this organization, and therefore was defeated. Don-chan was very upset when he heard this, which is why he stopped in his tracks. The guy repeated again that Portka was destroyed, as if he was trying to accept this fact. The stranger did not understand what was happening to the main character. Don-chan will continue to say that now he had no one to expect help from. The man with the box on his head said that now our heroes could stay here and suggested that this is exactly why they came here. The stranger continued to say that everyone who came here recently had a similar fate, but the main character suddenly began to deny it. The man was surprised by this and began to silently listen to what Dong-chan would say next. The main character repeated that he was not like those who came here before him. Dong-chan then said that he couldn't stay here because he had to find a way to get back to his grandmother. Then the man with the box on his head asked what the guy was going to do in that case. After this, the stranger suggested that since the bookstore was burned down by Sura's mercenaries, the main character wanted to get help from him in completing his revenge. Dong-chan lowered his head and raised his eyebrows and replied that he just wanted to find a way so that he could return to his daily life with his grandmother. But this stranger said that unfortunately, he didn't have such power, and he could not help the guy because Portka was destroyed. The man also stated that out of the entire group of mercenaries, he was the only one left, and all the others either died or left. Meanwhile, in the village of Lark, everything went on as usual. For this settlement, it was a very ordinary day. Ben was talking to the merchant and made a rather large order from him, which surprised the man. The merchant was very pleased with such a large order, but he did not understand where the guy was going to put it all. Ben timidly replied that his group's base needed repairs. Hearing this, the man immediately assumed that, judging by the size of the order, this was a fairly large repair. Ben did not deny this. Meanwhile, new people appeared on the streets of the village who had their own business here. The guy with the unusual bright yellow eyes asked his interlocutor if they were heading to the savage mercenary base. Paige replied that a message had been received that people from the criminal list had been found here. Her partner hoped that the mercenaries had already caught these people and wanted to hand them over to them. Suddenly, he asked if the girl had a boyfriend. Paige got very angry and said that she did not want the deputy commander to carry out this task with her. Then the guy hoped that the modern girl would change her mind and answer his question, but Paige categorically stated that this would not happen. Soon, Sura's mercenaries arrived at the savage mercenary base and met with their commander. Karis, hearing questions from the uninvited guests, began to answer that she knew nothing and let the strangers into the base only because there were problems with one of the members of her group. The girl continued to say that if she had known that those people were criminals, she would have reported this to Sura's mercenaries long ago. The guy heard this and said that he would like to communicate with the other members of the savage group while Karis would remain with his subordinate. The girl was very skeptical of this request and asked if it was really not enough to talk to her as the captain of a group of mercenaries. Sura's mercenary explained that he needed to check whether the information the commander gave him was different from the information he would receive from other members of the group. Then the guy began to slowly approach Karis and try to threaten her along the way. He said that if the mercenary Captain Savage did not obey him, the entire group would be suspected of complicity and assistance to dangerous criminals. After this, Sura's mercenary asked with a sly smile whether Karis really intended to risk his comrades for the sake of people he barely knew. The girl was very responsive to this request and asked if it was really not enough to talk to her as the captain of a group of mercenaries. Sura's mercenary explained that he needed to check whether the information the commander gave him was different from the information he would receive from other members of the group. Then the guy began to slowly approach Karis and try to threaten her along the way. He said that if the mercenary Captain Savage did not obey him, the entire group would be suspected of complicity and assistance to dangerous criminals. After this, Sura's mercenary asked with a sly smile whether Karis really intended to risk his comrades for the sake of people he barely knew. Still, the girls had to fix themselves, and so she and Paige went outside to give the mercenary a chance to talk to her comrades. Karis was very worried because she did not expect that her recent guests could turn out to be dangerous R-level criminals. Now the girl was worried about whether other members of her group knew about this. Suddenly, the same mercenary appeared at the door and told Karis that she could come back when the interrogation was over. The girl was worried that everything would go well. After that, the entrance door to the Sejong mercenary base closed with a bang, leaving the captain in a tense wait. The main character remembered the last time his mother spoke to his grandmother. He did not understand then why she asked him to immediately leave the village. The old woman continued to say that the boy should have found a group of mercenaries called Portka in the north, because it was she who opposed Sura. She was sure that these people would definitely help her grandson. Don-chan looked at the sky and mentally turned to his grandmother, asking how Portka could help him. The protagonist continued to think that these mercenaries were not able to help even themselves. Suddenly, a man with a box on his head approached the guy and, looking into the distance, asked if it didn't look romantic because the landscape was really nice. The guy half-heartedly agreed with this. The stranger then said that the protagonist's grandmother probably knew about what happened, since the fall of Portig's group was also described in the books. The man also suggested that if the grandmother had run away with the boy, she would have become a burden for him on the road, and therefore she said that her grandson had to move forward alone. To this, Dong-chan replied that in that case, he would run away, leaving his grandmother in danger. From all these thoughts, the main character sighed heavily because now he didn't know what to do. Suddenly, an elf who was nearby turned to the man with a box on his head and asked if it was really so safe here. The stranger recalled what he had already said earlier, that only 10 people lived here, and all of them were on the criminal list. The man continued to say that Sura's mercenaries never looked for these criminals here because the north of the village had turned into a lawless zone. Then the elf I assumed that the main characters could have brought their grandmother here and lived here together since Sura was not here. After that, I approached the guy and asked him to listen to his story. Suddenly, the main character seemed to be struck by lightning, because only now did it dawn on him what the elf had told him. He thought that it was a good idea. Don-chan immediately jumped to his feet and said that the girl was simply a genius. The elf didn't even think of denying it. The man with the box on his head was very surprised by the main character's reaction, so he couldn't say anything. Inspired, Don-chan turned to the man and asked if he could implement this idea and bring his grandmother here. The stranger found it difficult to answer this question. Still, the man asked the guy if this was normal, since the whole village was filled with criminals. Therefore, the stranger believed that it was dangerous for the grandmother to live here. Dong-chan agreed and admitted that there was a problem. However, the main character has already decided that this time, he will be the one to protect his grandmother and not the other way around. After this, the elf asked Don-chan if he knew where his grandmother was now. Unfortunately, the guy did not know this. However, the main character said that he had one guess about where his grandmother could be now. At the same time, the stranger believed that this was just madness, and our heroes should not have gotten involved in this, because Sura's mercenaries were still looking for them. To this, Dong-chan said that his grandmother was in the same situation, so he should hurry up and protect her. The man continued to say that it would be better to stay here because Sura never came here, and if our heroes left, there were no guarantees that they would be able to return. After this, the stranger said that he had to find out something and asked if our heroes were R-level criminals. Don-chan was very surprised by this question and also by the fact that there were levels among criminals. That's why the main character immediately asked the man what level R meant. At this time, absolute silence reigned at the savage mercenary base, which was very suspicious. All the corridors and rooms of the large building were stained with blood, and the lifeless bodies of mercenaries lay around. The quiet voice of the mercenary Sura echoed throughout the premises, surprised that no one from Savage's group knew anything. The deputy captain was also covered in blood and was slowly heading towards the exit of the mercenary base. Sura's mercenary even managed to push Zai's away in a short time without getting hurt at all. Soon, the entrance door to the base creaked open, attracting the attention of Karis, who was nearby. The excited girl realized that the interrogation was already over and now she hoped for the best. The next moment, Karis experienced incredible horror because she saw that same mercenary Sura. The guy, covered in blood, calmly turned to the girl and said that the interrogation was already over. Horror quickly gave way to a furious rage that filled Karis as she realized what had happened to her comrades. Sura's mercenary noticed this reaction and explained that he did this because he could not get a truthful answer from the girl for a long time. Paige was shocked by her partner's appearance and what he did. Even for her, it was too much, but she couldn't object. After this, the guy turned to Karis and said that he would give her another chance if she answered where the criminals went. However, the girl, who was filled with anger, confidently confirmed the guy's guess and said that she knew very well where the criminals went. The girl's reaction, but he was still waiting for her to answer his question. However, the girl replied that she no longer had a reason to tell the guy everything. After this, Karis's eyes, which were filled with tears, instantly turned blue, indicating that she had entered a state of berserk and was already ready to avenge her comrades. However, the girl, who was filled with anger, confidently confirmed the guy's guess and said that she knew very well where the criminals went. The girl's reaction, but he was still waiting for her to answer his question. However, the girl replied that she no longer had a reason to tell the guy everything. After this, Karis's eyes, which were filled with tears, instantly turned blue, indicating that she had entered a state of berserk and was already ready to avenge her comrades. This state was like an incredible flame that seemed to burn inside the person. Because of their rage, such people were also called mad warriors. The berserker state greatly increased their physical abilities. There was also a saying that said that it was not worth offending a berserker. The deputy commander of the mercenaries of Sura found out why it was not worth doing. Because of Karis's rage, the entire town of Lark was alarmed as all its inhabitants heard a loud explosion. Local residents did not understand what these sounds were and assumed that another fight had started somewhere. People also wondered if there would be no more peaceful days in this village and could not even remember the last time this happened. Just at this time, Ben returned, who was completely oblivious to what was happening because he was carrying a heavy load, making great efforts. Only the white fluffy clouds in the blue sky remained just as calm and serene. After a powerful blow, the deputy captain of the mercenaries, Sura, lay on the ground, showing no signs of life at all. Karis was still consumed with rage and ordered Paige to stand still. The girl was getting closer and closer to the mercenary and threatened that this was far from the end of their battle. Paige was angry that the girl dared to attack her comrade and so prepared to engage in battle with her. Suddenly, the mercenary stopped and began to look forward in surprise. Something strongly attracted her attention. It turned out that the deputy captain of the mercenaries, Sura, was still alive and put his hand in front of him to stop Paige. The guy, trying to get to his feet, asked her not to worry because she still wouldn't become his girlfriend and wouldn't date him. Paige asked with displeasure why the guy suddenly started talking about this. The mercenary replied that it was his hobby. After that, he looked at Karis and said that he liked to stare at the face of the girl who hated him. The next moment, Karis, without saying a word, attacked the deputy captain of the mercenaries, Sura, again, causing a loud sound to resound throughout the area. Then the angry girl turned to the guy and said that he could have been looking closely at her face. Karis continued to say that this would be the last thing the guy would see before he died, after which she again attacked him with all her fury. Suddenly, the deputy commander managed to dodge Karis's blow and looked straight into her eyes ominously. The next moment, the guy grabbed her tightly by the neck, which discouraged Karis. The guy continued to squeeze the girl's neck tightly and said that she looked good and had a cute face. In addition, she was very strong. That is why the deputy captain offered Karis to become his girlfriend. In response, the girl silently hit the guy on the arm, almost breaking it. Thanks to this, she was able to escape from his grip. Even after such a long time, rage still filled Karis, and so she was able to continue the fight. Soon the girl grabbed the deputy captain of the mercenaries, Sura, by the arm and threw him over herself. The boy hit the ground with a bang, scattering stone fragments and dust around him. Even after this, Karis did not stop and swung her fist, wishing for her opponent to die. The next moment, loud sounds of blows began to spread throughout the area, quickly following one another. These sounds also echoed through the bloody corridors of the Sejong mercenary base. In every corner of the building this sound was heard, which promised that together for the fallen comrades it was accomplished. The hands of the deputy captain of the mercenaries, Sura, no longer moved, but only trembled after each blow dealt to Karis. After some time, the girl stopped because she felt that her strength was already leaving her. Nevertheless, until the very end, she clenched her hand into a fist. Still, she calmed down a little and saw what she had done to her opponent. The guy showed no signs of life. Despite this, Karis did not relax because she needed to defeat another of Sura's mercenaries. The girl looked towards Paige and saw that she was not at all surprised that her comrade had died and was generally standing with her back to her. At this time, Paige did not allow people to go further and see what was happening. Threatening with fire, she ordered everyone to get out of here. In order to convince people, the girl did not hesitate to make a small explosion, which greatly frightened the crowd. Karis, looking at all this, was very surprised that the girl was not at all worried that she would now have to enter into battle. Still, the girl thought that she shouldn't dwell on this, because now she needed to kill another one of Sura's mercenaries. Suddenly, Karis felt a sharp pain in her shoulder that gripped her entire body. It turned out that some sharp metal object had hit the girl and pierced her through and through. From this incredible pain, Karis screamed loudly. Paige heard this and realized that only now would everything begin. A man started approaching the girl and said that the angry berserker was indeed a very formidable opponent. It turned out that it was the deputy captain of the mercenaries, Sura, who for some reason was completely safe and sound. He continued to be amazed at Karis's abilities while she was enduring terrible pain. The guy couldn't believe that the girl dared to make his hard-to-create special summoned beast end up covered in blood. The mercenary continued to be surprised because this was his most solid version of the summoned beast. Karis was horrified and could not believe it. The girl looked at the body of her defeated opponent and realized that the guy was really telling the truth. After this, Karis became even more angry because her opponent used a substitute. This did not frighten the deputy captain of the mercenaries at all, who calmly asked the girl to be obedient and behave calmly. The next moment, several more iron spears pierced Karis's arms and body, which she was unable to resist in any way. Hearing the girl's piercing screams, the deputy captain said that for now he did not intend to seriously injure her. Then the guy reminded her that she admitted that she knew where the criminals went, so he asked her to tell him about it. Having received no answer, the deputy captain began to twist the spear inside Karis's wound, which caused her even more pain. Along the way, he once again asked where the criminals had gone. The girl tried to endure all this as best she could and said that the guy would not get any information from her, so he just had to kill her. However, the deputy captain was not going to stop there, because he believed that he simply had to make the girl feel even more pain and wait. At this time, someone was quickly running in the direction where all these events were taking place. Paige was surprised when she saw a guy running towards her, and so she loudly ordered him to stop immediately trying to grab him. It was Ben who, through tears, loudly shouted that the criminals had gone to Portka and begged the mercenary Sura not to harm Karis anymore. Having received no answer to his question, the deputy captain began to twist the spear inside Karis's wound, which caused her even more pain. Along the way, he once again asked where the criminals had gone. The girl tried to endure all this as best she could and said that the guy would not get any information from her, so he just had to kill her. However, the deputy captain was not going to stop there, because he believed that he simply had to make the girl feel even more pain and wait. At this time, someone was quickly running in the direction where all these events were taking place. Paige was surprised when she saw the guy running towards her, and so she loudly ordered him to stop immediately trying to grab him. It was Ben who, through tears, loudly shouted that the criminals had gone to Portka and begged the mercenary Sura not to harm Karis anymore. Karis was glad to know that at least one of her comrades had survived, but at the same time she regretted that Ben was here now. The deputy captain was in no hurry to trust the unfamiliar guy, and therefore asked where he got such information from. Ben replied that he himself heard the criminals discussing this, and were going to become part of Portka. After this, the boy loudly screamed through tears, asking the mercenary Sura to leave Karis alone and save her life. Suddenly, Ben fell silent because he felt a bad feeling, but the tears continued to flow down his cheeks. The deputy captain of the mercenaries, Sura, ominously said that the guy did not have the authority to decide such matters. The guy continued to say that he had fun here, but nothing else stopped him. At this time, Karis, speechless, looked somewhere with her wide-open eyes. The girl couldn't verify what had just happened right before her eyes. Because of this, she could no longer react to anything else. Paige also didn't feel particularly comfortable here, and therefore tried not to make unnecessary sounds so as not to attract anyone's attention to herself. It turned out that something had happened to Ben because drops of his own blood fell right under his feet. The guy himself did not immediately realize that his body was completely pierced by spears in many places. At this time, some of Sura's other mercenaries were having a calm conversation and discussing important issues. Dan was worried and asked his interlocutor if it was okay to leave everything as it was. The girl did not answer this question, but only assumed that since the guy was worried, he was not going to kill someone. She continued to say that delay could lead to even more. In addition, the guy's opponent was supposed to be the leader of one of the base groups. Then Dan asked what would happen if he lost. The girl replied that it didn't matter whether he won or lost. She continued to say that now they needed to observe the situation and see what would happen next, since no one had noticed the base group yet. Dan began to complain that due to a lack of personnel, they were conducting an operation to increase the danger level, and it looked suspicious. The girl said that the guy would soon understand everything, but after the situation became clear, he would still have to answer for everything. The girl also asked Dan not to forget that their goal was to resolve the issue as peacefully as possible. After that, she also reported that this time, the deputy commander Dan was not very happy about going on a mission with the guy. Of course, the girl was talking about a genius summoning master named Cross, and believed that if he killed whoever they needed, they would have nothing more to worry about. The mercenaries talked about a guy who had the power of a Sura, and were sure that there was some mistake here. Dan considered him an unworthy opponent, and therefore did not want to fight him. However, the girl insisted that it was Dan who should deal with him, since others might simply not survive after meeting him. At this time, our heroes were still in their village and were looking for information about what the crime rate was there. The man with the box on his head was very surprised when he found in the newspaper that his new acquaintances were R-level criminals. Dongchan couldn't believe what was printed about him in the newspaper and hoped that his grandmother didn't see it. The elf also read a newspaper that described a terrible story about the mass murder of civilians, which our heroes were accused of. Don Chan was very outraged by this article because he did not kill anyone. The stranger replied that not everything that was written in the newspaper was true. After that, the elf began to wonder why they were specifically R-level criminals. The man with the box on his head was also worried about this question. He began to tell that usually the first level was awarded for murder, but the R level was much more serious, so he assumed that our heroes were strongly hated by Sura. Then Dongchan thought that he definitely needed to bring his grandmother here, but he was afraid that it might be unsafe. The man replied that he didn't have time to think about the protagonist's grandmother right now. He was puzzled by the R level, because it couldn't be obtained so easily for a murder that didn't even happen. The stranger continued to say that he had not seen Sura go so far for a long time. After this, the man suggested that most likely our heroes would soon come to an end, since Sura had already taken them seriously. Donchan and the elf reacted to these words completely calmly and continued to listen to the man. The stranger also said that on this continent, they would have no safe place and therefore they had to run away all their lives in order to somehow survive. The man understood that our hero was not pleased to hear this, but they had no other choice because it was connected with their lives. The main character could not believe that everything was so terrible, but the man assured him that there was no point in lying. At this time, the elf was silently thinking about something. Very soon, the girl sighed heavily because she had already made a decision. She turned to the main character and told him to go look for his grandmother. Dongchan was surprised by such suddenness. Also an elf. She said that this was the end of their journey together. The guy immediately asked why the girl started talking about this so suddenly. The elf did not answer this question and only asked the main character to hurry up and not be late. The girl thought that the guy clearly didn't want to regret losing someone important, so he had to hurry. Elfika continued to say that even if she had to run away all her life, as the man with the box on his head said, it was still more important to stay alive. The girl would do when he left. Elf. She replied that she had nothing to lose and moreover, she only had something to gain, because thanks to Sura, she could look for information about Nyaka. The girl also said that the main character had nothing to do with it, so he should have left before it was too late. After hearing everything, Donchan began to think everything over carefully in order to make a final decision. The guy immediately remembered his grandmother, who during their last meeting cried a lot, worrying about her grandson. These memories helped the guy make the right choice, but he did not want to leave his girlfriend. At this time, the man with a box on his head silently watched our heroes, waiting to see what choice Donchan would make. Nevertheless, the main character decided to set off on his journey, asking the elf not to die. This old prison cell, despite its appearance, was capable of holding people who possessed incredible strength. It was here that the head of the guild, Karis, was now located, who after a battle with Sura's mercenaries was wounded and placed under arrest. The girl sighed heavily and regretted what had happened. At that moment, she remembered the saying that your friend's enemy was also your enemy. It was hard for her to admit it, but she felt that she had failed in her duties as a leader. After everything she had experienced, Karis began to understand that from the very beginning this was impossible, because Sura's mercenaries were very serious opponents. The girl could only look at the sky through a small window and regret that she was too weak. Meanwhile, the man with the box on his head turned to the elf and asked if she had already left. She confirmed this, and suddenly added that the man also had to leave as quickly as possible. The man did not understand the reason for this and claimed that it was his house. Then the elf warned that even if her friend stayed here, he would simply be drawn into an unpleasant situation, so he had to leave and evacuate the residence. Hearing this, the man with the box on his head immediately assumed that the elf was really going to have a dialogue with Sura, even though it seemed like just a joke. The girl replied that she was not going to talk to the mercenaries, but simply try not to die. Then the man asked the elf if she should leave now. The girl said that she did not want to harm this village, so she would head towards the exit where she would meet with Sura's mercenaries. After this, the elf pushed off strongly from the wall of the half-destroyed building and jumped far forward, leaving behind only strong gusts of wind. For some time after that, the man with the box on his head was amazed at the incredible strength of the elf and tried to cough up the swallowed dust, which had risen quite a lot. Suddenly, the man seemed to be caught in the act of remembering that his new acquaintance was about to walk ahead. Looking into the distance and admiring the views of the abandoned village, The man wished the elf good luck, but of course she no longer heard it. Meanwhile, Dongchan walked his way and made his way through the abandoned streets of the lifeless village. The guy thought that it was really dangerous to go back the same way he came, so he should go around the village and look for another road. In addition, the main character was now worried that he had left the elf alone and was afraid that she could lose to their enemies. However, Dongchan quickly pushed these thoughts away from you because he believed that now he should focus on finding his grandmother. While the guy was thinking about all this, he did not notice how a humanoid creature appeared behind him, holding a large stone in his hands, and was about to attack the main character from behind. The next moment, it became clear that Dongchan perfectly sensed the presence of the stranger, so before he attacked him, the guy lightly hit him in the stomach. From this not very strong blow, the creature rolled its eyes in pain and began to breathe heavily. I don't understand how the main character was able to notice it. After this, the humanoid creature fell to the ground and began to try to breathe air, but for some time it could not do this. Dongchan, who was still prepared, turned to the stranger and asked if this was all he could do for him. The creature began to apologize and explain that it simply wanted to knock out the guy who looked weak and take his money and valuables. After this, the main character asked if the stranger was a resident of this village. The man then replied that he under no circumstances intended to live in such a terrible place. The stranger said that when he ran out of money, he sometimes came here to find something useful or to rob someone. Now it became perfectly clear to Dongchan why the man with the box on his head called this place an abandoned land. Suddenly, something in the words of the humanoid creature really attracted the attention of the protagonist, which is why he immediately forgot about everything unnecessary. That is why the guy, without wasting any time, asked his interlocutor which road he took to enter this village. The man was surprised by this question. Meanwhile, the main character continued to say that the robber would certainly not go along the main road, which meant there had to be some secret path. Still surprised, the man hesitantly confirmed the protagonist's guess, who immediately interrupted his interlocutor without waiting for further explanation. Now the guy was only interested in where this secret road was. Dongchan's persistence indicated that the man should tell him everything as quickly as possible. On this sunny day, the abandoned village was, as always, filled with absolute silence. Not even a breath of wind could be heard. The elf was rapidly falling down from a tall building in order to get to the right place as quickly as possible. She was not at all afraid of harming herself in this way. Suddenly the girl grabbed the ledge, thanks to which she stopped her fall and hung on the facade of the building. At the same time, she thought that if Sura's mercenaries were not yet in this village, it meant that the information that they had come to Portka had not yet been received. The elf also thought that she had come here based on Dongchan's stories about Portig, and now perhaps she should return to Larka. Be that as it may, the girl thought that for now she should stay in this village for a while. Suddenly, something caught the elf's attention. Looking up at the sky, she saw a huge black object that was blocking out the sun. This object seemed to be hanging in the air. This surprised the girl very much, because she did not understand what kind of object it was and how it could appear so unnoticed right on her. This object was a huge cross with a wide pointed end that was directed strictly vertically. The man with the box on his head also observed this unusual phenomenon and wondered if someone very dangerous had already come to the village. Then the man remembered that he had recently wished the elf good luck, but now he believed that she would not help the girl cope with this very difficult task. As soon as he noticed that the huge object began to move slightly, the man immediately assumed that the elf would inevitably die today. The next moment, this object suddenly broke away and began to fall down, gaining maximum speed. The elf also saw this and understood that now she was in great danger, so she had to do something quickly. A few seconds later, the huge cross collided with the ground, causing a real explosion, the sound of which spread throughout the area. Looking up at the sky, the elf saw a huge black object that was blocking out the sun. This object seemed to be hanging in the air. This surprised the girl very much because she did not understand what kind of object it was and how it could appear so unnoticed right on her. The man with the box on his head also observed this unusual phenomenon and wondered if someone very dangerous had already come to the village. As soon as the man noticed that the huge object began to move slightly, the man immediately assumed that the elf would inevitably die today. The next moment, this object suddenly broke away and began to fall down, gaining maximum speed. The elf also saw this and understood that now she was in great danger, so she had to do something quickly. A few seconds later, the huge cross collided with the ground, causing a real explosion, the sound of which spread throughout the area. Soon, this sound was heard by Dongchan, who couldn't just ignore it. The guy immediately asked the man if loud sounds were becoming commonplace here, But the human creature did not think so because this was not a battlefield. The man said that it was the first time he had heard such a loud sound, and even began to assume that a war had really begun nearby. These words did not please the main character at all, because such sounds in such a place could mean only one thing. Don-chan immediately assumed that Sura's mercenaries had already begun pursuing them, which meant he needed to hurry. Meanwhile, the area where the explosion occurred was completely covered with clouds of thick dust that needed time to dissipate. The man, who wore heavy black boots, looked around carefully and confirmed the fact that the first individual had been eliminated. Then the master of the cross-summoning turned to his partner and asked her to find their second target, because now he had some business with the body of the defeated enemy. Paige was ready to fulfill this request and decided to start the search from the bridge. Cross insisted that the girl take her time and search carefully. The deputy captain of the mercenaries, Sura, said with great enthusiasm that he had not seen an elf's corpse for a long time. Suddenly, the guy's mood noticeably worsened when he looked ahead more closely. It turned out that the elf had been able to survive the huge explosion, but now she was almost knee-deep in the ground. The girl held the object summoned by Cross that was supposed to kill her with one hand and said that she was very sorry, but she was not yet stupid. Paige was very angry when she saw the elf and was about to tell her everything, but her partner interrupted her and reminded her of an important assignment. The girl tried to tell the deputy captain of the mercenaries Sura that she would like to stay and help defeat the elf, but the guy did not listen to her. The summoning master Cross said in a sinister voice with a wide smile on his face that it was only his opponent. Paige was very angry because she wanted to take revenge on the elf for her vile attack during the last battle. However, the girl thought that judging by her partner's face, it was useless to tell him anything, so she decided to go in search of the second target. After this, Sura's mercenary turned to his opponent and said that now they were left alone, which meant they could have fun. To this, the elf said that she had one question for the guy, but before that she would like to return something to him. The summoning master Cross, without thinking twice, replied that he appreciated this concern, but the guy quickly began to get nervous when he realized that there was something wrong with the girl's words. The next moment, the elf swung the huge stone cross that she had been holding in her hands all this time with all her might in order to attack her opponent with it. Cross clearly saw how the huge heavy object was getting closer and closer to him, but continued to stand motionless in place. The guy was amazed that the elf managed to throw this article at him, but it seemed that nothing could help him avoid a collision. Suddenly, the huge object literally turned to dust as soon as it approached the deputy captain of the mercenaries, Sura. Then the guy regretfully informed the elf that she had missed. Cross explained that this object was created with his magical power, which meant he could do whatever he wanted with it. This also meant that the elf was now free. At that very moment, the villain saw his enemy approaching him through the clouds of black dust, ready to attack him. The next moment, the elf struck the summoning Master Cross with great force, causing another explosion. Despite this, the girl was in no hurry to rejoice, because almost immediately she realized that everything was not so simple. It turned out that the deputy captain of the mercenaries, Sura, was able to somehow defend himself. The girl's blow hit and was stopped firmly by the wall. The whole point was that Cross was able to instantly use his summoning magic and create a gray giant that blocked the girl's blow. Then the guy who was hiding behind his giant praised the elf for a good blow. He compared his opponent's strength with the Berserker power that Karis used with a smile on his face, and added that he had never heard of such strong elves. The girl, hearing this, became very interested in what Cross said, so she immediately asked if the guy knew an elf named Nyack, the deputy captain of the mercenaries. Sura replied that he did not know him and was not obliged to know, after which he advised the elf to think only about him for now. At that very moment, several dozen sharp needles appeared right above the girl's head and rushed towards her. The elf couldn't help but be surprised at how quickly her opponent used summoning magic and considered the guy an unpleasant person because of this. After that, the girl quickly ran to avoid collision with spears. She also needed to decide what and how to do next. Suddenly, the elf saw that another object summoned by Cross was heading straight towards her from the front, a collision with which did not bode well. It turned out that it was a huge fist of a gray giant who intended to attack the girl. In order to dodge and save herself, she had to almost fall to the ground. Despite this, the deputy captain of the mercenaries, Sura, smiled slyly and asked the girl to be careful because she could be in a little pain. Immediately after this, sharp appendages emerged from the gray giant's hand and dug right into the place where the elf was. Then the master of the cross summoning looked down to assess the result of his work, anticipating how beautiful the girl had become. It soon turned out that the elf had managed to dodge the previous attack and was now behind her opponent and could hit him back. The girl's fist was already approaching the guy at great speed who noticed all this. It seemed too late. Despite this, the deputy captain of the mercenaries, Sura, remained absolutely calmly sitting in his place and saying that he was interested in looking at something. The guy's calmness was explained by the fact that the elf was grabbed by the tenacious hand of the gray giant and now could not cause him any harm. Cross smiled slyly and said that he really wanted to know how much force it took to make the girl's insides flow out of her mouth. At that very moment, the elf felt that the huge hand that had grabbed her began to squeeze her body tighter and tighter. The captain of the mercenaries, Sura, remained absolutely calm, sitting in his place despite the danger, and saying that he was interested in seeing something. The guy's calmness was explained by the fact that the elf was grabbed by the tenacious hand of the gray giant and now could not cause him any harm. Cross smiled slyly and said that he really wanted to know how much force it took to make the girl's insides flow out of her mouth. At that very moment, the elf felt that the huge hand that had grabbed her began to squeeze her body tighter and tighter. The guy wanted to capture this in his eyes, so the gray giant's second hand moved towards the elf in order to crush her. Summoning Master Cross enjoyed this moment and did not forget to warn the girl that she would soon be in a little pain. The huge hands of the gray giant grabbed the elf and began to squeeze her mercilessly, intending to kill her. The deputy captain of the mercenaries, Sura, could hardly contain his joyful laughter as he saw his opponent die in the trap he had created. The villain had already heard the crunch of the elf's bones and called it a beautiful sound. He wanted to listen to it all the time. Suddenly, there was a loud impact sound, after which the gray giant's fingers separated from his hands. The elf still managed to escape from this grip. Summoning Master Cross was shocked by what had happened because he was absolutely sure that he had already won. The next moment, the villain saw the approach of an unusual hand of a girl who wanted to use her power to kill the enemy. The elf swung sharply and delivered a merciless blow, but the deputy captain of the mercenaries, Sura, managed to jump aside at the very last moment. Cross considered the elf's strength simply amazing and could not believe that the gray giant was unable to resist her. The guy looked at his opponent and admitted that he was really good in the fight. Meanwhile, the man with the box on his head remained watching everything from the height of a multi-story building, thinking about something along the way. Suddenly, the man felt the presence of a stranger nearby, which alarmed him a little. The next moment, Sura's mercenary appeared in front of him. The man knew that it was Paige. It had been a long time since their last meeting, so he was interested in how the girl wished. Paige answered the question and then, without going into details, directly asked where the one she was looking for was. The man with the box on his head replied that he did not understand who they were talking about, but the girl asked him not to pretend. She then threatened that if the man was going to deceive her, it meant he was in cahoots with a criminal. In that case, the man could also become a level R criminal. Hearing this, the man hiding his appearance fell silent for a moment, after which he said that he did not expect anything other than threats from the mercenary Sura. To this, Paige replied that she was glad that the man was doing well, even though he lived in less than ideal conditions. Then she decided that she should not interfere in other people's affairs and asked that her interlocutor give her only the necessary information, since she did not have time for a long conversation. The man hiding his appearance replied that the one the girl was looking for had already left and, unfortunately, he didn't know where exactly. After this, the man asked if Paige was going to do what Sura's mercenaries usually did in such situations, warning that otherwise she would also become an accomplice. The girl was angered by these words, but she did not answer and only continued to stare intently at her interlocutor. In the end, she turned away from him and asked the man to stop fooling around and live in reality, because Portka was no longer there. The girl was about to leave, but the man with the box on his head suddenly asked if Paige had really gotten a promotion. The man was absolutely sure of this because the girl herself said that she was looking for a level R criminal, so he congratulated Paige on her new position. The girl didn't say anything to this and only at the end, without even looking at him, called her interlocutor a fool. After that, she literally disappeared, jumping high into the air, leaving the man with the box on his head alone. Now the man could only look at the old red flag and the organization's emblem and think that Portgi really was no more. Meanwhile, the main character, together with his new acquaintance, made their way through a secret path that led from the abandoned village. The man said that it was a deserted road where there was no danger of meeting Sura's mercenaries, and if the guy went a little further, he would come across a small village. He then tried to say that Dong-chan should go on alone, but quickly changed his mind. Seeing the guy's displeased look, the man immediately said that it was a joke and that he would of course accompany his new acquaintance to the village. Don-chan thought that if the village could be seen from here, it would be very good, so he asked the man to take him a little further to make sure that his words were true. Still, the human-like creature agreed and considered that it was the right decision because the world was currently in turmoil. The man then asked if the guy was really his colleague who was hiding from prying eyes. Don-chan was unhappy with this assumption and demanded that his interlocutor not connect him with the robbers. The man still stuck to his opinion. In the end, the guy said that this conversation made him uncomfortable, so the man could think whatever he wanted. Then the man asked why they went the secret way since Dong-chan had nothing to fear. The guy explained that he found himself in this situation because of a small mistake. He wanted to somehow cope with it, but he was unable to do anything. Then the main character, with deep regret, told his interlocutor that in the end, he simply gave up. After this, the guy decided that he and his grandmother should go live on some island. These words attracted the man's attention. He immediately asked what grandmother the guy Dong-chan was talking about, and he replied that it was his only family, and they would both be a little strange. The main character wanted to tell something else about his grandmother, but he interrupted his monologue because he saw that his companion had stopped abruptly. The guy immediately asked what happened. The next moment, the humanoid creature directly asked if Dong-chan was the same R-level criminal that Sura's mercenaries were looking for. This question shocked the main character and made him nervous, but he tried to ask as calmly as possible why the man thought so. To this, the man also calmly asked a question in response and asked if the guy hadn't read the newspapers. Don-chan realized that he had been exposed, which meant that it was now useless for him to hide his appearance. Suddenly, the man said that in his opinion, the guy shouldn't continue searching. The main character didn't understand what his interlocutor was talking about. The man explained that he was talking about Dong-chan's grandmother and reiterated that he didn't need to look for her. The main character didn't like these words at all, so he looked at the man with a stern gaze and asked in a frighteningly calm voice what he meant. Suddenly, the man said that in his opinion, the guy shouldn't continue searching. The main character didn't understand what his interlocutor was talking about. The man explained that he was talking about Dong-chan's grandmother and repeated once again that he didn't need to look for her. The main character didn't like these words at all, so he looked at the man with a stern gaze and asked in a frighteningly calm voice what he meant. Meanwhile, the battle continued. The elf stood firmly on her feet despite the powerful blows of her opponent. Suddenly, the girl pushed off the ground with force and rushed forward to attack Cross in response. The deputy captain of the mercenaries, Sura, stood calmly in place, although he clearly saw that the angry elf was already very close to him. The girl's fist was heading straight for Cross's head at a tremendous speed, so he quickly needed to take some action to defend himself. The next moment, the boy used his summoning magic and created a huge hand that attacked the elf before she reached her opponent. Because of this, the elf was thrown far back, but she remained unharmed and was ready to continue the fight. At that moment, the girl felt danger approaching. It turned out that a huge object was falling on her from the sky right then. The next moment, a heavy cylinder with a cross pattern fell on the elf, causing a loud explosion. Soon after, the object began to crack as if it was about to collapse. The reason for this was the elf who managed to survive and smash this object to pieces with her demonic power. Despite her success, the girl did not relax, because she had already studied her opponent and his fighting methods quite well. She could feel the gray giant's huge hand hanging over her, intending to crush her right now, but the girl calmly asked Cross not to be so tense. At the same time, the elf tightly clenched her hand into a fist, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. The next moment, she calmly hit the gray giant's hand, which allowed her to stop it. The deputy captain of the mercenaries, Sura, watching all this, was still impressed by the strength of the elf, but he had no intention of giving up. Suddenly, the girl jumped up and quickly ran forward, cutting off the fingers of the gray giant along the way. She clearly had some kind of plan. Cross didn't take it seriously and only thought about how many summoned beasts he needed to use to catch his opponent. Suddenly, the guy fell silent and began to watch the elf with incomprehension, who was doing something strange. The girl ran around her opponent at great speed, lowering her hands to the ground. This raised large balls of dust. At that moment, the girl thought that she couldn't get closer to Cross because his summoning was too fast. That's why the elf decided that she had to impair her opponent's view. After just a couple of minutes, the deputy captain of the mercenaries, Sura, saw nothing around you because the clouds were literally everywhere. The villain immediately understood what the elf was trying to achieve, and therefore praised her for her resourcefulness. However, the guy believed that the girl underestimated him, despite the fact that he clearly sensed the approach of danger from these clouds of dust. The next moment, The summoning Master Cross was able to easily defend himself from the huge rock that the elf threw at him. Immediately after this, the guy felt danger approaching from the other side. Cross was surprised that the girl was throwing debris of buildings at him. Suddenly, the villain assumed that right now the elf was on the opposite side from him and was preparing her next attack. As soon as the summoning Master Cross turned around, he saw an entire building flying straight at him. The guy was very surprised by this because he did not expect that his opponent would start attacking him in this way. The next moment, an abandoned multi-story building collapsed right on the spot where Sura's mercenary stood. Soon everything became quiet, and from under the rubble and clouds of dust, the silhouette of the object summoned by the guy began to appear. It was a huge stone torso with a cross on its chest. It helped Cross survive the elf's sudden attack. Meanwhile, the guy exhaled with relief, and looking around was surprised that an entire building had suddenly flown towards him. The deputy captain of the mercenaries, Sura, praised his opponent for being able to surprise him, but did not notice at all that the elf had already appeared behind him. At the very last moment, the villain realized that danger was waiting behind him, so he quickly created a shield that should protect him from any attack. Suddenly, a small stone hit this shield, which of course did not cause any harm. After that, there was a lull. The master of the cross summoning was very surprised by this, because he expected something completely different. He did not understand what exactly the elf was trying to achieve in this way. Suddenly, the guy felt that the enemy attacked him from behind and pierced his body with a dragon hand. Cross immediately began to bleed, surprised by the elf's abilities. Then the girl pulled her hand out of the villain's body, after which he immediately fell to his knees without strength. The elf turned to the guy and said that she did not want to kill him, but she did not have time to continue this battle. The girl also praised Cross for his excellent summoning spells and finally asked if all of Sura's mercenaries were such skilled warriors. The guy coughed up blood and answered with his last strength that there was another equally strong mercenary in the organization. The elf, hearing this, asked the guy not to talk anymore, because it must have been excruciatingly painful. After that, she was about to leave, leaving her opponent to die. She also decided that she would have to check for herself how strong the mercenary that the summoning Master Cross had just spoken about was. Suddenly, the girl saw black smoke that appeared out of nowhere and caught her attention. Turning back, the elf saw that her wounded opponent had disappeared somewhere, which could not help but surprise her. The girl began to cautiously assume that she had not struck Cross, but only his copy, which had been created with the help of magical power. Suddenly, a huge-tailed monster with red skin appeared not far from the girl, asking if the elf really thought that there were so many like him. Then the monster, from whose eye sockets horns grew, reminded the girl that she should think only about him, but she ignored it. Elphika was shocked to realize that her opponent not only did not die, but also acquired a new form. This meant that the battle would continue. The deputy captain of the mercenaries, Sura, stretched his legs in his new uniform and admitted that he had gotten a little carried away with this battle, but he also had his duties. That is why this time the guy, with the help of his magical power, called upon his most confident project, which was the blood mage. The guy was looking forward to testing it. The elf realized her situation and thought that until she found the real body of her opponent, this battle would not end, so first she just needed to talk to him. Suddenly, the blood mage approached the girl with lightning speed and grabbed her, stabbing 2 fingers into her stomach while asking what she was thinking about. The deputy captain of the mercenaries, Sura, stretched his legs in his new uniform and admitted that he had gotten a little carried away with this battle, but he also had his duties. This time, the guy used his magical power to summon his most confident project, which was the blood mage. The guy was looking forward to testing it. The elf realized her situation and thought that until she found the real body of her opponent, this battle would not end. So first, she just needed to talk to him. Suddenly, the blood mage approached the girl with lightning speed and grabbed her, stabbing 2 fingers into her stomach while asking what she was thinking about. The elf was immediately pierced by a sharp pain that only worsened her situation. The girl did not expect such strength and speed from her opponent. In order to save herself, she did not waste time, swung her dragon hand and struck, hoping to drive away the bloody mage. However, it turned out that the summoning Master Cross had already retreated back a long time ago. He was amused by the fact that such a late blow from the elf could not hit him. He also said with a satisfied look that his opponent had a rather strong body, which is why he could only slightly pierce the girl's skin. Now the deputy captain of the mercenaries, Sura, disgustingly licking his lips, said that he would like to go even deeper. The elf, holding on to her stomach wound, thought that she couldn't pursue her opponent because his true speed was simply astounding. Then the girl looked at the bloody mage with a stern gaze and asked who he was. Summoning Master Cross was very happy that his opponent had finally shown interest in him, so he was ready to tell the girl everything. The guy said that he was the deputy captain of the Sura mercenaries and was a first-level mercenary. He also stated that he was the one who would steal the girl's last moment of life. The elf could not believe that she was fighting a first-level mercenary. After this, the blood mage, smiling slyly, suggested that his opponent continue this battle. Cross asked the girl not to worry because he would let her die slowly so as not to miss anything. Meanwhile, the main character put his hand on the shoulder of his new acquaintance and asked him to give him an answer. Danchan looked at the man with a stern gaze and asked in a frighteningly calm voice what he meant. The humanoid creature began to remember that about 2 days ago it saw news in the newspaper. It was reported that the accomplice of the R-level criminal was caught. However, it was an elderly woman who was over 70 years old. The man went on to say that R-level criminals were quite rare, so he remembered all the news related to them well. Having heard all this, the main character asked his friend to name the right place. The man did not understand what the guy meant. Then the main character, trying his best to contain his emotions, clarified that he needed to know the place where his grandmother was caught. The humanoid creature replied that it happened at the back of Mount Iraka. According to rumors, there was a hidden book publishing house located there. Having heard all this, the main character thought for a while and then said that there was definitely no mistake here and it really was his grandmother. It seemed quite logical to him that his grandmother had run away there because they got along quite well with the guy from that bookstore. He was a good-natured person, so he would not have refused an elderly woman. Danchan understood his grandmother's thoughts better than anyone else, so some time ago he felt that she was in that very place, but he was in no hurry to return to her. Now the main character blamed himself for this because he understood that it was already too late to do anything. At that moment, the guy remembered the recent words of the elf who said that he needed to hurry. The girl also said that she had lost a person who was important to her, and now she didn't want Dongchan to also regret losing his grandmother. Unfortunately, it was already too late, so the main character only had the option to voluntarily surrender to his pursuers. The man was very surprised that the boy dared to make such a decision, and said that in that case he should have gone along the road to the nearest village. Danchan was not against this because he thought that he had had enough of what had happened recently. The guy's headdress, which at least a little bit hid his appearance, was no longer needed by him, so the main character threw it away. The guy walked forward confidently and, reassuring himself, said that everything was fine because he had just made a small mistake. Danchan repeated several more times that all of this was his fault. The next moment, there was a sudden loud explosion that raised strong gusts of wind and clouds of black smoke. The blast wave immediately threw the fat man aside. He did not understand what had happened. Opening his eyes and looking forward, the humanoid creature was very surprised at what he saw in front of him. He saw an unfamiliar girl who appeared as if from nowhere. The man immediately realized that it was Sura's mercenary and was very surprised that the organization had already reached such a place. Paige turned to the main character and said without enthusiasm that they had not seen each other for a long time, and now she was glad to see him. The girl then asked if the fat man behind was Dongchan's new friend. The guy didn't say anything to that. Suddenly, the main character closed his eyes as if he had come to terms with the whole situation. At the same time, the guy tightly clenched his hand into a fist, because now he had to make a difficult choice. Having received no answer to her question, Paige decided that she should kill both of them and already put her hand forward and prepared to do what she had planned. Suddenly, the girl stopped because she saw something that surprised her greatly. It turned out that the main character knelt down and bowed his head before Sura's mercenary. The girl immediately asked what the guy was doing. Danchan answered in a quiet voice without going into details that everything was entirely his fault. The guy said that one of Sura's mercenaries accused him and his grandmother of storing illegal books. Then he attacked this mercenary, after which the bookstore was burned to the ground. Now the guy believed that he had to admit all his sins and surrender. Paige was very surprised by what she heard and thought that the main character was just making unfunny jokes, but the guy denied it. Danchan also said that the elderly woman whom the organization recently caught was not guilty of anything because he simply intimidated her so that she would help him. That's why the main character asked that he be punished instead of this man. Hearing this, Paige immediately understood what the guy's goal was. The next moment, the girl looked angrily at Dongchan and asked him not to worry because the old woman was already dead. Dongchan insisted that the elderly woman whom the organization had recently caught was innocent since he had simply intimidated her into helping him. That's why the main character asked that he be punished instead of this man. Hearing this, Paige immediately understood what the guy's goal was. The next moment, the girl looked angrily at Dong-chan and asked him not to worry, because this elderly woman was already dead. The girl also demanded that the main character stop putting on this whole show and attack her faster. Dong-chan was shocked after hearing this and couldn't come to his senses for a while. The guy said that he didn't quite hear what the girl said and asked her to repeat what she said. Paige rudely replied that Don-chan himself heard everything perfectly well and she would not repeat it twice. She also threatened to make the guy follow the old woman to the next world. The main character couldn't believe that his grandmother had actually died, so he thought that Paige had simply confused her with someone else. The guy wanted to clarify which elderly woman he was specifically talking about. The girl got tired of listening to all this, so in order for the main character to finally shut up, she provoked a powerful explosion near him. Preparing for her next attack, Paige said in an angry voice that the guy could think whatever he wanted, but he should get up faster and defend himself. The girl also said that if the guy didn't want to do this, she could simply burn him. Dong-chan didn't react to this in any way. The guy just sat in one place as if he was no longer aware of reality. Suddenly, the main character began to smile widely and turned to Paige to ask what all this meant. After this, the girl realized that she could no longer use Dong-chan, which meant he was no longer needed. The next moment, Sura's mercenary used destructive force against his opponent, wanting the guy to die right then and there. Paige watched calmly as bright sparks flew in all directions after her powerful explosion. The fire quickly consumed everything around, burning even trees in its path. Soon, everything around was filled with thick smoke, through which it was impossible to see the consequences of the explosion. After this, a strong wind arose which fueled the raging flames, making them even bigger. At this time, Dong-chan remembered the quiet sunny day that he missed so much. That day he was still a child, sleeping exhausted on the threshold of a stranger's house. Suddenly the rustling of a plastic bag was heard. Someone quietly approached the guy. It was an elderly woman who was very surprised to see a sleeping child on the street. The grandmother immediately began to think about who this boy was and assumed that for some reason he ran away from home. The elderly woman began to wake up the main character and ask what happened to him and why he was sleeping here. The boy woke up but was not at all happy about it. He had a good dream that was suddenly interrupted. He did not understand what the reason for this was, but soon he saw an unfamiliar elderly woman in front of him. The old woman silently looked at the child and thought about something carefully. The boy looked very unhappy because he realized who had prevented him from having a good dream. Suddenly, the elderly woman turned to the child with a smile and asked if he was hungry. Now the main character looked at the sky, which was difficult to see because of the smoke and ash, and thought that if he had not met his grandmother that day, everything would have been fine with her. Don-chan was quite badly injured by the explosion that Paige caused, but remained alive and conscious. Coming closer to her opponent, the girl asked if he was really going to die without resistance. The main character calmly confirmed this while hoping that his grandmother's death was not his fault. Paige was angry at her opponent and said that someone looked pathetic right now. Don-chan agreed and didn't even think of arguing about it, but it seemed like he was going to do something. The guy looked at Paige, and at the same time the image of the same mercenary who burned down the bookstore popped into his head. This angered Dong-chan. The next moment, the protagonist activated his Asura power while crying and blaming the Sura mercenaries for his grandmother's death. Paige was very surprised to see this because she didn't expect that her opponent would start to resist. At that very moment, a huge purple flame appeared in front of the girl and seemed to swallow Dong-chan. Despite this suddenness, Paige was very glad that the main character was finally ready to fight her. Soon, a demonic face with yellow eyes appeared in the flames. Now there were two such faces. Next, Don-chan's black hands became visible, which were decorated with massive gold bracelets. For some reason, the guy had two pairs of such hands, which was clearly visible even through the purple flame. Soon the fire died down, revealing Dong-chan's new fighting form. Paige was shocked when she saw this and began to think that no matter how she looked at it, it was definitely not a fake. Suddenly, Dong-chan raised his head sharply and fixed his gaze on the girl. His eyes literally burned with hatred. This sight made Paige feel uneasy. Now she was absolutely sure that the real Asura was in front of her. Meanwhile, the main character rose to his feet and without taking his gaze off the girl began to ask why she killed his grandmother. Having received no answer, the guy asked the same question again, which looked very frightening from the outside. Still, Paige felt that there was no point in thinking about anything extra now, because in front of her stood an opponent who was eager to fight. That is why the girl quickly assumed her battle form and prepared to attack the main character. Unexpectedly, Paige heard Dong-chan praise her for using her skill limit right away. This momentarily discouraged the girl. The next moment, the guy approached his opponent with great speed and, waving his hand, wished that Paige would die right then and there. With one of his hands, the guy held the girl by the head so that she could not run away from him. Paige was shocked by the strength of her opponent. However, Sura's mercenary couldn't just give up. One of the girl's hands was still free, so she tried to attack her main character. A moment later, the girl directed a huge stream of fire at her opponent, simultaneously demanding that he not delude himself. Suddenly, Paige heard the protagonist's voice again praising her for using her ultimate powers in the fight against him. Immediately after that, Don-chan mercilessly attacked the girl, wanting to see her die. The powerful blow hit the target exactly, so Paige was immediately thrown far to the side. With one of his hands, Don-chan held the girl's head so that she could not escape from him. Paige was shocked by the strength of her opponent. However, Sura's mercenary couldn't just give up. One of the girl's hands was still free, so she tried to attack her main character. A moment later, the girl directed a huge stream of fire at her opponent, simultaneously demanding that he not delude himself. Suddenly, Paige heard the protagonist's voice again, praising her for using her ultimate powers in the fight against him. Immediately after that, Don-chan mercilessly attacked the girl, wanting to see her die. The powerful blow hit the target exactly, so Paige was immediately thrown far to the side. Soon the girl came to her senses, but due to the strong blow, she was completely exhausted. She did not believe that something like this could happen to her. Suddenly, she heard Dong-chan's voice asking if his opponent could no longer move after just one blow from him. Then the guy unceremoniously grabbed the girl by the head. She didn't react to this at all. After this, the main character began to lift the girl's exhausted body upwards, as if trying to help her get to her feet. Of course, this was not a gesture of friendliness, because Don-chan had already prepared his fist in order to attack his opponent once again, while saying in an ominous voice that every mercenary of Sura had to die. Suddenly, the guy let go of Paige, causing her to quickly fall back to the ground. The next moment, the protagonist punched Paige in the stomach with all his might before she even hit the ground. This strike was powerful enough to throw the girl far back, simultaneously raising a strong wind around her. Don-chan, although he didn't show it, was very pleased with this result, and said that now he had one more goal left. Once the clouds of dust cleared, it became clear that Paige was lying motionless on the ground and not making a sound. However, even despite Dong-chan's powerful attacks, the girl was still alive and trying to come to her senses. She clearly saw the dark silhouette of her opponent, who was hidden behind the clouds of dust. Sura's mercenary suffered incredible pain, but was able to call Don-chan a real monster while coughing up blood. Meanwhile, the main character was getting closer and closer, which made it possible to take a better look at him. His eyes, which shone brightly even through the dust, added gloom to the guy's image. Paige really didn't want the main character to get close to him, so with the last of her strength, she began to put her hand forward, simultaneously asking the guy not to rejoice in his victory. Suddenly, the mercenary Sura was consumed by a furious rage that gave the girl the strength to say that this was not the end. Don-chan was not at all frightened by what he heard. It seemed to him that he was even curious about what his opponent had decided to do. It turned out that Paige still had the strength to use her abilities. This is what she was trying to do now. The next moment, the quiet green forest was pierced by a huge beam of fire that extended several tens of meters forward. Paige tried to use this ability for as long as possible in order not to leave even ashes from her enemy. Suddenly, the girl felt that even the limited supply of strength that she had was rapidly running out. Because of this, the mercenary Sura's hand weakened, and along with it, his ability. In the end, the fire went out completely and the hand fell down limply. The girl could only hope that all her efforts were not in vain. However, once the smoke cleared, it became clear that the main character was not harmed at all by Paige's last attack. Don-chan was completely safe and sound, as he was able to shield himself from the raging flames with his hands in time. For some time, the guy stared at his opponent, waiting for him to use some more abilities against him. However, there was nothing to worry about because Paige was absolutely exhausted and seemed to be on the verge of death due to exhaustion. This was not surprising, because her last attack was so strong that it was able to completely burn several trees in the shortest time. Then Don-chan approached his opponent and said that all of Sura's mercenaries had to die. The guy's sinister appearance and his serious attitude indicated that the girl should not expect any mercy. Meanwhile, the blood mage grabbed the elf and began asking her if she would be capricious anymore. Summoning Master Cross held the girl tightly by the throat and said that he was sorry that everything had come to an end. He really enjoyed this battle. The elf couldn't answer anything because the enemy's hand was tightly squeezing her throat. It seemed that the girl was about to choke. Suddenly, Sura's mercenary summoned a sharp spear and, pointing it at the enemy, promised that after the kill, he would add the girl to his collection of summoned beasts. The guy was confident in his victory, so he was in no particular hurry and enjoyed the moment. Taking the spear in his hand, the blood mage asked the elf not to worry, because everything would happen very quickly. A moment later, he swung his spear sharply, asking the elf to disappear. Suddenly, the ground was stained with black blood, which spurted out in a rapid stream from the newly formed wound. The blood mage froze in a wide smile, but the situation that actually happened was completely joyless. It turned out that the master of the cross summoning had lost both of his arms in the blink of an eye, which was very hard for him to believe. At the same time, the elf was absolutely safe and sound, and happily declared that she had found what she was looking for. The blood mage was surprised that his opponent still had strength, but he did not take the elf's words seriously at all, and calmly grew new limbs. The thoughtful girl continued to say that now she knew how her enemy's weakness felt. At that very moment, the smile disappeared from the bloody mage's face because the elf's words seriously alarmed him. In order not to waste time and check her guess quickly, the girl pushed off the ground with great force and ran somewhere at great speed. After this, the summoning Master Cross began to assume the worst, which caused his mood to deteriorate significantly. The deputy captain of the mercenaries, Sura, suggested that in order to determine the location of his real body, the elf had been concentrating on his feelings all this time. Cross didn't like it at all, but he couldn't help but praise the girl. He also believed that it was time for him to take this matter seriously. The next moment, the blood demon powerfully pushed off the ground and rushed forward with lightning speed in order to catch up with his opponent and thwart his plans. Meanwhile, the elf continued to run forward, sometimes turning around to find out the current location of her enemy. The girl clearly saw that the blood mage was pursuing her, but what worried her most was whether her guess was correct. The elf also thought that if there were other summoned animals near Cross's real body, it would be quite unpleasant. Suddenly, something distracted the girl from these thoughts and surprised her very much. It turned out that the main character, after finishing all his business with Paige, returned to the abandoned city in order to help his friend. Don-chan saw the blood mage and began to assume that he just needed to kill him. Paige was completely exhausted and appeared to be on the verge of death due to exhaustion. This was not surprising because her last attack was so strong that it was able to completely burn several trees in the shortest time. Then Don-chan approached his opponent and said that all of Sura's mercenaries had to die. The guy's sinister appearance and his serious attitude indicated that the girl should not expect any mercy. In order to realize his intentions, the main character swung his fist and wished for Paige to die right now. Suddenly, a voice of a man who was hiding his face under a box was heard from behind the guy. He calmly told Dong-chan that his grandmother was alive. Hearing this, the main character immediately froze in surprise, not understanding whether he should believe what he heard. The man continued to say that he came here because he felt some kind of uneasiness. He thought that all this was an incredible turn of fate. The man then asked what happened to the main character and why he was dressed so strangely, suggesting that he had used some dangerous substances. The man with the box on his head tried to say something else, but Dong-chan interrupted him and asked if what the man said was true. The main character clarified the question and asked if his grandmother was really alive, and at the same time his strength gradually disappeared. The man said that those people who were accomplices and helped level our criminals were usually not killed because they were useful in various aspects. The man also insisted that Sura loved propaganda very much. So if the elderly woman had really been executed and not just caught, then it would have definitely been printed in the newspapers. Don-chan thought all this was absolutely logical, but he was haunted by the words of Paige, who told him the frightening news about his grandmother's death. The man with the box on his head explained that the girl had a difficult character, and due to various circumstances she was, in a sense, still a child. The man also said that Paige loved to fight to win. That is, she was obsessed with strength, so she lied to fight the main character. Dong-chan was amazed by all of this and was now more than sure that his grandmother was actually alive, which could not help but make him happy. Then the man with the box on his head said that the guy just looked like a Sura, so it was clear why the grandmother sent him to Portka. After this, the main character thought that now he should go to the police, but the man advised him not to do this under any circumstances because if the guy showed up with a half, then his grandmother would definitely be executed. The man also said that he had many questions and wanted to know the answers to them, so he suggested that Don-chan leave this place first. Suddenly, the man asked if the boy could enter Asura mode on his own. Dong-chan suggested that he could do it again. A moment later, the protagonist regained the power of Asura, and therefore asked his interlocutor if it was similar to what it was before. At this time, the elf continued to run forward and clearly saw that the blood mage was pursuing her, but what worried her most was whether her guess was correct. The elf also thought that if there were other summoned animals near Cross's real body, it would be quite unpleasant. Suddenly something distracted the girl from these thoughts and surprised her very much. It turned out that the main character, after finishing all his business, returned to the abandoned city in order to help his friend. Don-chan saw the blood mage and began to assume that he just needed to kill him. The elf was very surprised to see the main character here and asked him to stop the guy who was chasing her. Cross also saw Don-chan and immediately assumed that Paige had lost to him. He really doesn't like fighting men, so he tried to avoid the fight. Then the blood mage noticed the appearance of the main character and remembered that he imitated or even was a Sura. Meanwhile, the guy intended to fulfill the elf's request, and therefore now he was trying to push off the ground with his hands and feet. The next moment, Dong-chan jumped high into the air using his incredible strength. The deputy captain of the mercenaries, Sura, was amazed, as he had never seen such speed before. Suddenly, Cross felt a strong pain from the fact that the main character's hand pierced his body. Splashes of black blood immediately began to fly in all directions. However, this was far from the end. Dong-chan was preparing to deal another blow to his opponent. The main character made a sharp swing of his hand and hit Cross, causing him to quickly fly down. The guy was pleased because he managed to complete the elf's assignment and stop the bloody mage. A moment later, another loud explosion was heard in the abandoned village. This time it was caused by the fall of the summoning Master Cross. The blood mage with a huge hole in his stomach lay motionless on the ground and showed no signs of life. The guy couldn't believe what had happened and assumed that it was that same power of Asura, which meant the rumors were true. As he examined his wound, Cross continued to be surprised that there really was Asura on this continent. Suddenly, the guy was distracted from these thoughts by an unusual sound that was rapidly approaching him. The blood mage immediately froze in anticipation. It turned out that this sound was made by Don-chan, who was falling from the sky at great speed straight at his opponent, simultaneously swinging his fist in order to attack him again. A few seconds later, splashes of black blood once again flew around, accompanied by the sounds of blows. Meanwhile, this story continued in an inconspicuous multi-story building that had been abandoned for many years. The summoning Master Cross, who was in his normal form, silently looked at his opponent, waiting for what would happen next. The guy turned to the elf and said that their protracted battle was already starting to irritate him. In response to this, the girl asked if this was Cross's real body. She also said that the guy was hiding here like a rat. The deputy captain of the mercenaries, Sura, calmly said that even though the girl had found him, the result of this battle would still not change. Summoning his black sword, the guy said that now this battle would just become a little uncomfortable. In response to this, the elf asked her opponent to prepare himself since she intended to attack him right now. The next moment, the girl pushed off the floor with her foot in order to shorten the distance as quickly as possible and get to the enemy. Summoning Master Cross noticed this and became slightly tense. He hadn't often had the chance to fight with his true body before. A few seconds later, the elf had already approached her opponent and tried to attack him, but the guy was able to block her blow with his sword in time. This made Cross put in some effort, so he couldn't help but praise the girl for her good moves. Suddenly, the elf heard a quiet rustle, and looking back saw that a humanoid figure began to appear right out of thin air. Very soon, an unusual creature was already looking at the girl, which looked like one of those whom Cross had summoned. Soon after, Don-chan suddenly went up to the right floor and announced that he had arrived to help.